He gets flipped. He gets destroyed. Beautifully played there. One more hit. It's going to be the body slam. Doesn't matter. The damage is already done.
They're flashing forward. Exhausted Ignite comes up. Oh my gosh.
Lots of kills in this game. It's not over for them yet.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend, live from Shanghai Grand Stage in China. I'm Rivington Bism III, along with Lee D-Man Smith and Joshua Jat Leesman. And the fans are starting to fill up the 8,000 seats in this indoor stadium, where over the next 3 days, 25 of the best players from around the world will have their talents put to the test in individual skill competitions and the All-Star Team Tournament.
And there's a lot more than just bragging rights on the line. The 4 teams who make it to the semi-final round of the team tournament will earn their region a first-round bye in the 2013 World Playoffs.
Plus, the All-Star team that wins this weekend's tournament will net their region an additional spot in the Season 3 World Playoffs. So unlike most All-Star games in the wide world of sports, guys, these games really matter.
And now that you know what's at stake, let's take a look at today's schedule. The League of Legends All-Star Weekend kicks off with the semifinal round of our 2v2 skills competition.
So up first, it is going to be Double Lift Annex Special from the North American team taking on the Garena All-Stars, Xiaoyi and Mistake, followed by the Chinese LPL All-Stars, Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao, dueling the Korean OGN champions All-Stars, Prey and Madlife.
And then it's time for the junglers to rumble and test their talents 1v1. So kicking it off in North America is St. Vicious battling the Korean OGN champions Insect, followed by China's Troll taking on Europe's Diamond.
And then after today's skill competition matches wrap up, it's time for the All-Star Team Tournament. The battles begin with Skara and the North American LCS All-Stars taking on Messiah and the Chinese League of Legends Pro League squad. And in today's second matchup, it's Madlife and the Korean OGN champions versus Alex Each and the European LCS All-Stars.
In addition to the all to the League of Legends action during All-Star Weekend, we'll also be bringing you the world debut of the amazing new videos.
So over the next 3 days, we'll premiere the return of the Stick Figure Spotlight, plus Teemo versus Lee Sin, and more.
And now that you got a handle on all the amazing that's going down during this All-Star Weekend, let's take a tour of the Shanghai Grand Stage and meet everyone who will be guiding you through this 3-day event. Hello, everybody. Let's send it over to Shox, who's standing by to reveal some incredible All-Star hardware.
Thank you very much, Riv. Now, I'm Evje Shox supporter, and I am here on the main stage, where I'm standing by the gaming stations. Now, these gaming terminals, are custom designed for the League of Legends All-Stars, and they hold all the gear that our players are going to need to put on a peak performance this weekend. And one of the absolute highlights of this stage must be the 10 meters high monoliths here behind me. Now let me explain what they do real quick. During Champion Select, they will toggle the 112 available champions until one of them is locked in. Now when the draft is completed, the player and the champion he's going with, will be displayed on the monoliths behind them for all of the audience to see. They are so awesome, and you know, I actually want to get them back to Cologne once the show is over. But for now, let's go over to Joe in the interview lounge.
Thanks, Shox. I'm Joe Miller, and I'm here at the interview lounge, where all weekend long we'll be hanging out with the All-Star players and getting their take on this amazing All-Star event. Now, let's send it down to Freak, who's standing by at Replay Central.
Thanks, Joe. I'm David Freak Turley, and I'm here at Replay Central, where we're going to break down all the amazing plays, the Smite steals, the Nexus crushes, everything that tells you who won and why. Of course, we're not the only broadcast crew here. We've got China and Korea broadcasting in their native languages and to the stadium at large. It's going to be an amazing weekend, so I'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Now let's take a closer look at the All-Star Team Tournament bracket. In the first round, it's the North American LCS squad taking on the Chinese LPL All-Stars, and the Korean OGN champions taking on the European LCS All-Stars in a best-of-3 series.
So the winner of the North American versus China match will advance to take on the Garena All-Stars during day 2 of our broadcast. The losers, they're going to move down into the second round match up against the losers of the Korean OGN champions versus the European LCS All-Stars.
And the winner of that second round series will play the victor of Korea and Europe during the second semifinal match, with a trip to the League of Legends All-Star Championship match on the line.
And the team that wins this weekend's All-Star Tournament Championship will walk away with more than just the All-Star title. They'll earn their region a first-round bye and an extra spot in the 2013 World Playoffs and some Alienware PCs. But wait, there's more. The 3 teams that join the Garena All-Stars in the semifinals will also earn their spot in a top-seeded team bye in the Season 3 World Playoffs. And that bye is huge advantage because it means they don't have to play in the group stage.
And while those first round buys will be big for the region's top teams, it's the extra spot in the tournament that will have the biggest effect on the World Playoffs.
And the important thing to remember about this tournament is that 5th place and 1st place are really the only 2 spots that matter, since it's the bye or the extra slot in the championship. And, you know, these leagues are also competitive that it will really matter. Korea and North America in particular have 4 different teams represented. So these guys will really not only be playing for their regions, but they're playing for their own chance at the World Finals.
And of course, all weekend long, you can go to lolesports.com. You can vote for the team that you think will bring home the All-Star Team title. Plus, you'll also be able to check out our exclusive behind-the-scenes photos, watch all the teams via the VODs, and keep everything up to date of what is going on here in Shanghai. It's going to be a great weekend, guys. Don't forget, lolesports.com.
And after you're done checking out the site, hit us up on Twitter and ask us pretty much anything, because during this All-Star weekend, if you've got a question for any of your favorite LCS casters or players, drop us a line at LolEsports on Twitter. Use the hashtag All-Star, and we'll do our best to answer as many of your questions as we can.
And coming up later today, the North American LCS All-Stars will be making their debut against the Chinese LPL squad in the first All-Star Team tournament matchup.
And now for more North American LCS Team and All-Star Weekend, let's send it over to Freakin' Joe over at the interview lounge.
Thanks very much, D-Man. Right now, we're happy to be joined by North American All-Star top laner, Dyrus. Dyrus, you're coming in here. It's a really, really big weekend for you. What does the All-Star weekend mean to you?
It means a lot because we definitely have a lot to prove. And if we pull off a win, it'll be massive because it'll just like up the NA scene as a whole.
So you guys have obviously done a lot of training. You've been staying in the Curse Mansion to get everything, you know, nailed down and ready for this tournament. How's that gone for you so far? I mean, who have you been training against? How has it been going in terms of results?
Right now, we've all got along, and it feels like we're cheating because we have a coach and an analyst and a TV to look at. I've never seen so much preparation for any match of my entire career. Like, we never prepared this much for a match. And when you have an analysis and you have replays and you have a coach, like, it really, really does feel like you have 7 people on your team. And, you know, problems get fixed right away. Even though there was a short amount of time to practice, it was very, very efficient practice.
What was the sort of best thing about playing with a sort of, so you normally play with Team Solo Mid, what was sort of the best thing about playing with a sort of all-star squad of new players?
Everyone, like, after the first game, like, everyone just knows what to do. Like Saint said before, if he says go to Dragon, everyone just knows what to do. You don't really have to explain, like, through them. Like, we all are very, very good players in NA, and like there's less time used, and everything just goes so smoothly. We can like explore things, what works like stronger with our team, what team comps, some strong player picks for each player, and it's good.
Your first game is going to be against the Chinese LPL All-Stars. Now, they've got somewhat of a different mix to you guys. They've got 3 players from Team WE and 2 players from IG. Do you think that gives them an advantage, or is that maybe even a disadvantage having, you know, 2 almost half teams in there?
It's kind of both because they've been practicing for like 2 weeks plus, and I know WE and IG have some conflicts with each other, so there might be some internal conflicts if something goes wrong. So maybe we're hoping for that to like backfire on them. But as a strength, like we all can speak English, they all can speak Chinese, and there's Koreans. Then the European team is going to have some language barriers. So, you know, there's some advantages and disadvantages all around.
So moving past the China match as well, how do you think you're going to do throughout the entire weekend? What's your prediction for finish?
Wow. I'm just going to go with the favorites because, like, it's China, Korea, Europe, and then us. Like, that's the favorites, but we're looking for an upset. But other than that, that's what I would predict.
So coming up next, we've got the skill matchups. Now, you already played your first round game. You unfortunately lost that one. Talk us through it. And it's a completely different mindset, of course, than playing in a 5v5 game. What are your thoughts and what are the primary targets going into a game like that?
1 versus 1, like, you don't even have to like blue pill, and you can pick whatever champion you want. You can just shove up the lane, push up tower, start with a Doran's item. Like, you don't go for the late game. There's 100 CS, first kill, first tower. That you could probably go Heimer. Like, I went Soraka versus Kennen. You should probably ban Kennen in that because it's pretty like OP, and it's pretty ridiculous. And by playing that map, it's like a fresh breath of air. It's a different game, and I feel like a lot of people are going to enjoy it.
All right, Darius, thank you very much for your time, and of course, good luck to you in your matches throughout the weekend. Guys, let's head back over to the desk with Riv, D-Man, and Jet.
Thank you very much, Freak. And the fans continuing to pour into the Shanghai Stadium and the grand stage. We're just moments away from officially kicking off the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. And then it's time for the best dual lanes on Earth to fight it out in the 2v2 skills competition. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. We'll be right back.
joined by European LCS All-Star mid laner Alex Ich. Alex, the first question I want to ask you is how confident are you coming into this matchup?
So we're pretty confident about this matchup. I would say that Korean is one of the hardest, if not the hardest opponent, but still I think that our team is good, and I really like Sauce and Yellow Pit, and I got to my teammates, so I think that we can do it.
So the European team has got one distinct disadvantage that all the other regions don't have, which is not one single player in the team, not one single one of you guys is speaking their mother tongue in-game. Obviously, we've got 3 Russians in there, we've got 1 German and 1 Frenchman. How is that? How does that work out for you?
So I think that we all are speaking English, and it's fine, because in the game you need only basics like go, kill, and I think that the only problem that at least I have, sometimes I can't understand what Sauce is saying, because his French English is really hard for me.
So then how has been practicing with the team? How's practicing with these guys?
I really liked it. I really like Sauce because he speaks a lot. He does some shots, some calls, and he plays really good. He's an aggressive player, and he's really plays a lot of heroes. He's good at 1 versus 2. So I think that we got really good synergy surrounding the team. We got some problems with the team fights, but I still think that that should be fine.
So how did you decide to do things in the end? Because you are 3 Gambit members at the end of the day, with a new AD carry, with a new top laner in there. From your point of view, was it, okay, we play as Gambit here, and we have Soaz and Yellow Pete taking those roles away from Genja and Darian?
So I think that Yellow Pete and Genja are similar, like passive AD carries that I carried by their support. And as for Sauce and Darian, I would say that I think that Sauce is playing really good, and this Darian, I think they got really different play styles. So I think that there will be more unexpected Gambit than the Gambit you see every day.
So coming into this, I kind of want to ask this question because you're all All-Stars. You all got voted in as the best player in your position. From your experience, who is the single All-Star of your team?
What?
Who is the All-Star of the European All-Star team? Who is the best member of your team?
That's not a polite question, and I don't want to answer it.
I think the answer is Edward.
Edward
gets the most kills of the team.
We should say Edward.
Okay. All right, well, there you go. Edward, the All-Star here. Alex, thank you very much for your time in the interview. Let's send it back over to the desk with Riv, Jat, and D-Man.
This weekend, we'll be answering all of your Twitter questions for us, the casters, as well as letting you ask the questions directly to the players. So keep those tweets coming. We're at LOL Esports, #Allstar. Now let's send it down to Shox, who's in the middle of 8,000 very loud, very excited League of Legends fans.
Thank you very much, Riv. It's an amazing sight standing here and watching the great stage, and all of the 8,000 fans, all the 8,000 fans in the stadium right here. Straight ahead. And 8,000 fans right here are going to see this amazing stage. And I've seen a lot of fans for World Elite and IG, but I've also seen a Fnatic shirt, someone wearing an Uncle Sam hat. So there's definitely a lot of people rooting for all of the best players that will be performing here today. It's going to be amazing. They're also waiting for the games to get underway. So let's get back to our desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. Before we get into today's first matches, we have a little something called the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend Opening Ceremony. So stick around, because the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend is about to kick off. We'll be right back live from the Shanghai Grand Stadium in China right after this. 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from the Shanghai Grand Stage in China. We're just moments away from the opening ceremony and the official introduction of the 5 All-Star teams competing in this weekend's tournament.
Coming into this huge weekend of gaming, what are you guys most excited to see?
I'm really just most excited to see how the All-Stars mesh together on the same team and how that affects their play styles. I mean, we heard Alex each already talking about how it's basically Gambit Gaming with a little spice with SOAS. I think that's the most simplistic of the team's play styles.
I've been
supercharged.
Yeah.
Is I believe the phrase
supercharged Gambit.
Around. Supercharged Gambit.
I've been super interested to see what can really come from the North American team because the community themselves are saying, what can these guys do? They practice the most. You saw what Dyrus just said, and it's pretty bolstering to what they could bring.
And I know a lot of people have been saying North American team might just be like a supercharged CLG. Let Doublelift farm up and then go for it. But in listening to some of those NA interviews, a lot of people are saying Scar is the rock everyone holds on to in case they're feeding because he will always get his farm. He'll never carry, but he'll always be consistent. And to me, that's usually Dyrus' role, so we don't really know what's going to happen with that.
But, I mean, they're the LCS teams, but just think of the other teams that are there, the Korean All-Stars. You know, there's such a mix of players in that team that actually when the votes came out, it was really hard to say that guy in that position because there's so many people that missed out.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, but before we get into the matches, we've got to kick this All-Star Weekend off right. So let's send it down to the stage for the 2013 League of Legends All-Star opening ceremony.
What happens the next few days, there's no regrets.
I'm so proud to be like North American All-Star. There's no reason that we shouldn't be able to win, and it would like really prove to the world that North America doesn't suck.
We're on their home turf, so you take out the home team, then that's just good for us.
Winning's the reason why I'm here. Like, it's cool to be elected and stuff like that, but like, I want to win.
At first, I also thought win or lose, it's going to be a fun match to watch. But on second thought, I just want to like crush them all into the ground.
And ladies and gentlemen, your North American LCS All-Stars.
And there's a lot of doubt coming in for the North American team into the scene. The world thinks that North America could be the weakest team, but we know that North America is out with something to prove, and they've practiced harder than any other team.
And you heard Dyrus right there, that they're out to prove something. They want to crush them into the ground. It's not just a fun trip to Shanghai. They want to win.
And they're getting a pretty warm reception here, too, in China. These guys are definitely known.
And up next, we are going to have the European LCS All-Stars.
I was really happy when I was elected to All-Star team. It's just one of the best feelings when you are inspired by the crowd, when people root for you.
To get that many people to want you to play here is just an honor in itself, and then obviously being the one who actually does it, another one.
Я думаю, того, что меня уже выбрали, этого недостаточно. Надо показать свою лучшую игру на турнире и как бы победить и все.
Gentlemen, after 10 grueling weeks, these are your European LCS All-Stars.
3 parts Gambit gaming as well. We are saying supercharged Gambit. I mean, the biggest adjustments these guys are going to have to make is playing in English instead of Russian.
Absolutely, and these guys, you know, they're all-stars. They've all been in League of Legends for many years, and these guys know exactly what is expected from them for the European scene.
And we know how strong they are, and they got pretty good chances.
So up next, it is going to be the Southeast Asian team, the All-Stars from Garena.
So I'm very excited to be in All-Stars because I get to meet and play against the best players in the world. I really want to win this tournament.
我觉得我们有信心会赢这个比赛，我们都很期待他们的表现。
I was very surprised at first when I was picked, and I want to thank all my fans.
I'm very happy my fans voted for me. Thank you guys for your support.
我们有信心可以100%获胜。
Coming into this with 3 members from the Season 2 World Championship, the Garena All-Stars.
And coming into this, a lot of people have forgotten about the Garena All-Star team, as happened with TPA before the Season 2 World Championships. The world here cannot underestimate this team again because they really are coming in maybe as favorites with the bye in the first round from last year's championship.
Absolutely, already in the semi-final. They are a top team, not to be doubted. But up next, it's going to be the Korean OGN champions, the All-Stars.
한국 국가대표로 복귀되었으니까 이제 우승은 꼭 하고 싶고요.
그냥 우승하러 온 것 같아요.
국가대표로서 그냥 무조건 이겨야 된다? 그냥 이런 생각이 지금 저한테 지배적인 것 같아요.
근데 일단 대회에 대한 사명감 같은 롤드컵 티켓 한 장이 더 늘어난다는 게 한국을 위해서 빛낼 수 있다는 게 일단 기분 좋고 그래서 꼭 이길 생각입니다.
The best team playing, really one of the all-star of the all-star teams, Korean OGN champions.
Just for general star power, this has to be one of the most stacked teams in this event. 4 different teams represented for the Korean OGN Champions All-Stars. Some would argue they're coming from the most competitive League of Legends league in the world.
Absolutely, it just shows the depth that really the Korean scene has right now. They're really all stars, as it were. But up next, it's going to be the hometown favorites. It's the Chinese LPL All-Stars.
我会争取这个机会在世界上证明我的能力。
我觉得心情非常激动吧，能被选做全明星选手，我觉得非常的荣幸。
毕竟这次比赛是在中国的主场，就是会有很多支持我们的粉丝。
我相信我们这次，一定不会让大家失望。
谢谢。
Really, the powerhouses of China for the last couple years. It's going to be about them coming together to make this one work for the home crowd.
And we heard Dyrus sort of hoping, and actually there has been discussions that WE and IG don't really get on. They are intense rivals, but you know, we were out to dinner with these guys. They get on very well. They really are a team right now.
We're just going to have to wait and see. The first match of the best of threes will be China versus North America, so that's really just huge, amazing powerhouses. First, what is the underdog?
Absolutely. And with all of this happening, when we find the underdog, they're all all-stars. These guys are going to have the top-notch play right out of the gate.
And to be fair, there is no underdog because they are all-stars. They are all stars. That is a fact. The secret is in the name. You know, these guys, the North American team have been around probably the longest than anyone, and yet they're classed as the underdogs. It's crazy.
I know, and I mean, a lot of times people would say that the European scene is also incredibly strong. Every single scene will say they're the ones that have the best chance in a lot of these cases, and this whole weekend is going to be really just regions battling out against each other. It's going to be so key how the teams actually work together, though, and not necessarily the overall strength of everything.
And you have to think of how they've practiced. They've had to practice against either their dismantled teams or other teams, and they are the all-stars. So how much competition have they really been up against?
Well, that's it, and you actually have to argue really who they've been practicing with. We know Chinese team have been practicing against OMG, who are the second team in the LPL right now, and yet there's not a single member there, but they are a really strong team.
And a lot of people near the end of the LPL season were saying that OMG was the strongest team in the LPL, so the fact that they've been able to use them as practice partners could be very good for them.
All right, well, it's time to start the All-Star Games, and up first, it's going to be the skills competition tournaments. The rules of these showdowns are simple. 2 men enter the magma chamber, 1 man leaves.
So before the match begins, each player can ban up to 3 champions. Then they'll have blind pick the champion of their choice. So yes, that means there could be mirror matches.
When the match begins, each player will spawn in with 475 gold and start at level 1. Then after 30 seconds, the minions will spawn.
And there are 3 ways to win these skill matches. Draw first blood, destroy the first tower, or kill 100 minions. Do any of these 3, and you move on to the next round.
And today we'll be starting with the 2v2 competition, which has a couple tweaks to the rules. Instead of 2 men entering the manga chamber, it'll be 4. And instead of first blood, it'll be the first team to get 2 kills. And yes, you can kill the same player twice.
Yep, and with the winners, the All-Star skill competitions will walk away with more than just the title. They'll also receive some killer PCs from Alienware.
Now, let's take a closer look at the brackets. For our first 2 skill tournaments, the 2v2 and the junglers. And while the All-Star Weekend officially starts today, yesterday the skills tournament kicked off the playoff matches, or the play-in matches, I should say, in the 2v2 competition. China's Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao, unfortunately for Europe, they took down Yellow Pete and Edward, which leads us to today's games.
Today's first match between the 2v2 All-Stars will feature North America's Doublelift NX Special taking on the Garena All-Stars Chawi and Mistake. And then it's Chinese LPL All-Stars Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao facing off against Prey and Mad Life from the Korean OGN champions.
And later today, the junglers will face off, beginning with North America's St. Vicious taking on the OGN's Insect, followed by the winner of Thursday's play-in game, China's Troll, taking on Europe's Diamond.
So for more of these skill showdowns, let's bring Freak and Joe into the conversation.
Hey, thanks very much, guys. What I really am looking forward to is actually the 2v2 you mentioned, because you've got Mad Life, who is like this world-renowned support player who's ludicrously good that everyone's a big fan of. And you've got, on the other side, the AD carry Wei Zhao, who everyone is like, yeah, he's like the best AD carry in the world. And so you've got like the best in the world versus the best in the world. And I'm curious, are supports or AD carries really the dominant force in that lane?
And that's the interesting thing about this, right? Because although this is a 2v2, what we would normally say a dual lane, an AD carry support lane, they're not forced to play an AD carry and a support. We've seen it already in the play-in rounds earlier on. I think Annie Sona was, or Annie Lulu actually was one of the lanes that we saw in there. There's a lot of different options for these two teams to be going up with, and really interested to see what becomes, you know, strong and prevalent throughout these skill matches.
It's the same with the junglers as well, right? Like, you're going to see, like, Kennen picked up, and it's not really jungle Kennen. You're not forced to take Smite or anything, but they're going to be really interesting all the same.
Yeah, definitely going to be some fantastic stuff coming up our way. I mean, the 2v2s, like you said, some star 2v2 lanes. Well, you're at the All-Stars after all. But the 1v1's going to be absolutely brilliant, guys.
All right, so guys at the desk, take it away. Give us some games.
All right, now let's bring it back to the 2v2 matches here with Europe's Yellow Pete and Edward eliminated. The field is down to 4 teams. North America's Doublelift and Xpecial, the Green All-Stars Chowie and Mistake, OGN's Prey and Mad Life, and China's Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao. Which of these 4 duos do you guys think have the best chance to win the 2v2 skills competition?
This one is just so incredibly hard to call, but the big thing we have to keep in mind as well is even though it's 2v2s, none of these guys have actually played together for more than just the All-Star game practice. We never got an AD carrying support from the exact same team voted in. So a lot of it's just going to match down to who plays some of the offbeat champions. You don't necessarily have a support who's practiced Annie, but if you're a really good Annie or a really good Kennen, that's going to be great to bring out in a 2v2 situation.
Yeah, and what we saw already from the first game, if you guys haven't checked it out, I think it's going to be on lolesports.com, maybe today, maybe it already is on there, I'm not too sure, but it's 2 Blitzcranks. Edward and Mad Life, Zhao Zhao, sorry, going with the Blitzcranks. This time it could be Zhao Zhao and Mad Life with the Blitzcranks. I'm that excited about it. I'm starting to mess my words up. But Annie was used by Wei Zhao. Annie played AD Annie. That's crazy.
And just the fact that we could get mirror Blitzcranks, we could get 2 Shens in one game.
Yeah,
it would be absolutely insane.
The chat would go wild.
It might be a little crazy, but I just really want to see how these teams start attacking the 2v2 matchup, because anything could happen.
And of course, the 4 remaining 2v2 teams all have one thing in common. They've never played together before this weekend. And while developing a new relationship can be a lot of work, it can also be a lot of fun when it's time to start blasting away.
So AD carry, they're the glass cannon of the team. And my job as a supporter is to load up the cannonballs onto the cannon.
这次我和微笑的配合的话，就是我会就蛮大的期望嘛，就是也挺开心的，因为现在微笑也是在中国也是公认中国第一 ADC， 然后在世界上的名气也非常大，就是因为我也认可他的实力非常强，所以应该是蛮开心的。
사실 메라 형이랑 듀오가 처음이고 제가 프로가 아니었을 때 메라 형이랑 좀 많이 하고 싶어 했고 이번에 많이 연습을 몇 번 해봤는데 정말 잘하시기 때문에 우시타전이 많이 기대됩니다.
So none of the other bottom lanes here are from the same team either, so it's pretty much going to be interesting to see for all of them how well they blend together.
就是我比较喜欢玩凶狠一点，就是在链上比较凶。那 Mistake 就会跟我一起打，所以我们会打得不错。
Sometimes I speak Russian with Pete.
Not that I understand it or anything.
Xpecial's really good. He's really experienced. I feel like our bot lane is probably the strongest in All-Stars.
이번 올스타전 많이 기대돼요.
You know, it's amazing to see. We're at the All-Star tournament, but there's still, like, Prey. He's like, I've always wanted to play with Mad Life. He is an All-Star in my eyes. These guys still look up to these players so much, but now playing alongside them.
And meanwhile, Mad Life was just kind of staring into the camera. It's like, yeah, he was impressed by my skill.
Some big, bold words by Doublelift at the end there saying, yeah, we got the strongest bot lane of all of the teams here.
Bold claims by Doublelift.
Bold
Nothing
claims.
new.
Nothing new there.
We'll see if they can load the cannonballs on and fire away when the matches come to time. Now let's take a look at our first 2v2 competitors. Starting on the blue side, representing the North American LCS All-Stars, from Counterlogic Gaming, it's Doublelift at AD carry. And from Team Solo Mid, at support, we have Xpecial.
And on the red side, representing the Garena All-Stars, it's the Singapore Sentinels Chowie at AD carry. And on support from the Azubu Snipers, Mistake.
All right, the All-Star teams are just about ready to jump into Champion Select, so that means it's time for you guys to make your final predictions.
At least for this match, if you're basing it off what Doublelift said, then you have to go with North America. Just if they have the strongest
lane,
then
ever.
They're in.
But that's a pretty bold claim right there. I mean, in itself, that yes, don't get me wrong, Doublelift is really one of the key players of CLG, and I can understand he's alongside Xpecial. Xpecial from TSM, they just won the league. Or effectively won the spring split.
Right.
Let's not get carried away yet, guys.
And that was also with Xpecial having to swap really streams of AD carries he was playing with mid-season. So we only had a couple weeks to gel with Wild Turtle. And first week they got a Pentakill with him in support. So he's obviously able to adapt to new players. And Doublelift of any of the AD carries in North America could be one of the strongest ones for him to adapt to.
Yeah, I mean, what are you thinking, Riv? What are we seeing from this one? Because this is effectively the first time that you guys at home are also going to see this. Because, you know, it's the first time for us really casting it. We've done it before, but never with this many people here in attendance, because this is going to be pretty crazy.
I'm stoked. We're kind of in the learning experience too. This is the Magma Chamber. We haven't been doing 1v1s on these, so we're about to learn with these guys how hard it is to go in, what the mentality is. We heard Freak talking to Dyrus. What do you do going in? And Dyrus kind of knew that he made a mistake in the beginning. You know, there's no backing, there's no this. I should have played it differently. So these guys are also still learning.
A lot of these guys just like to run back to the base, which is one of the reasons Kennon's actually so strong, because the Lightning Rush creates so much distance between the base.
And banned.
And it's probably a smart ban. Oh, man.
I mean, these are obvious bans. So from the little we've seen of this, is generally the AD carriers that tend to get targeted, especially the Dravens. Anything that's really strong at the start of the game, because you can get an easy level 1 kill of these guys.
Yeah, level 2, level 3 kills we saw a lot of yesterday. When we check out some of the VODs that are online, we saw...
If that's not targeted at yesterday, I don't know what it is. Blitzcrank, Kennen, and Annie were all used yesterday.
Yep.
And remember, the guys, these are blind picking. They can't see what each other done. They know what they've banned. They can't see what is coming out. It does surprise me that Varus actually snuck through, but he's gone for Thresh. Thresh is locked.
That's the first lock-in, right? I really want to see.
We're waiting.
I really want to see this Heimerdinger actually get locked in. What would you do against a Heimerdinger?
It's so strong in a 2v2 because there's, you don't need to worry about a jungler coming down at you. You just need to think, I'm just going to poke you with rockets. It's going to be really annoying.
And it's obviously blind pick too, so these guys can't see what they're going against. But if you were to pick like a Darius Thresh into a Heimerdinger, you wouldn't be able to outrange the rockets in any situation.
Oh, Siva's been locked.
Oh man.
Siva Lulu. So that's actually fairly standard partnership.
Press our comps.
We did see Lulu before though, and technically in the test games we had with the North American scene, Lulu was one of the strongest in there.
Lulu was real strong, but look at this. Like someone said, totally normal lanes.
Totally normal lanes.
And they don't have to, right? We came in here saying this. It could be anything. It could be Bruiser. It could be a crowd control lockdown, but they have gone to regular.
Yeah, so, I mean, what are you thinking? If you could go 2v2, any champion out there, 2 guys, it could be any brand, which we've seen working in that bottom lane.
Bring the heat to the Magma Chamber.
Exactly, Riv. I was setting you up nicely for that one there.
Good one, Riv.
Didn't have it. Freak would be proud.
But what would you think? I mean, would you go with something that's just crazy strong from level 1, or just something that you're gonna hang on? I always had level 6. I mean, level 6 is a long stretch in a straight 2v2 when only 2 kills need to be made or 100 CS.
I always had in the back of my mind that the extra passive champions would be a way to play it. The Anivia, the Zac, to be able to come back after they've used all of that hard aggression. But we'll see as we
We're gonna get to see right away. I wonder if they're actually gonna be able to use this brush here, because it's so far off onto the side of these lanes that, you know, Thresh does have the catch potential in these ones, but it's going to be so hard to actually create any kind of kills.
So this is the first time you guys at home have seen the Magma Chamber, and as you can see, it's a pretty short map, as you would expect. It's a setup for a straight dueling map. It's actually quicker to walk back to base than it is to back off. You can see, obviously, the North American team, they're trying to set up a little surprise here. It's not really working out.
Surprise creeps! Oh, man. Doran's start is actually kind of interesting, though, considering there's a Crystalline Flask on Mistake. So any harassing special double take, they're going to have to run back in base to go give that stuff up.
And this is something that we actually heard of yesterday from the matches that happened. Edward they were trying to keep the pressure on, but you could see the clever people. Oh, see, he's backing. He hasn't tested it. You can run back quicker, but maybe he's trying to bait them.
Yeah, is he really backing?
Bait the hook.
One of those recall baits. There's not much to do in between the creep waves, it seems.
Already popping the flask as well on Mistake, so they're just trying to keep topped off his
barriers and heals.
Oh, there it is, Mistake. He's got 2 blights on him. Can they get the piercing arrow? Waiting for the exhaust. The flash down goes in. Coming to right away.
Just like that, Double Lift said it himself, the strongest partnership. Well, he's happy with that, and that really worked very well for them.
Oh my gosh. He's like, did that just, are we done?
It's over. Is that actually over, guys? That easy? Come on.
They are in the final now. They are in the final, North America.
Look at the matchup right away. Aggression versus we have to wait till we get that damage, and they used it off the bat.
That game was 1 minute and 47 seconds.
And this is why I was surprised that Varus got through, because that was one of the #1 bans we saw. Because it's so strong, early level 1. It's insane. The hail of arrows, and then like you said, you got to get that long range arrow. Once you hit level 2, you are going to get sniped.
And they were bringing, I think, double ignite with 1 exhaust and 1 barrier versus like heals and barriers. And they just blew right through the heals and barriers. That kind of answers your question, what do you go for early game? Obviously North America, with the double Dorans especially too, because when they went into the straight up fight, they just had more combat effect.
And it was that flay at the start, the flay from Thresh.
Oh my gosh.
Set that up, no problem.
So much damage. And we thought it was a bait, right? We saw Chowie walk back, and then it was kind of like, oh dear, wait, this is going a little more awry. And great play coming in from Double Lift as well. He walked off the exhaust and then fired that piercing arrow.
That was rather fast, I have to say. Like, we're not sure what to expect. That was obviously nonstop action right from the start. I think we're going to see a couple slower ones, but...
Well, I mean, just going off really what happened in the play-ins, some of them actually did hit level 6. There was ultimates getting used in there. But we've also seen some, and as you guys at home have maybe seen from the Best Ribbon NA, I mean, Cutie Pie going in before the minions even spawn.
Yeah, and the next one is going to be, since that was NA,
it's going to be, it's Mad Life and Prey now versus Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao. It's a scary matchup next.
I don't even know what's going to happen. Like, we saw the standard things. I don't think we're going to see standard picks from the next guys.
No, I don't think so, because we've already seen Blitzcrank and Annie coming out from Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao, so, which is why we saw banned straight away there by North America, actually. So they may be going to cook up something new here for this one. And, you know, I was talking to her at the start. What do you go for? Do you go for something that can sit back, bit of poke, maybe a Jace, maybe in there, something like that? You know, get to level 2, those acceleration shock blasts are going to hurt.
Yeah, because another way you can actually win is at 100 minion kills. Yeah. You had about 3 in the last game. It's going right off the bat. But I feel like that would be a pretty good way to go in if you went super passive. You brought like the heal barrier that we saw from what the Garena All-Stars tried to do and just did get all in at level 1 or 2.
So what level did we have coming in there? What level were they?
They were level 2, I think.
So Spell Shield wasn't even effective for a Sivir choice.
No, I don't think he would have even skilled it up at that point.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our second 2v2 semi-final skill competition matchup. Let's meet the players. So, on the blue side, it is going to be representing the Chinese LPL All-Stars, of course. It is Wei Zhao at AD carry from Team WE, and at support, it is IG's Zhao Zhao.
And on the red side, representing the Korean OGN champions, it's Najin Swords Prey at AD carry, and at support from CJ Entis Frost, it's Mad Life.
So, coming into this matchup, the 2v2 lane, who do you think is going to have the advantage? I mean, you already think that Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao have already played this. So maybe the advantage, they've beaten Edward and Yellow Pete. It's got to be with them.
They've definitely practiced it. I'd say that would be the initial advantage, but that doesn't necessarily take into account what people like they call the god, Mad Life.
Mad Life.
Snap, 80% of the All-Star vote in Korea. He could always swing it.
You've got to take Blitz and Thresh away from him, surely, because that's scary.
I feel like it's gone.
Yeah.
How is it though, because Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao both saying they were kind of on that same level, with Prey almost maybe taking commands during the 1v1 for Mad Life. How do you think that would work out?
It could go a couple of ways, obviously. Because if he's too passive with Mad Life, then they're not going to be able to make the decisions at the same time.
Right.
You really do have to be on the same page with kind of like one guy calling the shots. So if it's in a relationship like that, I'd say it would be good for Prey and Mad Life. But if he's just kind of a puppy dog following Mad Life around, it's not going to work at all.
Not going to work as well.
What if you went with like a cheese? So you could go double support, you could go double AD, or you could go double AP. Or just, I mean, you're not going to go bruises because you're not going to be able to go all in. Really,
probably not.
You wouldn't have thought
probably
so.
Not.
But double support, you think like a Soraka and some other really annoying. So the Soraka Sona. That's actually pretty good poke and sustain.
Yeah, when we were talking about this yesterday, I was saying I want to see like a Sona Lulu.
Yeah.
If I was playing this map, that's kind of what I would just try to go with straight off the bat. Just heal up, be a jerk,
continue
stay
to poke
range,
all day,
clear the waves, and if they don't kill you, you just win by minion kills because you shove it to their tower constantly.
And you got to consider that ridiculous range on the short map, super short.
And the lane is really short too.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of the players have been talking about.
Well, from that point of view, you could also say Oriana Ari, land that charm, get the burst down quick, and you could pop someone fast.
Or was that Oriana Ari?
Yeah, something crazy like that. I'm not too sure. I mean,
Yeah.
Ari, I'm
Just trying to
thinking
think.
just because of the charm, and obviously,
Yeah.
if you land that at level 1, you pull that at level 1, that's probably someone dead if you've got something strong to back it up.
Yeah, any time of just catch to try to kill them.
Right.
So Ari's charm, obviously Blitzcrank, Thresh. Leona's going all in if you try to go with something like that. Annie obviously has a stun on command, so any type of those random skill shot champions.
We see a lot of shields as well. Any champion that can bring a shield to the table on top of the barrier you're having, or the Thresh last time, as well as the Lulu, so you throw the shield around if you need it.
Yeah, it's going to be a scary, scary thing, and well, it's going to be a scary matchup. You can see them setting up there. There is Mad Life on your screen with Prey in the background. Of course, Mad Life from CJ enters Frost, Prey in Najin's sword, and well, Frost are in the semi-finals again. They always seem to be there or thereabouts when the OGN Champions comes around. But on the other hand, you've got IG top of the Chinese LPL, so you've got Zhao Zhao in there. That Wei Zhao playing alongside FZZF normally, but Zhao Zhao, is that an improvement? Is that a step down? I mean, IG won the league.
Yeah, I think it's a difference, really, for Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao. Because Zhao Zhao and the rest of IG is way more aggressive team, just generally by WE. Usually, like, Wei Zhao is an aggressive farmer, an aggressive harasser, but he's really just looking to get that 300 minion kills early on. That lane will be pretty interesting based on the difference of the teams that they're playing on. Super aggression and super passivity.
And something interesting we haven't really touched on either is, we did see Kennen banned out, but the energy to, to Fury, to whatever, to Rage, what resource do they have and what champions are they choosing in that sense?
Well, it didn't really matter in that last game because they didn't have time to run out of mana.
I don't think anybody ran out of mana. And that early flash was almost a tell that they were going to try to be aggressive right away, the use, because he was full health.
And as soon as they saw the flash, they just decided to go all in.
Hey.
Yeah.
But to get back to that OGN Champions thing, you got to say, Mad Life's been in every single OGN Champions final. Because
MIG,
Frost is just absolutely, or now CJ Entis, sorry. They've changed titles a few times. Totally consistent. So, I mean, sure, it's the All-Star game, and a lot of these guys, especially the Chinese guys, could have the nerves coming through to them.
Yeah.
But
this is a big crowd. I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's some pretty impressive shots going around this crrowd. I'm seeing some fancy lights going on in some of these
WE's
places.
over there.
IG and WE. That's definitely the supporters club up there. I don't think I've ever seen some little day glow signs like that. You don't see what they are that they're holding up, whether they're just straight neon or whether they're actually on like some sort of
little dot LEDs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of them just say LOL. Other ones say IG or WE. That is just...
I love being thrown around.
That is awesome.
That is the team section. 3 members of
North
WE
America, the gauntlet has been thrown down to you guys now. No more are just standard signs of good enough. And now suddenly WE is springing up all around the place. I'm seeing it taking up across the crowd. Crazy. I love this place. I love this place. I love these big stadium crowds we get at League of Legends. And you know when you've made it, when the big crowds are starting to make it like this, and see these players on stage is just fantastic. And you heard it when the Chinese team came out. They're going to be playing North America lately. And North America got a pretty good crowd cheer themselves. But wow, that cheer for the Chinese team, you certainly know where you are.
8,000 people in the Shanghai Grand stage in the stadium here are just rooting for these teams. We saw the upper deck there, but it's going to be Prey and Mad Life now, or not, rather, coming in.
Yeah, and we know, at least sometimes in traditional sports, being with your home crowd and getting the energy behind you can be really a good thing to boost your team. And I wonder in esports now that we really have a big, full crowd here behind the Chinese team, whether that will be a hindrance or will it help them? Because sure, you can get the energy to fill it in, but how much does that actually help you execute precise movements within League of Legends?
Exactly.
I'm not sure.
I mean, it's an adrenaline dump effectively, and how does that work? Controlling a mouse and a keyboard, you get an adrenaline dump, it gives you the shakes.
Yeah, sure, an adrenaline jump will let you jump, a couple inches higher, but was it going to let you land a skill shot?
When your hand's like that and you're trying to move a mouse,
That's definitely played in front. I mean, we've seen the Chinese LPL stage. Those guys have a really nice studio. I'm sure they're used to playing in front of a crowd now. They're just finished week 10 of their season. We know the OGN champions, they've played in front of 8,000, 9,000 people before. So as amazing and epic as this is, I've never actually seen this dense of a population inside of one arena, but they should be used to it.
It's definitely warming up in here as well. I mean, Shanghai itself, it's pretty hot right now. We're in I don't even know what the season is because it's obviously very different from North America and Europe, the seasons that they have over in this side of the world. It's a different continent entirely, but it's definitely warm. It's definitely warm and humid. And these guys, well, it's going to be hot and sticky on that stage.
Yeah.
Under them stage lights, under that pressure, I mean, you talked about it, yeah, they've been in this situation, but they've never been in a straight-up 2v2. You've always had 3 of the members or 4 of the members that you can blame and go, yeah, I did my job, but that guy over there, I'm not sure
if only
about
we had
him.
some ganks, like clearly they were pushed to our turret
Where's the
whole
juggler
time.
when you need him?
And what to think after seeing a minute 47 2v2 go off. We would have thought these would be longer, but that absolutely out the gates because it's going to set these guys probably on their heels for the first bit, like you said.
I'm thinking this is going to be a little bit longer than the last one.
Yeah.
Bold claim.
Okay. Okay. Well, as we talked about, you can't let Blitzcrank and Thresh through, and well, Wei Xiao and Zhao Zhao thought the exact same. They banned them straight out. Annie being taken out, that actually got took away from Wei Xiao, which is a weird thing to say.
Yeah, well, were they the ones that ran the
They ran AD Annie, yeah.
So they've definitely played that stuff before. They're still banning out some AD carries and supports. I wonder if they just think there's a little bit of cheese that they'd be able to run and then be going for more.
Well, Kennan's still in there.
I think they're trying to squeeze it out for one side here.
We'll see. I mean, it's as we talked about, they're not just limited to playing AD carries and supports. They can pull anything out of the table. This is why it's actually so hard to predict. And it's just a little fun for you guys at home. It's fun for us as well.
But they are, you know, focusing some of the AD carries out that would give you trouble. They can kind of be a pest as well. Short lanes, you don't want any invisibility.
I wanted to see Twitch.
Yeah.
Come on. Like, that's Prey's main AD carry.
We actually haven't seen too much use of the bush in general.
Not at all.
Chamber yet, even in the play-ins.
Here's a setup. Victor and Ari.
That'll be good.
That'll be good.
I want to see Victor.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty big Victor fan.
Pretty big Victor fan.
I feel like because I managed to actually get the vector targeting working, like I have to play the champion.
now.
Otherwise, all that effort is
I'm excited.
This is explosion coming in here from LPL.
Can we see LeBlurgot lane coming?
LeBlur.
That's possible.
Rock it out.
That's very strong early level as well.
Yeah.
Zhao Zhao's thinking of sticking standard.
Zhao Zhao does play a lot of
OGN are thinking, we are not going to stand. I'd love to see a Master Yi Alpha striking like crazy. That'd be awesome. APE.
Because it really depends.
Terror.
Yeah, I don't think you need to worry about channeling all the farm into one guy because you're not really going to be building many items. I missed that, by the way.
The Aram Terror that is. Oh,
yes.
Uh-oh, 2 cannons.
The triple Shao lane looking to lock in the cannon and the Lulu. This would be actually huge. A lot of area effect OGN, but it's more 6 oriented, so to see. He'll be playing the poke early.
One's locked.
Yeah, so Kennen
locked.
locked. That
Kennen Lulu.
That's real strong. Just
That's
early
a lot of
trades.
poke.
Like it's just super early trades and auto attack you down.
That's long range poke as well.
Same thing with me on the other edge though. If we see OGN, like it's just slightly shorter range poke if we see MF, but better all in, I'd have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. A double up early game. Crushing health and the stun from Kennen. We actually saw, who was it that beat Dyrus just because of the stun from Kennen, being able to
That was level 1
that
Shy.
on the silence. Yeah,
level
Shy.
2 rather. Level 2 they
so
did,
ridiculous great play on Kennen.
He was too far forward and so that.
Yeah.
He was too far forward and so that. But wow, it's 2 cannons, ladies and gentlemen. There is a new Twitch chat handle right there. Sorry, guys. And Ezreal is going to be alongside it. The moderators right now are going to be like, what is going on?
You're just a jerk. But double cannon, this could be the longer game. It's got to be.
This is going to be a longer game, yeah.
Because to get the 2 kills, especially when you have an Ezreal on one side.
So they're going to be starting Doran's Blades, I guess double Doran's Blades. We'll see what they're going to go with.
Yeah, it's probably going to really dictate what the game.
I'll actually say that.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do by. You can see one's already come in.
Yep.
And it is Ezreal that picked that up, so that's going to be Prey. Mad life on Kennen.
Locking down the Dorans already, so really nobody trying to sustain right away. If the burst happens, they are going to be all in for the fight.
Yeah, I mean, with double Kennen, all-ins are just super risky in this one. Summer spell-wise, they actually have mimic summer spells. There's 2 barriers, 1 exhaust on each side and 1 ignite on each side. So like,
yeah,
it's gonna be tricky.
Well, Prey was pretty famous with his Ezreal before, and famous for quoting, "What's the difference between him and Wound?" wasn't it?
That was an awesome quote.
Yeah.
Diving around.
Yeah, we use our
Which
arcane.
direction you use the arcane?
Yeah.
So we'll see how it works out for Prey in this one, because he doesn't want to be too aggressive, but those Qs, those Mystic shots, they're gonna hurt.
Yeah, double Doran's Blade.
Yeah.
But a red elixir from Zhao Zhao, so probably a little bit more aggressive.
We'll have to See what they do with. So yeah, like you said. Okay, there we go. Stain from the pot, the blue. The red elixir for Lulu. So we'll see if that works out. It's not going to be the shields for OG inside. That poke. Big, so it looks like
gonna run back.
Both ADs.
Yeah, he can do this, and this is easy enough. There's nothing to stop him.
This guy's having a great time here. The All-Star 2v2 tournament matchups. Xiao Xiao's going to try to just get CS for his side. You got to keep that up.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping him getting the CS either. He's not like particularly saving it like you normally would for your support. He's going all out. He's like, no, this is my CS.
It's going to be so long.
They keep landing on Wei Xiao. He keeps taking those skill shots, and this is actually something standard with AD carries. Skill shots, they don't tend to dodge. It's just like, my support will cover me. It's all good. I got this.
Eyes on from him. Actually, Lulu running quite a bit of AD, so getting as many pokes on as he can. 70 right off the bat for a support is definitely going to be crushing down some HP.
And he drank that red elixir right off the bat. Like, he wasn't waiting for any type of bait. He just said, yeah, we're trying to get this lead up right now.
Yeah, making sure he doesn't get stunned up as well. They keep backing off to the turret. This is actually going to give the CS swing, of course, in OGN's favor. So you can see they're already at 10 CS to 6 CS. That is something they have to consider. It is not beyond the realms of possibilities that they could hit 100 CS first or even take the turret down.
Yeah, I hope we don't see a 100 CS victory.
No, I really do.
Ta-da! They won!
Yeah, woo! So anticlimactic. Anticlimactic indeed.
So still looks like just heading for the CS right now. Bad Life getting a little aggressive here. Wei try to act onto this. Wei Xiao putting himself forward a bit.
He's out of position. They could cut him off here. Wei Xiao could use them around. Really well here. This could be Bad Life. Surely going to take it down by Xiao Xiao and Ludo. He's completely out of barrier. He's got wow, so that's one get down. Remember, they only need 2 kills. That's all they need. So that are both going to have to go back as well. Chinese LPL looking good here.
I mean, we said they've played one of these games before. That was definitely not a smart use of the brush there by Mad Life. He really cut himself off from salvation there when he went back. That's tough.
I think he was expecting Prey to back him up, and then you just saw Wei Xiao just go straight on aggression in Prey's face, so he just couldn't hold him back there. Very, very close, but they are still leading in CS, despite the fact they are 1 kill down. You can see it in the top of your screen, right in the middle. There is one death marker down, and we do see LPL backing off. Are they going to go for anything different here? They're just stacking out those pots. We do see a longsword being picked up by Prey, because obviously he had that CS advantage.
Yeah, and just to give you guys an update on what the scoreboard is actually reading, where you normally see the kills is actually the minion kills. So that's our ticker up to 100 if we're able to get there. And then the things below that are the 1 to 2 kills. When it hits 2, the game's obviously over.
Trying to keep it even. Nobody's really pressured to a turret too much. OGN did get pressed back, but they kind of hold this one out. They have 1 kill to go. LPL has been able to find one.
And that was just... OGN looks real scary. Mad Life and Prey probably want to start farming this one out. Like, they recognize they have a minion kill advantage right now and say, if we can at least hold this a little bit, then maybe...
And Mad Life can stop dying, then it would be all right. They've still got a chance. They're not out of this yet, and it does look like they're going to go straight back and buy. They're close to the lane again.
I think it's going to be real big for LPL with that Lulu 6, with what they could do in an all-in. We may see more red elixirs when that happens.
And you're absolutely right. LPL is really soaking down the red elixirs. Finally, Prey bought one on his own. I think they realized that they're really going to need that power if they ever get another all-in. Xiao Xiao's probably going back right now to pick up a second red elixir because his has already ran out. Unless... Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Even on Prey's side, grabbed one up for himself as well to come back.
So they are going to keep that pressure down. Of course, don't forget they can take the turret. Yeah, they push on. But we are already up to like 35 CS here. Ooh, they're trying to get that stun on Wei Xiao. I feel they'd have gone all in if they'd caught it.
There's one blocked. He gets the 2, looking for that W.
Wei Xiao's cannon skills coming in pretty good with all those skill shots. He's got 2 points in. So Wei Xiao, I'm trying to figure out what the cannon is. He's got 2 points in his Q, whereas Mad Life does as well. So these guys are going Q max, not W, like you see in a lot of cases.
Trying to get that burst out of that last hit when you stun someone. 5 minutes in, so we've definitely broken the 1 minute 47 we saw between NA and our last matchup, Chowie Mistake. So we'll see 32 to 37. We mentioning the CS is
back up, but they're all going to come back at the same time.
Yeah.
So there's not a great deal of an advantage right now. Red pot has been used by Prey though.
I kind of feel like if Wei Xiao hits 6 first, he'd want to go in early to try to get the second kill because this minion kill advantage is kind of holding pretty strong for the OGN champions 2v2 lane. So despite being down that kill, like if they could just draw this one out past level 6 and beyond, they'd be in pretty good shape. They're almost halfway there to 100.
I wonder if they're just going to purposely delay this one, or they're just going to go all in We do see Mad Life getting the stun down. Praise go aggressive on Wei Zhao, not going to be enough to back that up. And actually, the Summoner spells have all just popped back up, so they're going to all have barrier backup.
Zhao Zhao using these red pots pretty much every time he can to get the damage down. It's not a safety thing.
Yeah, it's almost looking like at this point, unless LPL gets another kill, they're going to lose this one, because the amount of poke that was coming down from Bray just in that last bit showed kind of how strong they were. It forced Wei Zhao back to lane, gave up even more minion kills. They're down like 12.
We should point out, these turrets are not that strong.
No,
they
got
will
real
go down quick.
Neojet, you say they're going to be stronger. OGN, you have the support still from Zhao Zhao. You don't have the burst you're going to get from either Kennen or Ez. So as it gets longer, they get in more trouble.
Yeah, I wonder whose level 6 is actually stronger. Do you want the Ezreal ultimate or the Lulu ultimate?
Right.
I think since OGN's already down a kill, the Lulu ultimate would actually help them a bit more. But if they're trying to get both of them, I actually don't know.
I think it's... We are approaching 7 minutes. That CS still about 9 in the favor of OGN. Let's see if they can do it. 1 kill, you got to remember, in the favor of LPL here.
You can see LPL is trying to figure out what they're going to do here, because it started off so well when they cornered Mad Life. They're saying, we got this, guys. Let's just kill him again. What if they don't let us kill him? I don't know.
And they actually both have very good escapes as well. Obviously, both can Arcane Shift. You know, the Kennen can lightning surge away. He has got the second Doran's Blade on there now, and the longsword. So the advantage very much in favor of Prey if they go all in aggression. And of course, they now have both hit level 6, or all 4 of them hit level 6, I should say. Look at this, OGN are purposely holding the lane here. They don't want to go too deep on the turret.
And you have to think how much you start to sweat, how reactive you have to play when that opposing team gets towards 100 CS. It's got to be tighter and tighter now for LPL.
It's almost going to force them to fight, which could be really bad running into an Ezreal right there. This might be it.
There's a double
Can't get it.
He's going to go for it. They're both going to pull their ultimates down. Prey does get stunned up, but they're on the turret. They're going to turn around. Don't forget, he's got his ultimate left here. He can go back all in, but he doesn't. They choose to back away. Summoner spells, what was used? Let's have a look. We can see that actually Zhao Zhao didn't use anything there, but Prey still has that ignite ready.
The thing is, Zhao Zhao's totally defensive on Lulu, so as far as actually getting aggressive, it's just Wei Zhao being able to get in that. And you can see right from the get-go, OGN's strat there was just to disengage entirely.
Look at the pots. It's double pots just used by Mad Life there. Red and a blue pot. They're looking to
freeze the lane with this.
And I feel like Rivington, this is your champion.
Oh my god, I love doing that. I absolutely love auto-attacking like that. You just click each minute, back and forth. It's fun.
And they're holding LPL, so what have they done? They backed off.
They're saying, you better come up here and fight us. That's what they're saying right now.
Triple Dorans and double pot.
Oh my gosh.
Double pot's being consumed by Wei Zhao. He's going to have to go on the turret here. I mean, there's only 20 CS left. It's a couple more waves. He's been stunned up here. They may go turn around for this one. There's going to be Prey. Throws out the ultimate. Only catches on Zhao Zhao, though. Wei Zhao very low. Surely they're going to go aggressive. No.
No. I mean, LPL has to basically turret dive with how short this lane is in this case. And there's 6 minions a wave to 7 every 30 seconds. So 3 more waves as long as OGN can farm this, and this is over. So within the next minute and a half, unless LPL fights them, they're going to lose to the CS.
OGN has to know that there's a saving grace. The Lulu Ultimate Wild Growth is going to stop them from getting a kill. They are heading for this 16 CS right now.
And they're playing it smart, honestly. I mean, while it's not exciting to watch, it's not great to see sometimes. If they go for the CS, there's no reason why not. They went 1-0 down so early on, so I can't really blame them. And Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao, they have to realize the pressure they're under. They're 10 CS down. They could put a lot of damage on this turret, though, and OGN are going to be forced to fight. Look at that. They chunked it down a 3rd health already.
Prey's not missing any of those.
No.
Yeah. They'd have 2 more waves to be able to get that done, but they'd lose during the 2nd wave. Because as long as they're getting all these minion kills, if they're 89, if they clear this whole wave, they're going to be at 95. But let's see if they can get denied any minions.
So Zhao Zhao trying to put some damage down. They're poking 8 more minions for OGN.
6 CS. That's all they need. It's the next wave. The next wave will get it.
And it's a cannon wave, too. They're trying to get the turret. They have to go now.
They go for 1 kill. Mad Light side, and they get a slicing bounce thrown out of Wei Zhao. He Wei Zhao gets out alive. The caster minions might kill him. Oh, the health bot saves him, but they're so low.
It doesn't matter, though, because Prey's back. He's going to pick up the kill. He's going to get the CS there. It's 6 CS. There's absolutely nothing they can do about this one. Wei Zhao sent packing, and the CS is all going to go. It's going to be Prey. Surely they'll pick it up. There's only 3. There's only 3. He missed the CS. 1 CS is all they require. They're going to have to come right.
They might get the turret.
He's only got 11 seconds. I think they're going to get the turret and win it. They could get the turret. Hit it.
What you going for?
He's got the turret. Oh, no, it's had the turret. They find it.
OGN takes this one.
I didn't think we'd get to that stretch, but wow. They sat that one out. That was Action precision play there by the OGN champions All-Stars. As you would expect, Prey and Madlife there delayed it down so much. And, you know, losing that one kill early on, they thought Madlife maybe made the mistake. We thought maybe the home favorites were going to take it. But no, clever play. And really, you know, deliberate play as well. They thought, okay, guys, it's okay. We're going to get Prey fed, and he's going to win it for us.
We actually had to consider there, we weren't looking at it very much, but Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao had OGN's turret down to about 25% health when Madlife went all in on it.
Well, that was the reason Madlife was forced to go all in. And I think that's also why he went with the double elixirs near the end of that.
Against South Korea's OGN champions All-Stars. And, well, what a final. Double Lift X Special versus Prey and Madlife. That's going to be good, but that is on Sunday. That's not today.
Is it going to be 2 minutes?
Or is it 11? I got a feeling that Double Lift and X Special are not going to quite be so patient.
But not after that first one. They were pretty much the only ones that went regular support AD carry.
Varus was available, and nobody went for it. That surprised me.
That too.
And I mean, I don't think it was necessarily LPL's patience that hurt them there. It's the fact that OGN was just playing so defensively. So,
well, they let him get fed. You know, if you let the AD carry get fed on a champion that he's pretty much famous for, what do you expect?
Absolutely.
Love it.
All right, coming up is the junglers' turn to test their skills in the semifinals of their 1v1 competition. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will return right after this.
가장 큰 이유는 아마도 그냥 제 플레이 스타일 때문에 뽑힌 것 같고요. 다른 정글러랑 약간 다르게 공격적으로 해서 그런 것 같습니다.
Me personally, I'm the playmaker and the shot caller, I guess. Because your fans select it. It's not just like, hey, I'm like really good or.
At the results of the 2v2 semifinal matches.
In our first matchup, North America's Double Lift and X Special took down the Garena All-Stars, Chowie and Mistake. And in the second game, as you just saw, OGN's Prey and Madlife, they took down the first tower to beat Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao.
And those games could not have been more different from each other.
Yeah.
All in at level 2, and then this almost all-kill 11-minute game where they almost had 2 kills, the turret, at 99 minion kills.
Well, they almost had the 2 kills, though. I mean, LPL could have had that at the start. They got Prey very low, but he just arcane shifted away at the last minute. He kind of caught the tail end of it.
He arcane shift in the defensive direction.
In the defensive direction.
Won the game.
Yeah.
The safety play was there for a telegraphed initiation, and that's what you're going to get from a Lulu or Kennen, right? They're walking up to you. It's nothing that's going to pop right on top.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a bit of strange because they went the standard support route.
They did.
Mad Life didn't take much CS. I think he had 6 before the end of it there, and it was all given to Prey, and it worked.
It did work. I wonder if it had anything to do with getting to the 80 items earlier, just so he wasn't missing any minion kills. Because their CS lead went from like 6 to about 14 or 15 by the end of the game. Just random minion kills. Ezreal a little bit better at getting it than Kennen.
It changed what he was building as well, because he went long for sword second, and then went, kind of need another Doran's Blade, going to need a little bit of health here. It's going to be scary.
All right, so what are you guys kind of expecting to see these guys come in with? So junglers can be versatile. We also know they don't have to use jungle champions here, so you can be kind of spread out.
Dude, Insect versus Saint Vicious. It's going to be good. Saint Vicious plays a lot of different things in North America.
Yeah.
So if you like jungle Ezreal, jungle Fizz, he even played Fizz in LCS, but Insect.
What if he's going to pull out Lee Sin or Zed?
Yeah. Insect, like going Zed. I might have to see it.
The fact that he can play Lee Sin or Zed basically means he's a really strong mechanical champion, which means he can play anything in League of Legends.
Yeah.
All right, guys, so now it's time for the junglers to test their skills. And remember, whoever can draw first blood, take down the first tower, or kill 100 minions will move into the skill competition finals.
So let's take a look at the all-star junglers. From North America, it is Curse's Saint Vicious. You all know him, you all love him. And while Gambit's BenQ's Diamond Prox is representing the European LCS.
For the Garena All-Stars is the Singapore Sentinels Hallelujah. KT Roaster B Insect is representing the Korean OGN Champions All-Stars. And from the Chinese LPL, it's Team WE's Tribe.
Also known as Clear Love, we should get that across, because there's a lot of people that probably won't know him by the name of Tribe.
Right, exactly. But after Thursday's play-in game loss to China's Troll, Garena's Hallelujah has been eliminated from the competition. So with only 4 junglers left, who do you guys think has the best chance of winning the skills competition in the jungle?
I think it's safe to say everybody wants to see Diamond Prox versus Insect.
We saw it, kind of, during MOG when it was
KT Roaster B versus Gambit.
And they like 1v1 in the top lane.
Oh, yeah.
Diamond just like point blank dodged a Lee Sin Q as Udyr and ended up winning the duel.
Yeah.
Those would be completely different champions if we saw him in the 1v1.
But you must have loved that, because there was Udyr in there straight away, and he was beating Lee Sin. You were like, yeah.
Udyr beats Lee Sin. Come on. Let's be serious now. You can jump around all you want. We're going to have to come back to the Bear Man Pig eventually.
You cannot avoid the Bearman Pig. Well, I mean, speaking of the Bearman Pig, what do we think they're going to go with here? Because realistically, these 2 players can play anything.
I think so. I mean, the first matchup is Saint Vicious versus Insect. So I got to say, Insect probably has an edge.
All right, and while everyone agrees that these all-star junglers are 5 of the best in the world, they each possess a unique set of abilities and have a different definition of what a jungler should be.
Jungle's job is to farm jungle, farm lanes, gank lanes, and to carry the team.
我觉得最重要的东西还是就是细心吧，因为打野要记的东西很多，然后因为他要照顾每3条线，还有就是一个冷静。
As the jungler, I will help my team to snowball as hard as I can in the early game.
상대방 정글보다 자기가 약간 상대방 정글보다 밀리지 않는다는 자신감?
Well, like when you're any other position, it's almost like you're against that person in your lane. You're like 1v1. And if you're a jungler, you're not really against anybody. You're just like, hey, I'm gonna come and ruin your day.
我最大的2个对手还是韩国的打野 Insights， 我研究他比较多。然后其次就是欧洲的打野 Demo， 这2个打野是我觉得这次比赛我最看重的2个对手，也是我想击败的对手。
일단 세이지전 선수는 제가 그냥 정글을 시작할 때 그냥 보고 배운 분이라서 굉장히 그냥 좋게 생각하고 있어요.
To be a good jungler, it's a representative of your team. Like if your team does good, then you're gonna do good, you know?
Strong praise from really all the champions. That Insect saying he learned from Saint Vicious. That's something I was not expecting to hear. But let's introduce our first 2 competitors in today's jungle skill competition. On the blue side, representing the North American LCS, it's Curse's Saint Vicious.
And on the red side, representing the Korean OGN champions, KT Roaster B's Insect.
All right, guys, time to prognosticate. Who's going to win this matchup?
I mean, I was actually a little surprised to see that Insect was saying he respected Saint Vicious so much. I mean, we talked earlier about the North American teams being the first ones to really come into League of Legends scene. So I wonder if that has any added bonus to Saint Vicious in this matchup, knowing that Insect will respect him so much in the lane.
Well, but and more to the point, I wonder if he's ever heard that. I wonder if he knows that at all. Because he might not have seen that, but, you know, that actually may give him the mental edge over Insect. Because if it's someone you've watched, you've learned from, you respect them a hell of a lot more, so you're going to be a little bit more cautious than you ordinarily would.
And we also heard Saint kind of talking about the team does well. All those circumstances are being taken out. He is up against somebody this time.
Yeah.
So,
but he was the only one there that said it's kind of a 1v1 anyway. So he's been involved with the odd one counter jungling him. You know, he's had to deal with all those things early on. He's been up against Diamond Pop.
Holy moly.
He's actually been across all over place. And, well, the band's coming out and a locked in Heimerdinger.
Saint,
Locked
you did
in
it.
Heimerdinger.
You did it.
He said he was going to. I wasn't sure if he was just trolling us, but my God, I didn't want to be Kobe. I didn't want to get completely trolled by the junglers, which does happen a lot. But we could also see Insect's Lee Sin. I'm quite excited. I'm not even a jungler. This should be worse. No, it's...
Now he's even more excited.
What's going on?
That's going to be harsh. Twitch versus Heimer. Surely St. Vicious got that.
I feel like especially if he tries to open up in a kill, he's going to exhaust him in turrets.
Yeah.
Twitch would have to kill him like right at the start of the game.
Yeah.
I feel
Blind
like
pick is not helping these guys.
No.
This is going to be awesome. Awesome.
This is really... All-Stars coming in here, the blind pick makes them test their skill to the next level, right? You have no idea what you're up against, and he probably could have considered, I could be up against a Heimer.
I'm pretty sure he didn't. I gotta be honest.
You're up
I
against St. Vicious. This guy jungles
mind.
Ezreal. He jungles Cassidy.
Yeah.
He had to.
Dan Din right now at home would be like, yeah!
First thing I think of when I think of St. Vicious is Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger.
Gotta be the first
Heimer Vicious.
off your mind.
Heimer Vicious. And Twitch Sec.
Just the way he walks.
Here we go. Coming in, guys, our second skill matchup here now into the 1v1 jungle competitions here at the Shanghai Grand Stadium. It looks like we're going to have Insect doing a little bit of a trickery here.
Yeah, he's got to go for a level 1 kill. I wonder if he can sneak up on St. Vicious at all, because there's just the one turret down.
Got the red.
He's got the red pot.
He's coming around the back. He's coming around the back.
Versus the Doran's ring.
He's coming around the back.
Come on, man.
He's not even going to stealth. He's just going to get straight in there. So he can get the damage straight down. He's going to expunge him. Takes him to half health. He's never going to be anywhere near enough. He can just go back to base straight away.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. He's going to set him behind in minions, though.
The minions will do that, but you have turrets all day to kind of sit wherever you want.
And he's got Doran's ring. Them rockets are going to kill him.
They're going to sting too bad.
They're going to hurt.
You know what, though? The turrets give last hits as well.
Yeah, that's huge.
That's going to be pretty
You can focus on so much more.
Yeah. That's like a Yorick right there. He's just like, I'm giving you goals. Oh, wait a minute. I'm losing.
So that's up.
There's
Insect grabbing more.
Come on, man. I don't know what to do with that.
He can't, yeah, I mean, he's actually going to struggle right now because he's been put behind.
I think he knows that, though.
Yeah.
He's just kind of biding.
Well, he's got that Doran's ring.
Missing CS as well.
And like you mentioned,
there's two. He's going to open his eyes for this one.
He'll see it, don't worry. Yeah! But this isn't something he's used to. Oh, he missed another one. Oh, turret nearly got that one as well. This is something he's not quite used to doing. And nobody starts still. He's gone for the rockets. This is what I was expecting. This is where he's going to start poking him back.
I hope so. Because
otherwise it could be a very one-sided quick match. But he's got Flash Ignite as well. If he goes too far forward, he could just bypass all those turrets.
That's
get straight on his
Insect
head.
doesn't have safety on his summoners.
Here he
Besides
goes.
a shield.
He's already on stealth. So, I mean, and St. Vicious knows this. Like you can see, he's like, whoop, backing away from this one. Seen too many of these problems before.
I feel like his rockets are too far back too. If he wants to really become the dinger, is he gonna max rockets? Like his missiles are? Yeah, he's got 2 points. He's got 2 points in his evolution turret. So don't miss another one.
Oh my!
Come on, man.
Stop it!
You're losing it, man. You're losing it.
All right, so they broke the minute 47 of the first matchup. We're going for 11 minutes on our second one, so we'll have to see.
That's not doing a lot. That's not doing a lot when he's got that fort pot on. That is not going to do a great deal. And in terms of CS, Insect is miles ahead. And you're going to have to do a lot of work here, St. Vicious. You're going to have to start getting a little bit more aggressive with those rockets.
And look how fast Insect killed that turret.
Yeah, that wasn't even close.
That with Expunge just allows him to focus on the minions when he needs to, and he's like, thanks for the turret, now 25 to 16.
Uh-oh. Those rockets are not doing as much as I'd expect. I mean, did he even take any, what sort of masters has he got? Did he go full AP, which you surely have to do if you're taking Dinger in?
He must. He's got a Doran's ring, which is only 15, but he's sitting on 50 ability power right now.
Yeah, so there you go.
Also, 40 and 40 on Magic.
He's going to go for him. He's out of lane. He's out of range.
Zane can't get away.
Gets the slowdown. The Ignite comes down. This is going to be Insect taking it. Guzman's getting it. Back on his
wait on his
He's only down. Look at him. Back away. And he, oh my gosh. Oh, that was tight. That was tight.
So there was almost Saint knew that was going to happen. He wanted it to come in, but that was close. I think a little closer than he wanted.
A little closer than everyone wanted, I think. Insect, though, he's still got Flash. The Flash had to get used by St. Vicious, so he's not got Flash or Barrier right now. Insect could just stealth up, go back, buy. He had a red pot to start with. Probably going to go for 2 Dorans. He's got 34. I don't know how much gold he's got.
Yeah, he's got 900 gold, so he actually can't get double Dorans. Oh, but he's going for another red elixir. And then just like to shrug off the Racing, he's trying to throw it and he's going for health pots. I mean, he's already at 34 mini kills, so come on then.
And St. Vicious didn't go for a second Doran's ring. He went for a shield instead.
Looking for that health regen and the armor as well, because like you said, Insect sitting at about close to 50 armor and magic resistance, so he's running that.
It could also just be the health he's going for too, right? Because Insect just tried to all in him in the last little bit.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Saint probably should have went for a red elixir or something. Just, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what his plan is here. Here comes Insect though.
He's just going to keep away. And look, St. Vicious can't be too close. So the moment he uses that stealth, he has to back away. And he's taking that turret down. Like you mentioned at the start, it's actually giving that extra CS. He's already got the lead on him as well. He's putting the pressure down. He's going to be hitting 6 very soon. And honestly, I wouldn't want to be up against that spray and pray. Puts the slow down on him again. Insect continue the aggression here. He can just pop that expunge if he comes back near him.
He's kind of winning these trades now. He's down in CS, but Insect can kind of roll this through the CS game, let these hit, and he's doing it perfectly at the turret. So Vicious winning the engages, but losing in the CS still.
I wasn't expecting a 5-minute 1v1. Not between these two guys, that's for damn sure.
This could be a 9-minute or 2 unless we see the brawl here.
They're both going to get very close to Insect now. St. Vicious has got a good half level to go yet. It's not going to be able to pop that turret, but of course the flash is still up on Insect. He hasn't had to burn that yet.
And I mean, it's not like the 6 on St. Vicious is going to do too much.
No,
it's like ice turrets.
Ice turrets, scary.
And all of his damage comes from his resource bar, not the right clicks that Insect's looking for. So Insect just has an advantage with Expunge with his slows.
Yeah, he's up to 67 ability power. Second Doran's ring, give him a bit more health now, but
really,
Boots being picked up by Insect. That does surprise me on this. He's going to be going back and forward quicker, I don't know.
That synergizing with the slow flask, and he will get the damage on that. He missed a few shots in the previous engagement where Saint got away with very low health.
I'm not 100% convinced by that choice in a short 1v1 matchup.
That seems a little strange, especially since Boots only give like 25 movement speed.
Yeah.
Season 3 changes. He's so far ahead mini kills though, that anytime he'll get low, because it's not like Heimer's going to burst him out. He might just be using him to run back and forth and thinks it's going to be better.
Oh, he popped spray and pray. He's gone for the spray and pray. He wants the minions. He's now going to turn a little bit more aggressive, but St. Vicious knows he's already been used. Pops his turret there, but that's not going to do a great deal. He just goes into the brush and just walks away from it, out of range from the ice turret. As you mentioned, it's not too scary.
Uh-oh.
Just trying to keep the wave off the turret.
His Ignite's going to be up in a couple of seconds, Insect. He might go aggressive here.
I almost feel at this point, if Insect wants to win, he's got it for 100 CS.
Yeah.
Now it's just, do you want style points? Do you want to kill St. Vicious instead of just beating him slowly?
Which is more painful, I'm not too sure.
That is a lot more painful. That is kind of painful for Saint.
Yeah.
So we're 6.5 dropped into this one of our 1v1 jungle competition. The CS in favor of Insect, and he is just, whoa, really?
Flash was forced. That's interesting, because Exhaust Barrier is now available for St. Vicious, but Ignite is only available for Insect. And he's going to go back and get himself a second Doran's ring blade, I believe. This could be a third Doran's ring. Yes, it is for St. Vicious.
I mean, he's powering up.
No, he's just gone for a pot. He's just gone for a pot.
If Saint was able to play, well, he's got the third Doran's and the pots, I think. Yeah. If this was a 15-minute game and there wasn't the 100 CS cap, I feel like Saint would actually like slowly overtake Insect. But he's just going to run out of time.
But what I mean is Insect hasn't powered up. He didn't get it for a second Doran's blade. He just
that guy,
got the sword.
Right.
St. Vicious, I mean, the reason he's obviously so Heimer is because he wants to do the slow push, which is like the standard turret push he's going to put on there. Insect, actually, he's got Exhaust Barrier available here. Whoa. Might have his ultimate. Look at the damage he's starting to put down on him.
And you know what? If Saint gets him low enough for when he's going back, he's just going to drop a couple turrets at the turret and just take it down before anything. So that's really what Insect's going to have to be worried about.
Starting to keep the pressure on him here. He's going to have the rockets back up in a minute. Yeah, like put them back. Oh, they went backwards. He was too close to the minions.
Come on, man.
I feel like that purchase of boots might not be really helping him that much.
Look at the turret, though. These things do not have much health.
Oh, this is where he could pick it up. There's turrets he could put down. Look at that. It's already down to a third health. St. Vicious turning it on here. Still got Exhaust Barrier available.
540 health left from that turret. Saint might get on the next wave rip.
This looks exactly, however, on the other side mirrored.
Oh, what happened? Oh, yeah, they're gonna go no man
wave again, it's going to have to be the turret for Saint.
All right, so there's no health potions on either side, and I mean, if Insect goes back now, he would lose his turret. But if Saint goes back now, he might lose in CS later.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to go on him. It's going to not. Insect's
trying to take the damage. He's trying to take the damage.
He just needs to put the eye down on him and do the damage. But oh my god, they are both so low. This turret, if St. Vicious wants to stick around, he wants to get the turret, but he's got to go back and buy.
He's recalling. No one's the minions are going to stop him from recalling.
No, sorry.
The turret. They're going to hit the turret. Oh man, Saint is a smarter hammer.
Oh,
really?
So boots on both sides and armor coming in here for Insect.
It's going to be on the next Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
Like, Insect has to overshove. How many minions are left?
He's got 10. He's going to have He's going to have 95 CS if he gets his turret down. He's going to go for the next line. It has to be all or nothing for St. Vicious now.
So, oh no. Okay. One wave left, and he needs the wave at the turret to be able to do anything. But he's getting harassed down really quickly. I mean, if Insect just comes behind the creep line and gets minions, he's going to go. But he's fighting Saint.
St. Vicious is getting very low. The Ignite was put down there. St. Vicious, though, is going to be picking up this turret. He's got 2 turrets there. He's getting taken so low by it. The Rockets. No! Insect manages to pick up the ball. But oh, so close by St. Vicious. But wow, that was not the game I was expecting to cast in 1v1.
Both of those guys walking a tightrope, and someone came along and just snipped Saints just right off.
I wonder if Saint would have landed those rockets if he actually would have killed Insect at the end, if he would have shot another one with the creep wave. But that was really exciting.
It was a really great 1v1. The pressure, the reactive moves that coming up to 100 CS in a low turret creates, it definitely gets the adrenaline pumping for the crowd and the players.
So that means it is going to be Insect in the final, which honestly is one person there. Is Diamond Proc's going to meet him, or will there be an upset? Will Troll get in the way?
That is going to be happening soon.
It will be happening soon. So what do we make of this? This is the first setup we've seen. This is junglers, remember? Junglers, Heimerdinger versus Twitch. This is not just any old champions they can pick, but the first Heimer we've seen coming out there.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that they're definitely unpredictable. Because even just picking an AD carry in a 1v1 is a bold move in itself, and Twitch, no less. Heimerdinger seems like a thing, thinking back, that St. Vicious would do.
Yep.
It was really close to working out, even though he didn't, I gotta say, he probably even didn't play it that well. He was playing the map in the game, but he wasn't like executing amazingly well, and it's still almost worked.
Are we surprised by 3 Koreans now in the finals for the skill competitions?
Oh, is that the game? Oh, you're counting 2. There's 2 Americans already in the finals.
There's 3 Koreans and 2 Americans. That's what I'm saying. There's 3 Koreans there. It's a fact. They could have all 5 by the end of the day, or the end of tomorrow, I should say.
Yeah.
Or day 2 for you guys, because tomorrow could be anywhere. We don't know where we are in the world, what time it is. We're all confused.
A little bit.
A little bit. You're on a different time zone to me. I mean, I'm just confused completely.
At least we do know there were 3 Koreans in the finals.
Yeah, so we do. Thank you. All right, guys. So it's time for our second final match in the showdown in the Jungler Skills competition. We're going to go ahead and meet the All-Stars. On the blue side, well, we'll meet them in a little bit. I'm sure they're getting themselves ready. Yeah, absolutely.
But
so,
you're getting excited.
Yeah, I'm excited. I want to move forward.
Well, I mean, let's talk about it. It's Troll versus Diamond Procs.
Right.
I mean, Clear Love. Bearing in mind, this is Clear Love from Team WE. They won IPL 5. Last time these guys met, Team WE knocked out Moscow 5, I believe. Back when it was Moscow 5, obviously become Gambit since then. There's a lot of changes happened. That was back in December, so it was a long time ago here.
Right.
I think you're right about that, and I wonder if Diamond Procs, he definitely remembers every team that's beaten him in the past. Like when he beats an old rival, he gets super excited, stretches his back a little bit, and he's just in to go. And I want to see what he brings out, if it's a jungler or if it's something different.
Stretches his back. So on the blue side, representing the Chinese LPL All-Stars, it's Team WE's Troll.
And on the red side, representing the European LCS All-Stars, it's Gambit Gaming's BenQ Diamond.
It's a mouthful.
It is.
It's a mouthful for sure. In Thursday's play-in game, Troll beat Hallelujah by taking down 100 creeps. Not so exciting really there. Do you think he can go for it again against Diamond?
Yeah. I do.
Yeah.
2 of the 3 games
we just saw 95,
was it?
95.
CS, yeah, that was close.
Yeah, it's almost like the minion kill count plus the turret pressure almost creates a kill if they don't get a kill really early on. It's real strange.
It's almost like they planned it that way. It's weird. Clever guy, right? Clever guy.
Absolutely.
So what do we think? What do we think? So Diamond Prox, you know, he's used a number of champions, generally fairly famed for creating the new jungler.
Right.
A number of
Finding
times,
out
you know,
what works.
back when Shyvana was suddenly came out of the woodwork and everyone was like, nah, there's easy ways to counter Shyvana. And then suddenly went, no, okay. He just beat us all. He just beat us all. We're done. We're going to ban that.
And interestingly enough, for like the junglers, I wonder, the guys that mess around more and don't necessarily just practice junglers might have an edge in this one because they'll have more experience on the kind of oddball champions that you want to bring out.
And how do you feel that, you know, coming into this, we saw the video, how junglers perceive that role? I help lanes. If my team does good, I carry. What's kind of the most formidable role to come into this one? Like a St. Vicious, I'm going to tax your lanes and kill everyone I can?
As far as junglers trying to go in, like which type of jungler?
Yeah,
you best?
exactly.
I gotta say like an insect type jungler. Okay. One who just farms all the time and actually spends a lot of time laning would probably have an edge.
Yeah, and if he plays Zed or Lee Sin, you know he's coming to kill you. He's coming for you, that's for sure. But on the flip side, we've seen a lot of Volibear coming out in the past. Nasus, probably not going to see that this time around. Yeah, you see what I did there. But I don't think we're going to see that this time around, Diamond Prox. I don't think we're going to see Udyr either. But what would you go with? Bearing in mind, Jack, a long time ago now. As a jungler, a long time ago now.
Some wee
years. It's not too harsh to say that. Some years ago now, this would have been a role that you would have been in going into a 1v1. What would you, as a favorite, to go with? Bearing in mind that you've seen the inner workings of all these because you've been doing the game analysis job at Riot for a long time now.
If it's a blind pick game and it's me, when I was a jungler, I would have picked Cassiopeia.
Banned.
Because she was like the only one. Yeah, banned, obviously.
Banned.
Like, they checked Jat's match history in Season 1. It's like, Cassiopeia second most banned. Damn it.
Damn it.
Here we are now. Hopping in. We see the bands going back and forth, the early levels and the harassment of Draven.
I got a question. Can they still pull the stats from when you were playing? I mean, that's a long time ago.
They could, like, you can still see Season 1 and Season 2 stats when you go to someone's profile.
Yeah.
They could do that. They probably wouldn't. And I get to play Cassiopeia, probably feed.
You're like,
I'm terrible at that.
So Kennen, Annie, Draven, Nunu all banned out. So these, again, this is actually very similar to what we saw in the 2v2s. Yeah. So these seem to be the OP champions.
Yeah.
Maybe in the top lane, I want to see Nunu so as. I think that's probably why Nunu's getting banned. Everyone's seen it, it's just saying, no, don't want that.
I gotta ban that guy every time in a 1v1.
Yeah.
Especially now, because this is the 3.6 patch that we're on as well, so it's not like it's the new.
Yeah, maybe Alex talked to Diamond a little bit about Quinn.
Yeah, so Alex each used Quinn against Scarra. Yes,
Lulu, yeah.
And that's how he won that competition every time. Level 1, 2, Caitlyn. Now this is something that has been banned a lot of. There's Piltover Peacemakers early on. If you can get into that Brutalizer really quickly. Yes.
No way. Come on.
There's only room for one sheriff in town.
Who is going to rule Piltover? That is the question. Will it be Diamond or will it be Troll? And
oh my gosh. Do it.
That's got to be it.
Oh, look at that, like, put your headphones on. No, we only hear the ohs and ahs.
They're probably just fixing their roots.
I love the intention there that Diamond always picks because
oh my God,
that is like a death stare right there. And as Alex said, all you need to do with the team is go kill.
They haven't.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was awesome.
Oh yeah. Go and kill. Yes. So 30, they are not even locking in. They are telepathically feeling out the picks here from each other, I think.
This will be an interesting one.
I think they're both trying to break the screen with stairs. Look at the stairs. They both got real intense stairs.
A Diamond locked in.
That's one locked.
Troll with 18 seconds left. Remembering that Troll, Clear Love with the name switch.
Got the exact same summoners as well.
Oh my gosh.
We could see a tie. It can happen.
2 Kates.
Yes, so
it can happen.
It can.
Yeah.
If people die in the same frame, there's no winner. We'd have to play.
So if they both like ace in the hole each other at the same time,
Piltover,
fly in.
both stand on the same trap and then Piltover across.
We have it, ladies and gentlemen. 2 Kates locked in.
2 Kates, ladies and
for our second jungle matchup.
Wow. I mean,
so good.
What? 2 Caitlins. I mean, this is a champion that we have seen banned a lot of, and it's an aggressive champion, and you can poke from range. And now they're both going to be seeing it because they're going to be seeing the load screen. And go.
Yeah.
Guess it's the who lands the Piltover the best.
Yeah, it was one of those. Well, we left Caitlyn unbanned. I hope that guy doesn't pick it because I'm going for Caitlyn. At least they pick different skins.
It'll be interesting to see how they use Peacemaker because you lose damage through more minions, or are they just going to use it to clear, right?
Oh yeah. That's going to be...
Well, we'll see, we'll see. Of course, they're both going full on aggression.
Oh.
It's a trap first for Troll. Let's see what Diamond's gone with.
He's baking up some trees
He hasn't
here.
leveled up yet. He hasn't leveled anything.
They're like trying
there
to
he
get
is,
in range.
Piltover. He's just leveled Piltover. He's going to go for the Piltover. He's going to get a second shot. There's the Piltover. Diamond putting the pressure onto Troll already. And remember, Troll is the home favorite here, so they will not be happy with Diamond taking him down.
Not at all. But you got to say, though, Alex, of the foreign players during the introductions, was getting a lot of cheers. So you definitely know Gambit Gaming has a bit of a following.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to be using, of course, the passive on Caitlyn. That's a big thing to try and put pressure on.
Shots.
I wonder if the minions will ever get pulled to a spot where Diamond can actually use the brush for extra headshot shots as well. It looked like he could do it if he wanted to.
Semi in range now.
Yeah, but then he might risk losing some last hits. He's dominating right now. The trap strat hasn't worked out.
His overall movement in general says, I feel strong at an 80 carry. Not strong, but a little more comfortable.
You do know this is Diamond, folks.
Well, no, look at
He
Troll's
feels
though.
comfortable in
Troll's
anything.
movement with Caitlyn right now is saying that he doesn't play 80 carries very much. Diamond is keeping his clicks up and he's staying moving. You've got to keep that micro up.
How much he's maybe practiced with games in this sort of setup. Maybe whether he's had time off the side there. And actually, Diamond asked me in the hotel actually just 2 days ago. He's like, can we play any champion? I'm not happy with that.
Yeah.
And I was like, we were just like, well, who are we to say who's a jungler? You guys pull out different junglers every week, so we couldn't just turn around and
He's
say,
the one who really sets the standard.
yeah, so we couldn't turn around and say that you can't play Caitlyn
that's
jungle.
your fault.
We've already seen Ezreal jungle in the promo.
Yep.
Man, these traps are going to get real confusing. I'm envisioning a world where they just both set up trap lines and they're just last hitting minions but can't walk by the traps. We just wait for Diamond to get the last.
Don't eat the cupcake. That's what it's going to be. There's a lot of them.
So good though. So Troll's already gone back. He grabs some HP, really. He didn't grab in much more for himself.
And both of these picked up the pots.
Yes.
Neither of them have used it right now. And this is actually keeping the pressure down here. The CS advantage is, of course, with Diamond, but it's not a great deal of difference right yet. Ooh, aggression from Diamond there. Tried to put the trap behind him, but look at that. Managed to get the headshot passive onto Troll there.
Yeah, I'd have to say, just trying to check here, 6% lifesteal on Diamond, but 0% lifesteal on Troll. Troll instead going for a full 80.
Oh my God! Tried to pin him off the line there. That traps. That is a lot of defensive work now. He's going to have to pick. He's going to either have to step on one of these or take the hit and really dodge out the way. And he's losing a lot of CS here. Diamond's quite happy to just zone him out. Oh, he's got it all right. He's got the ignite. He's put the barrier straight down. Turns back around. Puts the ignite down of himself and the barrier. They're not going to finish each other off. And the Piltover actually missing that. Control forces back away again. Diamond, meanwhile, just chugs that pot, shuts that red pot down, and just life steals it up.
Yeah, this is looking real good for Diamond. Yeah. Really asserting his dominance. All of it's just, I feel like triggers off the traps versus Piltover at level 1 where he just immediately took the upper hand. And sure, Troll's going to be able to get some of these minions in the turn, but he's definitely not maximizing on all of these.
You're almost down a few waves here, almost to 3 waves after picking up that CS now. Just short, you see what Diamond picks up, and he's already got the damage upgrade over armor that was bought from Troll here.
So we're really going to see how it works. It's the traditional armor versus damage, and who's going to be the strongest. Obviously both with the red pots running now. Diamond actually stepping on that trap there and didn't get followed up by Troll. Dodges the Piltover as well. Definitely seems to have a better control over this champion.
Yeah, Diamond's looking real strong. Really, is he the sheriff in town?
He is the sheriff in town. Like I said, just from the beginning, Diamond, his positioning is better. Troll is kind of left and right, not really hitting the last hits. They're going to put him in position to use the next headshot. He walks back and Diamond sees he has a headshot, so he can avoid this.
Well, we have a praise style and a wound style here, because they've both gone for the 90 caliber net now, but which way will they use it? Will they go aggressive?
Oh, man. And none of them are using the 90 caliber net to do damage farm either.
Oh, Diamond's going to have a passive kick off here. Troll is in trouble. 90 caliber net was used. Well, yeah, knew exactly where he was going to go with that one. I mean, he had to go around the traps. Oh, lands a Piltover over his own, though. Diamond keeping the pressure on. 10 CS lead on him by now.
Oh, my Lord.
He's going to get it. He's half a level off it.
I'm wondering, actually, as Troll just runs back to base to just fall farther behind CS, if we're going to see these guys do the 90 caliber net Piltover Peacemaker combo that we see a lot of
fire at the same time.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to pull off, but you know, we haven't seen Diamond do it yet. I wonder if he's just worried about the mana because he's just sitting pretty low and spending everything to just shove into the turn over and over again.
As he brought that net in just as one, so yeah, he's looking to keep it on the damage roll. All for the Qs and Es for safety.
And Diamond's good at this. Just the way he was auto-attacking and moving within the turret and not taking tower hits, he's definitely played a lot of Caitlyn, or he's just good at it.
Right. He's so confident the way he played. I mean, he knew he could just stand that fight. He's actually pretty low on mana though, so he's, when Ace in the Hole comes up, I'm not too sure if he's going to have the mana to get it. It will be up in a moment, and he's actually making Troll come out. He's pulling Troll further away from this one. There's his passive. He's not going to keep that up. There's 6. There's Ace in the Hole coming out. He's going to land it on Troll. Hasn't gone full aggressive though. Didn't have Ignite to back it up.
Nope. Just used it to harass. I mean, Troll's had to drink a whole bunch of health potions, and Diamond, sure, he's got that, 10 minion kill advantage. The gold going in too. Even though it seems really one-sided here, the turret did take a whole bunch of damage after that.
Troll's actually put more damage on that turret than Diamond has.
Yeah, absolutely. That's probably what Troll's going to have to do to try to win this.
There's a double Doran's and cloth armor now. That now puts Diamond in a massive power advantage, surely.
Yeah, every back so far for Troll has been potions. He hasn't been able to bring an item into his belt.
And Troll still doesn't have enough gold to go back for Doran's Blade. He's at 440 gold right now, so...
Get elixir and potions.
He's going to have to just get another red elixir. The one he's drinking right now is only
dagger.
Like
he wants
third
the headshot
done.
procs.
Dagger?
Dagger.
I would have went for like a longsword or something. He's gonna get destroyed in a battle with Diamond.
Yeah.
What's that, 12% attack speed? Yeah, I don't know, man.
If he can Q down these waves and get back to that turret.
Yeah, it's gonna help him for the extra
dagger
turret.
will rock.
He did go for AD Quince instead of Lightsteel, so he already has a bit of it.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Well, remember the trap line that Diamond had has been
there it is.
removed, and there is the combo shot. He didn't quite go for the exact same combo shot though. They are very both low though. Is that going to be enough? Ace in the Hole's up in a couple of seconds, and he's hoping that he doesn't back off, but he will.
This is just a what did you say to me fight between these two guys right now.
So
look at no mana comfortable. Hey, what's up?
But remember, he still doesn't have that red pot. That red pot of Troll has been up for a while. He may run out just as this fight's going on. He's going to go in. Ignite barrier used. Ace in the Hole's going to be available. He hasn't got the mana for it, though. Is he going to have enough for build time?
He's going to hit the
Keep
turret.
the pressure down.
He's going to get the turret.
That turret is in trouble as well. And that's going to be very, very low. He's just waiting for that mana. He's not chugging up enough. He's going to put Ace in the Hole of his own down, but he just eats it, no problem.
He's got a bit of lifesteal coming in, and he set the Quince, so he's going to be good. Just a few shots. Just a few shots.
Just a few, but look at Troll, he's so low, and Diamond, I feel, he's just biding his time until Ace in the Hole's ready. If he can get that passive, which he's surely going to use at the moment. If he gets one more shot, no, has still not quite got it.
15 more mana.
Ace in the Hole is available for Diamond now. I can see it. It's on his skill. He's going to use it, surely. One more shot. Will it be enough? There it is. Oh, he used the Peacemaker. Built over Peacemaker. Oh, my God.
No matter, man. And Diamond's got to be a little careful about when he goes back, because his turret would essentially die in one wave of pushing from Troll. So Troll's been actually having no items because he's just massing potions.
Boom.
And finally Diamond masses potions himself because he was actually getting a little bit attritioned out there.
So here we go. They're both coming back to lane, and I feel this game is not going to last too many seconds longer here.
No. It does not look like it will. Diamond, just look at the HP bars in general. His winning this fight on its own. Diamond getting poked back here. Troll trying to come in. Diamond's going to stand on his face. Oh, actually back off, so he's playing some trick moves.
Trick jump.
Trick jump.
Trick jump over the caliber net there. And Troll's actually used the traps has not been so great. They think of Diamond. Diamond used the defensive line in front of the turret just to keep the pressure on. He's got him scissored out here. He has got Ace in the Hole available. I'm not too sure what scissored out means, but he's definitely done it.
Scissoring him out from the turret.
Oh, look at that hit. Oh, barrier's down. The shot comes out. Oh my gosh, he's down to 40 HP.
Wow, 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 wow. Diamond, is he going to back off, or is he just going to keep the pressure on that turret? Was taken very low. He may do what Genji does and just tank up that turret for a couple of shots. He's got it.
I can just hit it.
One more shot.
There it is. It is going to be Diamond Prox in the final. And would you believe it? It's Diamond versus Insect in that grand final. I'm excited for that one on day 3 here in Shanghai. But Diamond Prox is the best Sheriff in town.
Looks like he's trying to hold on to Sheriff of the Jungle. Not like an Insect to answer that one on Sunday.
Where's George when you need him? Hotshot GG was still at home. But if he was in the jungle, we could have had him here. And actually, you know what? He fancies himself in them 1v1 competitions.
Yeah, a lot of it is about just mind gaming the opponent. And I feel like the mind game of not banning Caitlyn isn't going to be happening much longer. Because it was very clear. Don't let it happen, man.
That actually showed Diamond really strong on Caitlyn there, I feel. I mean, whether that was just Troll not quite playing it right, and unfortunately for the crowd here, the home favorites have been knocked out twice now in the semi-finals. They've still not quite got someone in there, but they may get their chance soon because it's going to be North America versus China coming up shortly.
Absolutely. So coming up, North American All-Stars Doublelift Index Special will join us to talk about their 2v2 skill competition. And then it's the first game of the All-Star Team Tournament. The North American LCS versus the Chinese LPL All-Stars. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will return right after this.
The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. I'm Joe Miller, along with the lovely Ifya Shocks de Potre. I know I can say it perfectly well, Shocks. She actually told me no victory.
Thanks. It was pretty easy.
So talk us through it, starting with the picks. How much of a set plan did you have coming into this game?
We didn't know much about the C team because I don't know. We didn't really research. I mean, we researched them, but then they don't have that much information, and we just picked stuff that was strong and then banned stuff that we didn't want to play, basically.
It seems to me that the skills matchup is something that's right up the alley of your type of play in the bot lane. You could just go all in and just serve him. Is that the way you went into that, or?
Yeah, I love to go just get in there and blow people up. Generally, there's always the entire enemy team in my lane at 5 minutes, but this game, obviously it's just 2v2, so I'm able to actually play 2v2, and they got destroyed.
So along that line, and I know this is a question that a lot of people want to know the answer to, would you rather play a 1v1 lane, AD carries, only AD carries without a support player?
Me? No. I love playing with someone else. There's a lot of strategy to play with another player, and like there's a lot of mind games when there's 4 people in lane instead of 2. I just really like playing 2v2.
And of course, you're playing with X Special here. How is that synergy going? Is that something is that a good combo, or?
Yeah, X Special's like the perfect support for me. He's not too like ballsy and all in, but he's not passive by any means. So he plays like safely aggressive, just like me, and he's just a really good match for me.
Special.
I guess he's just like Goldilocks, like, oh, it's not too hot, not too cold, just right.
So let's move on a little bit from the 2v2 skill matchup. Next up, you guys are obviously going to be taking on the LPL All-Stars from China. How much work have you done? We heard a little bit from Dyrus earlier on. He said it's never been quite this much preparation, at least from his side. You're being almost a 7-man team with the manager and the analysts that you've had on board. How confident are you two going up against China, who have a pretty mean bottom lane?
Yeah, I'm a little scared of China as a team. They proved that they were really good, but even though we're the underdogs and people expect us to lose, I think we're gonna turn some heads.
You guys have a lot of experience, of course, playing in
The big favorites. I mean, even at Worlds where we didn't do so well, like people were chanting TSM was in LA. Like here, it's not like that. It's like nobody cares about NA. So I think if we beat the Chinese team, they'll care a little bit, and I hate to disappoint fans, but this time I kind of want to disappoint some fans.
So aside from this, the Chinese team, of course, which you'll have had to done a lot of work for, who do you think's the real danger team out there? I mean, you've got Europe, who are obviously a little bit outside of their comfort zone, I'd say, having to all speak a language that's not their first language. And then, the Koreans, you've got then the Garena All-Stars. Who do you think's going to be, if you beat China, they're waiting for you in the next round? Well, obviously it will be. That was a bit of a silly way to ask that one. But who do you think from the other side of the bracket is going to go through? Let's put it that way.
Korea has been lauded as like unstoppable, so I definitely say Korea.
All right. Well, one last question for you guys. I know Doublelift, you've been saying in a lot of videos, I am so excited to be going to this event. So how has the experience been for you guys?
It's awesome. I love being in a new place and being with like new people, and the All-Star team I get along with really well. And this has just been like once in a lifetime. I really love it here.
I'm happy too.
All right.
Always good to be happy. Thanks a lot, guys. Congratulations on your win early, and good luck against the LPL All-Stars later on. So we're going to go over to Jack, Riv, and Demon, who are waiting up on the desk.
Thank you very much, Joe. So earlier today, we kicked off the All-Star weekend with the semi-final rounds of the 2v2 and jungler skill competitions.
And in the 2v2 semifinals, it was the North American LCS All-Stars, LPL All-Stars, Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao, which means it will be Doublelift and X Special versus Prey and Mad Life in the finals of the 2v2 skills competition.
It's going to be a pretty awesome matchup. Those games are going a lot longer than I actually expected them to go in a lot of these situations, but they were also a lot more exciting than I was thinking they were going to be as well.
Well, North America's game didn't go on too long. that was
exciting.
That was pretty quick, and it was pretty exciting. But it's interesting to see how different teams have really approached it. How the different pairings and even the 1v1s have approached it. Some have just gone for the long game to go for the CS, push for the tower, or some have just gone, I'm just going to go all in for the kill.
And since there were two strictly different matchups in the two teams in the finals now, between NA and Korea, the entire distance for Mad Life and Prey versus immediately for North America, I want to see what happens in the final, because it's either over so quickly, or even if it's 10 minutes, I'm going to say that's pretty quick.
And it's been actually quite good fun. We've had fun. I don't know about you. We've had fun. We weren't sure how it would turn out and how it would be, but it's good fun to see. I mean, the fact that we are seeing these junglers go up head-to-head, we're seeing the support lanes going head-to-head, or I say support lanes, that's a little harsh because it's the AD duo lanes.
It's fun because we do see them in this situation, right? They 1v1 in lanes and whatnot, but they get to come back after that, in those ones. This isn't anymore. Once you're dead, you're done, unless it's the 2v2. So it's a different mindset for them, and we are seeing different play from these players after a long time of the same.
Well, you've only got yourself to blame. That's the thing. I mean, we just saw it with Troll and with Diamond. And we were just talking about it off air, actually. Troll just didn't look comfortable on Caitlyn. So whether somebody somewhere had maybe talked to him and said, Caitlyn's really strong. If you can get Caitlyn, go for Caitlyn. And he got it, and he was already thinking, damn, I wasn't meant to be in a mirror match, and this doesn't feel too comfortable now.
You can just see by the way Diamond was attack moving at the turret in that matchup, just getting harassed in under turret with
that he kept having the upper hand advantage. He didn't try to do an all-in craziness, and you saw him when Troll tried to assert some power, he would stand there and say, let's do this. Let's do this. I'm the sheriff.
Diamond was peacocking is what we call it. Sticking that chest out. It's like, I'm ready for this. Just come at me.
We're going to do that when you got double Thorns Blade and cloth armor against a dagger and a couple health potions. Come on, man.
You can't do that.
It's almost, you saw the buy coming in. The dagger was great because he was just hitting the turret, but he wasn't able to do that for another 3 minutes. If he was at the turret again, that would have been a superb buy, but it was reactionary, and he didn't think ahead.
Yeah, Diamond was just ahead of him from the very start.
Yeah.
First skill, Q over W on Caitlyn.
That's a big hurt.
I just want to say, how awesome does this stage look? This is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is a good job for everyone that's been involved in this one. You've seen some of those extended crowd shots. You know, this is a pretty spectacular stadium.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, 8,000 people in, and it's pretty packed too, because the stage is gigantic, but everyone in here actually has a really good view of what's happening. I want to see
look at it. Just look at that. How good is that? That is awesome right there.
You can see there's the IGWE section up on the right.
Yeah, that was us. That was us to the left, all lit up. And now lovely lights. We got a lot of people in front of us that are probably thinking, who are these guys? Because obviously we're not going to house. It's going to be the Chinese broadcast, the Tencent production. And it's great. It's great to actually mix in between them. But of course, the jungle semifinals, it was the Korean OGN champion, Insect, that did manage. He's you know, Troll's a little bit more of an aggressive name right now. But that, of course, means it will be Insect versus Diamond facing off against each other in the jungle skill competition. And honestly, I think it's safe to say everyone in the world wanted to see that.
That's the match I wanted to see too. We're not going to see Udyr versus Lee Sin, but hopefully we're going to get to see
maybe we could have double Lee Sins.
Too much jumping around. Too much.
Can you imagine trying to follow that? That would be awesome.
It would be a testament to how good they are at kicking.
Well, I mean, Diamond Prox has come out and said he thinks Insect's Lee Sin is better, so I don't think he'd risk it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He said it recently in an interview, yeah. He said, actually, I think, I've not played it much lately. Insect's still playing it. He's better than me.
All these guys had to come into this tournament with more than one trick up their sleeve because Insect's not going to allow that through.
I wonder. You think they wouldn't let the Lee Sin through? Because we haven't seen any Lee Sin Pixar bands. He's going to let it through.
Oh, yeah.
So
no, Caitlyn I meant. Like, what was used.
Right.
Like, the homework they have is just so pertinent.
They're definitely, they're not letting Diamond play Caitlyn again. That was a really good Caitlyn performance.
They're both definitely confident enough to let Lee Sin through. They're both going to be like, you want to bring it? I want to bring it. Yeah, I'll see what you got there. But, of course, you could go Zed as well. I mean, but the thing is, Zed, you kind of got to wait for 6. You kind of get to get the ultimate going.
No, I don't think Zed would be able to.
Yeah.
Especially after watching the Wicked Soas 1v1 in the top lane. Yeah. You'd hit like level 5 and wasn't able to
go for the Nudu. Of course, this is the All-Star weekend full of fun. The LCS will be moving into the summer split. That being said, what were some of you guys' favorites moments from the spring split?
I'm going to talk about NA a little bit.
Yeah,
and you're more familiar with EU as well.
Yeah.
We can just
Wait, you were there as well?
I was in EU for a little bit.
You were there for probably one of the best matches.
I was.
Yeah.
I loved EU. But North America, my favorite part just generally was how from the start of the season, it looked very much like top 4 teams, bottom 4 teams. But by the end of the season, we saw GGU come in second. We saw Vulcan actually take 3rd place in the playoffs. And I just loved the progression throughout the season. Anytime a new team injected new talent, they improved. And anytime seemingly the lower teams played a game, they were better. And I just loved the...
In the beginning of the season, we were like, oh my God, everybody has Warmogs.
3-minute turrets.
Then it was 3-minute turrets during Super Week, and then everybody kind of slowed down, and we saw different attempts at jungle, different attempts at the swapping lanes, the support AD mid, and everything just completely changing. But everybody, like you said, it came around to there not being a top and 4 bottom team because everybody embraced it. And it was crazy to see that much progression for each team throughout the season.
And on top of that, we also saw a lot of comebacks in these games. I know Curse was the #1 seeded team throughout most of the season, but that was because they were winning these late game games, losing the early game, farming up, and just taking them over. It showed me just over the progression. We had, what, 144 games or something? We were trying to work out on the plane how many hours we had, but it was just non-stop craziness.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. And for me, for the European stuff, I mean, it was all about, there was so many bonkers matches, absolutely crazy games. You think of Wolves EG at Lille. That was crazy in itself. They all sat on stage together. It's nice and louder here. But there was also, you think of Fnatic games. You know, Peke, the backdoor king. He managed to show himself. And then Froggen backdooring Fnatic as well. So absolutely tremendous matches. And I'm so looking forward to the next split because we've got 3 new teams in there that all really earned their spots. There was some aggressive stuff that had to happen to get in those spots, and it's sad to see 3 teams moving out of the LCS, but it's great to see 3 new ones coming in.
Yeah, in both regions we saw a fair bit of turnover, and like as much as you love
Well, I mean, for me, if you look at the summer split, and I've talked about it on Twitter before, and it's the 8 mid lane players we now have in Europe are all phenomenal. They are all so good. And you look across the lanes, there's just so many new players that have come in. Hell, we've got Tabs as the AD carry. Is it AD carry? He's like the mid lane Fizz. If he pulls Fizz out, I'm going to lose my marbles when it happens at some point. But because you think of what we've had already in the LCS, we've had lane swaps. This could happen. It could suddenly go, well, we're going to let it through. Bam.
You know, something else that bolstered these teams as well was the roster swaps. A lot you'd think would cause chaos. Some people embraced it and caught themselves to the top of the charts.
Well, GGU was fun. GGU was the best example for that.
That was an accidental roster swap.
And it worked so well.
yeah. That was one of those. Bloodwater ended up leaving the team. They were looking for a local support, and they picked up one of the best supports in North American LCS. Just because he was local.
Just he'll do. He's in LA. He's nearby. We'll have to have that guy. I mean, what are you guys looking forward to seeing in the North American LCS this one summer split?
I want to see Quantic. They look so impressive in the qualifiers. They didn't drop a game. Meteos didn't die any of the games.
It didn't die in the promo. That's crazy. 3 games.
I like the fact that Lemon Nation brought so many AD carries essentially into the LCS, while Turtle and Nian Tanso were both former AD carries for Lemon Nation. Now he's got Sneaky Castro and maybe a slightly different name when he comes into the LCS, but I really want to see that team progress and just how good are they.
And you guys have got Maple Street and Odd One now. It's a whole new brother conflict.
Right? Yeah, brothers.
Absolutely.
We've lost some of the brothers.
Yeah, but we got, Mackler and McCann special guests.
Thanks a lot, Demon. Right now, Shox and I are happy to be joined by the American L-Stars All-Star players from the LCS, of course, Skara and Senvicious. First of all, guys, I'm going to start with you, Senvicious, because we've just seen you most recently on stage with the Heimerdinger, which was so close to actually pulling through for you. Talk to us through that game a little bit.
I can like barely hear you. I don't know, it was a really close game. Like, I think if I hit some of my grenades, I would have won the game. Like, it's like 2 or 3 auto attacks off the turret, and I went into that game like wanting to take the turret. I didn't want to kill him. I didn't want to get 100 CS. I just wanted the turret.
Scar, you had your matchup yesterday against Alex Each. Didn't go perfect. Can you tell us what happened there?
Well, I played Lulu against Quinn, and I accidentally forgot to change flash off my summoner key. It ended up really badly because Alex just got good trades and just all in me one time. I flashed but still died away. Anyways.
Do you think that Quinn is a good option to play in the actual games that are coming up, or?
I actually think Quinn is excellent in 1v1, but in 5v5 she needs a little bit more love.
So talk us through what's coming up here, because you guys in just a few moments are going to go down onto the stage and take on the LPL All-Stars from China. How much work have you done specifically for this game?
I mean, we did the boot camp all week. We pretty much focused all of our effort into preparing for China. Like, that was our goal. We want to beat them on their home turf, and it's going to be a 2-0 either way. Like, we're going all out, or we're...
Now we got pretty good. Like, I would say we actually sound like a real team instead of just like a mix of solo queue players.
So what have you actually done as a team? Because, we've got, if you look at your 3 players from one team, you guys are a real mixture. What did you focus on right from the start? Like, where was the, what was plan, point 1 on the big plan of how to win the All-Star weekend?
I think we focused on what our strengths are, and we broke them down, and we broke down our weaknesses, and then we looked at China and what their weaknesses are, and that was like all the preparation all week. It was just how we can exploit their weakness and how we can benefit from our strengths.
Well, guys, I'm not going to keep you too long because you need to get down on the stage and get prepared for your next game. Good luck with that one. Thank you, Shox, for joining me here. We're going to go back over to the desk, though, with Freak, or not Freak, with Jat, Riv, and Demon.
You got everyone but Freak here, unfortunately. Thank you very much, Joe. Earlier today, of course, we asked you all watching at home, send us your most pressing questions and we'd answer them for you. And now is, in fact, the time to do that. We promised. So let's see what they are. Okay, so... Whew. This to me seems like a Finnish name, so Peter probably is wrong. Peter Volt, I'm so hyped for the collection of matches. What's your favorite part of being there? God, there's a lot.
Right now, my favorite part of being here is the environment.
Yes.
Yeah. Just the venue and the stage and the players will amplify these matches so much.
It's an adrenaline drip.
Well, look, you can see behind us going on right now. There's like some crazy cosplay going.
Asks, hey casters, who do you believe will cause the most trouble for below NA All-Stars?
Man, that's a good
China?
China. The most immediate trouble is China.
Gonna be problems.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's a specific question. Yeah. I would actually say probably Messiah, just because he is like a. I think so. You probably have different opinions.
Well, I mean, Messiah Skara is a tricky thing, but Messiah's actually been having problems.
He has been slumping
in the LPL.
Yeah, he has been slumping. I just feel like the target ban for China is going to be at Skara. So then Messiah, just because he's so experienced, might be able to take him down, because we know they're going to have to spend bans on him, but he's used to it.
And this is something that we've discovered in North American LCS, is actually you ban out Skara's 3 main champions, suddenly they fall into troubles.
It has happened a lot.
All right, so as we move on, Nolan Poley asks, most think the Koreans are going to dominate, but who do you guys think is the strongest team right now?
That is a very loaded question.
Yeah.
The strongest team right now, at least coming into this tournament, I feel like people think the Koreans are the favorites.
Yes.
Yeah.
So based on star power,
We're all star power.
it's got to be the Korean OGN champions team. So,
but we mentioned it in the opening ceremony, is that the fact that everybody is not talking about the Garena All-Stars. These have 3 members that won the Season 2 World Championships. They snuck in that time. Nobody was talking about TPA, and they went and dominated.
Everyone and just dominate could happen.
It could happen indeed. And well, I mean, there's still a long way to go. There's the best of 3s. There's not a lot of action. I'm pretty excited for this. Keep, of course, the questions coming to us at LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag All-Star.
All right, I know we've already had a ton of action here in Shanghai, but the good news is after 4 epic skill matches, we're not even halfway through this incredible day of gaming. Coming up, it's the first 2 matches in the All-Star Team Tournament. The North American LCS team will kick things off when they take on the Chinese LPL All-Stars. And then it's the Korean OGN champions facing off against the European LCS All-Stars.
And these matches could mean the world to these teams. The winner of these games will move into the semi-final round of the tournament and guarantee their regions a top seed bye out of the group stage at the Season 3 World Playoffs.
And the first matchup, let's just talk about this right off the bat. I feel like the North American team versus the Chinese team will have so much to do about the Chinese team's synergy, because WE has been a farm team. They win by just getting a huge goal lead and winning if you come to fight them. Whereas IG wins by usually bringing like 5 initiations and initiate on every single champion and just fighting all the time, just based off the LPL games we've been watching. And which team is going to be coming out for them is going to decide a lot.
And this it's interesting because obviously PDD is in the top lane, and you think he's playing with a different jungler, so is he going to go a little too aggressive? Troll's not quite going to be there on the same wavelengths, because you've got to feel that Troll is just going to waver towards Messiah and Wei Xiao in the bottom lane and the mid lane, rather than helping out PDD in the top lane, because he's just not used to playing with it.
And for Troll, not used to playing with PDD as well, but if you consider the way PDD is used to playing in jungle, you look at IG's team, and laners lane frequently. So they have to figure something out. Someone is going to have to play with a lot less farm.
Yeah, because PDD's a fighter. He is going to have that farm to go into a fight. He's known for his champion, known for his Malphite, known for his Renekton. If he doesn't have that farm, you can't be the unstoppable force.
And it could really hurt PDD, because he loves to initiate. Like, I can't imagine watching a PDD game where he is shared farm and can't initiate.
Yeah.
I just don't see it.
In the same vein, you got to look at Wei Xiao down the bottom lane. He's playing with a support, and actually some may say that Xiao Xiao may be better than FCZF, so they are going to be a strong partnership. And maybe, just maybe, we've already heard it with Double Lift and X Special, how well they're getting on. Maybe they've just thought, actually, we really get on well, and it suddenly may make Wei Xiao a little bit more aggressive. He's normally, like you say, the farm master. He'll be in your jungle taking your red while you're being pushed back into base, and then he's just gone around. You come back and he's like, it's been again. Yeah. But he always plays well when the big tournaments happen.
And I really want to see just the Wei Xiao versus Double Lift match.
Yes.
Everyone's been wanting to see that forever, because especially for North American fans, because Doublelift thinks everyone is trash except for Wei Zhao.
Yeah.
And how is that actually going to factor into the way he plays against him? He's got to come in with it with his general attitude, because that's just the way Doublelift plays. If he gives Wei Zhao respect, Wei Zhao's going to outfarm him and just crush him into the turret.
And do you think they'll play against each other? Do you think they'll have 2v1 lanes or 2v2? Do you think they'll maybe be?
PDD loves the 2v1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dyrus is also a really good 1v2 laner. Based on the way the game's been getting played recently, I don't think they're going to lane up against each other straight away. But there will be moments in the game, I feel like, where they're fighting each other. It's the way the game evolved at this point, you almost never see the two people laning straight up against each other. I feel like St. Vicious, if there's a lane for him to help out, it might actually be the bottom lane or the top lane, just based off the interviews they've been talking about. Because St. Vicious says Scar is the consistent one, and he actually doesn't work amazingly with him because Scar is just always farming.
All right, we'll have to see. Coming up next, the North American LCS team takes on the Chinese LPL All-Stars in the first match of the 2013 All-Star Team Tournament. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China will return right after this.
The whole thing is not really what we boot camp for. I mean, it'd be great to win the whole thing, but I think we just came to this with the whole mindset of we're gonna beat China and we're gonna. I mean, we're on their home turf, so you take out the home team, then that's just good for us.
League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me now is David Freak Turley. It's great to have you here, man. And we are just moments away from our first matchup. It is going to be the All-Star Team Tournament, the North American LCS versus the Chinese LPL. Let's check out those rosters.
Well, in the blue corner, it's the 2013 Chinese LPL All-Star Team. In the top lane from Invictus Gaming is PDD. In the jungle from Team WE is Troll, formerly Clear Love. In the mid from Team WE is Messiah. The AD carry also from WE is Wei Zhao. And at support from Invictus Gaming is Xiao Xiao.
Of course, they are the home favorites, but on the red side up against them, it is going to be the 2013 North American LCS All-Stars. That is, of course, going to be Team Solar Mid's Dyrus in the top lane. Meanwhile, in the jungle, it will be Curse's Saint Vicious. In the mid lane, we talked about he's going to get target banned. It's Dignitas' Skara. And at AD carry, we've already seen him getting into the 2v2 finals. It is Counterlogic Gaming's Double Lift. And of course, the support alongside him from Team Solo Mid is X Special. So, what are we thinking? How do you see these two matches breaking down? Well, I say two matches.
Matchups. Back in December was IPL 5, and Team WE won that. They beat Fnatic. They beat, back then it was Moscow 5. The highest placing team of that tournament from North America was CLG at 5th, 6th. So, the last time there was a big international bash, China crushed and NA didn't do very well. But on the other side, there's things that could work in North America's favor. So they've been practicing really, really hard, right? And there's a good chance there that they can kind of prepare. St. Vicious said that he had practices for this match specifically. And also, as far as the Chinese lineup is considered, 3 are from WE, the other 2 are from Invictus. And those two teams have radically different play styles, actually. So, and on top of that, of course, you've got 3 shot callers on the team. You've got Xiao Xiao, who calls for IG for one play style, but then also Troll and Messiah, who call for WE, are calling a completely different strategy there.
And that's what you called aggression versus farming, and that may not work out. But you've also got to think of, the fact that IPL 5 was back in December.
That's true.
6 months ago now. That's a long time. We're in Season 3. The patch is completely different.
Yeah.
Our North America, we've never seen them up against the Chinese team since then. They could be much stronger now. We don't know.
It's going to be really interesting to watch because these teams have such different play styles. When we get into picks and bans, we can kind of call out what are the really important ones on either side. And so really both regions have some similarities and some big differences.
Well, coming into this match, beat the Chinese home team on their own soil.
Winning's the reason why I'm here. Like, it's cool to be elected and stuff like that, but everyone came here with the mindset to beat China.
我们已经为了 All-Star 准备了很多时间了，我们当然会有一套比较完善的战术去对付他们。
Our playstyle versus their playstyle, ours should win because we cater the way that we play specifically to beat China.
我觉得胜率应该蛮高的，可能在70%左右。
我觉得北美的打野没我强。
All they want to do is farm and try to make the late game, and we're not going to do that.
能够这次比赛能够在中国举办，我觉得当然非常开心，因为在中国从来没有举行过一次非常非常大型的比赛。
就以我个人的想法的话，就一定要赢得这次比赛。
This is their home turf, so this is probably where they're strongest. We're gonna beat you on your home turf.
Big words from Dyrus. We're gonna beat you on your own turf. All right, before we get into this match, let's check out what you guys at home think is gonna come out on top. According to lolesports.com, 59% of you at home think North American LCS All-Star Team will win. I feel there's quite a few Americans staying up late at night for this one.
And that always surprised me too. We were looking at the numbers kind of going into the weekend, going into the day, and it was consistent.
Chinese votes not watching us. They'll be watching the 10-cent production and maybe not quite voting in the same fashion, because I feel if they were piling in there, numbers could be a little bit different.
That's absolutely true. And the one thing actually that's interesting though is that while you're pretty much is right about that one, right? That the Chinese voters aren't coming to lolesports.com. The amount of sort of outpouring for the North American squad, especially guys like Dyrus, it's been really loud for the crowd there. They've actually been cheering for them quite a lot.
Yeah.
Even when they're going to be going heads up against the Chinese team, I'm going to hear cheers if NA gets first blood and things like that. Despite being against the home team.
Well, while we were in here, just as the doors were opening up, there was people shouting at Dyrus, come to when he was just on stage, just setting up, warming up or whatever. They're like, Dyrus, going crazy at him. So it's so these guys, they're world renowned. They're loving it. So these guys are well known. But the picks and bans are underway, ladies and gentlemen. And straight away, Shen, Twisted Fate taken away from his side. No surprise there.
Yeah, so what I'm going to look for here is Rumble and Thresh getting dropped away, because Jarvan, Rumble, and Thresh all have 85% picker ban rates in China. Individually, each of the three, and they're choosing TF and Karthus away from Messiah and leaving everything else open.
But they've only gone for Diana, so that means Scar's going to get a good choice there. And like you said, they purely focused on Messiah. That's all they've done. Twisted Fate, Karthus, and Oriana, and as you said, Rumble, there is such a high pick ban rate for this champion, and PDD instantly, you see him on the screen, he's just like, pulls up his arms, we got this.
Well, actually, this shows a lot of research from NA. Ryze is the #1 mage pick, or maybe #2 behind Diana in China as well. So even though his Gragas is available, he says, no, Ryze going to steal that one away. There's the Jarvan again, the other top 3 champion. And there's the threat. So those big 3 Chinese champions, they got all 3.
And that is why you can hear the crowd cheering, because these guys are educated. They know what is happening, and they're thinking, they've just given 3 of our champions, the most played champions, and these guys have seen the week in, week out in the Chinese LPL, and they're thinking, oh my god, we got this in the bag. But Zach getting locked in, we've seen him really strong in Europe and the North American LCS. It's got potential to upset them.
Definitely, and the thing that's funny about this is that North America said we are preparing for this match specifically. And the thing is, I mean, these are publicly available, where you remember NA got like the dream team of like Garen, Tarek, bottom lane and all that stuff, and Europe had this like random stuff, and they're like, yeah, we wanted you to pick that, we have a strategy prepared.
Oh, they've left Malphite open and they've taken it. It's going to be Dyrus on the Malphite, or it could be St. Vicious. We have seen Zach top. In fact, hell, we've seen Zach mid lane, but since Ryze is in there, we're not going to see it there. Who will be the AD carrier? Sivir currently being hovered over. We'll see where the Wei Xiao goes with that one. Of course, Wei Xiao, he's going to be up against Double Lift's Vayne.
And that's going to be interesting. Now, Sivir's not a champion we see a lot in China. It's Varus and Caitlyn. Those are the 2 that we see so much from these guys. And Wei Xiao as well will play those long-range guys. It's weird because you're seeing such a different mix in styles here from North America. I thought, Saint said, yeah, they play late game farm, we're not going to let them do that, but they picked Ryze and Vayne. They picked late game champions. So apparently, like, yeah, we'll play your game on home soil instead of breaking your apart.
Oh my lord, they let Wei Xiao Messiah is on set, they've got Thresh alongside him. Holy hell, I hope America have got something planned here, because they have got a dream team right now.
Exactly, they have the who's who of those lanes just on lock. I think the only reason Zed's not a higher pick fan, it wasn't even available for the entirety of the season. But this, I mean, you're absolutely right, this is a who's who Chinese squad. Every single person's going to love the champion they've grabbed and probably going to excel on it as well. And now, to be fair, North America's got a very similar thing here, though, right? They've got Vayne on double lift, which is pretty well world-renowned, honestly. You've got Scar as Ryze, who's been very, very good, played him a lot throughout the summer promotion tournament as well. And I just want to see what the last grab is. I mean, Vayne is another late-game sort of defensive protect the Vayne champion.
It's going to be Janna as well, which is something we haven't seen a great deal of. Started coming out towards the tail end of the North American LCS and the European LCS. We haven't seen Special on it too much.
That's true.
Not for a while, anyway.
It's been a lot of Sona, right? Like, Sona's been the #2 support for a really long time, right behind Thresh, and they're going to go for Janna here. So, breaking down these matchups a little bit, or these lineups, I should say, you've got kind of an interesting thing going on, because both teams have really good initiation. For China, you can start in with. For North America, it's pretty different. So you have the Malphite Zac initiation. Okay, so check that box. We can start fights if we want to. But instead of like, yeah, well, we can kind of follow up, it's like, no. We're going to start fights, but I mean, really, it's the Ryze and Vayne show here. It's we can start fights where Johnny can push you back. So they've got kind of both sides of that there. And you've got, again, the Double of Vayne, the Scar Ryze, the late game power that we were so afraid of. Real good for North America.
This also fits very heavily into the Protect, the double lift competition. Composition, I should say. Competition as well, maybe.
Well, sure.
Maybe it's a competition against COG. If they can protect them any better, let's see how it goes. But the composition they have, and you think if Jarvan goes in and they follow in there, you've got the Malphite Unstoppable Force if they all pile in one spot. You've got Zac bouncing around. You've got the Monsoon from Janna just saying, no, get away. And you've also got the knockback coming out from Vayne if he goes to the right target. But Wei Xiao's going to be stepping off at range. He's going to be staying back. But everybody else kind of wants to get in there. Zed almost certainly will be getting in.
That's absolutely right. Janna is sort of categorized as this anti-melee champion. If you're Janna against like 4 melee guys, you're going to have a really hard time because her passive gets everyone move speed. Monsoon will just reset the fight. And Zed can jump back to his clone, but Jarvan and Rumble probably aren't going to do that very easily, nor will Thresh. So if they engage, Janna presses R, and it's like, well, now where do we go? I guess we have to like walk out of Vayne now. Good luck with that, right? Like it's not an easy thing to do. So North America's team comp is really well constructed, actually.
Well, they said they've been working for it, and they seem to have sorted out the perfect counter. We'll see how it works, of course. Here it is. We are live, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 1. It is going to be the All-Stars China LPL versus North American LCS team. Who's the strongest league? Will that be decided? Not really, but it will be fun regardless, and we're going to see how this one plays out.
I'm curious to see what the lane matchups end up actually being, because you look at Skara, who's a really big rock for his team, Dignitas, and is going to be a big rock for the North American squad.
Big rock. I see what you did there.
Well, I mean, he's not Malphite, but I mean, and to be fair, Dyrus is a big rock for TSM, so there we go. We got that one for you. But he's so used to 2v1ing, right? And Dignitas 2v1s mid so often just to give a free lane to their mid laner, hurt the enemy mid laner a whole heck of a lot. And I mean, shutting down a Zed in lane if Messiah stays mid, that's really, really good for the North American squad. They're going to really like doing that.
Well, at least we know Flamespit has been chosen.
Yes. He's got that going on over and over. Don't worry about that. Which also surprised me for what it's worth, because he was not really a PDD type champion.
Yeah.
Like his favorite champion was Jarvan.
What, Malphite?
Well, his his pro player picks was Jarvan.
Right.
Right.
Well,
so
yeah.
PDD like loves the hell out of playing Jarvan and like jumping in on people super hard and using his body and like lancing people in the face. And Rumble is a little bit of that, right? But it's like, he drops the equalizer from far apart. He has to disengage sometimes. Like, it's a little bit less man mode than Jarvan, which I guess every champion's less man mode than Jarvan. All he kind of does is fight things.
He is man.
So it's just, I don't know, it's interesting. He's picked a skill I wouldn't have expected, but it's, again, the go all in, light things on fire skill. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of
do we think also that some of the players have gone with stick with what you know, which is we're seeing double-list Vayne?
Yes.
Stick with what you know is definitely there. Skara on Rise, yeah.
It's his, like, 4th or 5th champion.
It's definitely in there, but there was a lot more available. Diana was the only one banned against it. So this has to be purposely for the team comp, they said. They said they've got a plan. Is this the plan? Are they going to be so happy with these picks right now?
I think it's kind of going to be one of those time will tell things, because I literally just like my brain goes back when we were casting WCG, because it was like, you let them have those? And that's like all the conversation.
Twisted Fate comes out and everyone's like, oh, yeah. We didn't realize Twisted Fate was this strong.
Right. And the thing is, like, so much of that flashes back to me. Like, I called out the lineup and the crowd just like cheers like, what? Like, they're in unison with me, like, you got those champions.
It's like crazy.
And it happened here too, right? Like, when Jarvan and Thresh got locked in, they erupted like, oh my god, they got Jarvan! Like, everyone's on the same page here.
Maybe not all together on the same page. I'm trying to think of if I've ever seen this many champions, or what Alex would see OP champions in the same team together.
It's interesting because basically I looked at the kind of the popular picks, the top 50%, all the champions that were 50% pick or banned for both regions. And North America has 7 of these champions that are 50% or more are picked or banned. And Shen is the number 1 there, and we saw Shen immediately banned out. Shen is the number 13 champion in China, right? So there's clearly a difference there, where it's like North America, freaking Shen, split pushing, hot shot, and Dyrus, like, go for it. And the other side, you've got a very different mindset here. Again, where Rumble and Thresh and all that are the top picks there in China. And so it's interesting because China picked things that they know very, very well and are picks that are highly contested in LPL. And like half the North American lineup is like that, right? Zac and Malphite are guys, and Rise as well, are champions that the Chinese are used to fighting against. But Vayne is a super uncommon AD carry there. It's like, it's super far down the list, and Janna as well. It's like, it's a bunch of Thresh, and then Sona, and then Lulu are like the big supports there, and then people don't ban supports all that much, and so you don't see a lot of the other ones there. So
and ironically, actually, you talked about double lift going with Vayne, and when we've been looking at them, researching for this, we noticed that AD carries are not really a respected pick. They're always down the end, or maybe they are ultra as respected because they're down at the end and they're waiting to be countered. But again, we saw them coming out 5th pick, 4th pick. It's like, they really want to get that mid laner first. Actually, I say that Messiah went for Zed last.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I mean,
I was kind of.
He was behind me helping.
I was just kind of sitting there watching. It's like, yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. He was pulling up all the stats in his Excel, working it all out, heavily working the percentages out. So I got to give him credit for that one. But you said it's going to be this. Yeah. First 3 picks.
I mean, and history repeats itself so much. It's funny, like, I don't mean to sell Jat out, but he made this comment himself, where he's like, because everyone gives Jat the crystal ball credit, right? He can predict everyone's picks. And he's like, I just know the players really well. And once you know the players, it's really easy to predict their next common pick. Yeah. And you just like, you have to look at the players, and you're like, oh yeah, like, and that's sort of how you do it, is you look at the players, you look at the reach, you say, here are the things that they respect the most, this is what they're going to like to do, and you can get the first few picks pretty frequently that way. And again, North America did the same thing, which makes me think back to that conversation we had, saying, yeah, they're expecting these to come out, they've got a different plan in mind.
And speaking of knowing the players really well, I guess you could say that with North America, because every single one of those players has played for the last 2-3 years.
Yeah.
In solo queue ranked. They've all played with each other at some point or another. And again, they've played in the same competitions for the last 3 years together.
Forever.
So it's nothing new. So the fact that they've come together, and this time it's not quite Chicks Dig Elo. No. Which did win, by the way. They won the last international tournament, the World Cyber Games 2011, over in Korea at the time. And, you know, at the time when we went there, it was like, oh, I'm not too sure whether they're going to take it, but they blitzed it then. Could they do the same here?
I think there's a good chance of that. I interviewed Dyrus earlier in the day, and I asked him, you know, how is it playing with this new team compared to TSM? And he says, never after the first, and they've been practicing for the last week straight.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. But, you know, we've tried to talk about WE and IG not getting on. And
sure.
Effectively, they don't, because they're fierce rivals. And they are big rivals against each other. But after having dinner with these guys, I was thinking, these are guys not meant to get on. They seem to be getting on really well. And, well, we are finally getting back into the matchup, so hopefully we'll see just how well they can get on. Here we go. It is going to be, see, the China LPL team as the blue side, and the North American LCS team. X-Special caught out of position maybe here. Wei Zhao on him already. Control managed to get his Demacia standard down on him. He's going to get taken low, but of course the passive, well, it would have been enough maybe. PDD was trying to close him down there, did have the flame spitter ready, and they could have gone for an exhaust on him.
Definitely a possibility there. So
Nobody's got exhaust.
Okay, just kidding. Not a possibility at all. How dare you? But certainly very afraid right there. A nice actually pink ward coming down as well. LPL doing a lot of homework on that one, or sorry, they saw it go down, but it's really a smart move by them, though, just in general. It gives them really good control over the jungle and just allows them to sort of read Saint's moves. They'll see him go through the jungle, they'll know where he goes, and they know what lanes are then available to gank and which ones aren't.
That in itself, of what I've just said, no one's got exhaust. They've got a Vayne on the team. No one's got an exhaust to go against him. And from North America, yeah, they haven't got an exhaust. I'm not surprised, because they probably don't really need it, or it would be handy on set, but nobody's got an exhaust against a Vayne. That seems a little crazy to me.
That is a touch risky, it really is. You know, X-Special went for heal here as a summoner spell, and you know, as far as that spell goes, Lemonation from the newly LCS minted Quantic said that's basically the best late game support summoner spell. It heals the entire team, it scales so well with level, and they're fighting guys like Rumble and Varus and Jarvan going for late game strategy.
Well, we do have the lane swaps coming in, and it is going to be North America putting their two up the top there, and LPL responded straight away. They put Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao up against them. We do see an invade coming in. Troll's going to come around the side here. St. Vicious is on that red buff. He's going to show himself early. He's going to put the aggression down. Red buff, of course, still doing the damage. He's going to get the interrupt. He's going to keep the damage down. Missile was coming around to try and get the help in their hand there, but that's going to force him away from the blue buff.
That was really, really impressive play right there. Of course, just a good read and nice juke on the hook in the top lane as well. And Troll's not done. He's still looking for the top lane a little bit.
And he's going to slide through, surely into the golems. We do see St. Vicious actually at the golems, as it is double lift, taking a little bit of poke. No, he's gone to the red. He's gone for the invade. St. Vicious is around the corner. He may try and steal this one away. St. Vicious not really in a position to deal with it. Just use the smite. So this is going to be a red steal for China.
Now, Saint took too much damage to go back into his own jungle. He said, well, my smite's up. I'll take something with it and let it go back on cooldown. But there's a fight in the top lane.
The hook, the flame. Is that going to be enough? Flashes for the ignites on it. He's going to try and use the Hurling Gale. He's on nothing. Wei Zhao's tower diving though. Double lift is going to get on towards him. The tower hits on him. And now Zhao Zhao's
What beautiful play right there by Double Lift and special, barely timing the heal, barely timing the shield, the knockback as well. I mean, that was a highlight reel of individual plays. No wonder these guys in the skills finals.
Well, we're seeing it before, and it was really Team WE that initiated the 3-minute tower dive, and they were trying it that time, but Troll wasn't really in position. They went a little too early, and as Troll came around, it was all too little too late. And wow, what a start for North America.
That was absolutely beautiful. So we're going to look at some of the rest of these matchups here as we go through. PDD versus Dyrus. Actually an incredibly equal early game start right here. I actually talked to Dyrus a couple days ago about how he felt about his chances. He said he will go equal or win against everyone he faces against. Presumably he did his research and he's coming in very confident this weekend. Well,
you can see in terms of CS, they are very equal. There is a CS differential between Wei Zhao and Double.
Actually, that as Janna's go to late game with a lot of gold, they build sort of AP Janna. They get a Morella Namicon, and they get some cool directions with ability power, and they do good damage, and have really good shield fight. Absolutely amazing. He did that with just a rejuvenation bead there. Completely crushing down PDD, proving why he is the all-star there. 1v2 just takes him down.
Proving why he just didn't get, he had the overheat and the flame spitter on him, and they didn't respect it enough. They didn't back away from it. That was absolutely insane. In terms of CS, we're seeing, of course, Wei Zhao, he's still keeping that 10 CS lead over Double, but now we do see Troll making his way towards that top lane.
And I'm curious to see what they're going to do about this, because right now, the LPL squad are just kind of pushing the vision up, trying to sneak him in, to turn a kill around. Again, this is a team that's all about that protect the double lift, get Vayne fed, and if they can get some counter ganks going, right, they pink toward that top brush, right? They have the avenue to let Jarvan into the lane.
A nervous player, I feel, but Double Lift put in a really good exchange on Wei Zhao there, took half his health off, and we do see, of course, they have that ward in the river, which means they're going to spot Troll. If he goes down there, pink goes down, it's Troll heading down towards the mid lane and going for another invade.
Well, of course, he's certainly had a much stronger early game here, right? He pushed his opponent out of the jungle. He's taken 3 of the 4 buffs, and he wards it down. That is the best ward for invading right there, because he'll see Saint come in, steals him away, and only leaves 1 3-gold Wraith left.
Yeah, that's harsh. It's harsh, but it's fair. And now it's heading up towards the top lane. St. Vicious is close by, and I think they may spot him.
He thought he was bypassing the ward in Tri-Brush. Instead, it's like, oh, Saint sees me, never mind.
Special forces, the flash out did just come back. Shield just in time, and well, Xpecial lives to fight yet another day.
And right now that lane is holding at exactly minus 14 minions. You mentioned it a while back when it was 28 to 14, still that same score right there, so it seems the lane has started to equalize back out, and North America's holding on.
Well, the hook has been thrown out there, but it's Messiah in the mid lane that's getting taken no Scara, popping that ultimate and bursting it down on him. Messiah still holding his ultimate of his own, so we'll see where he goes back in towards Scara here.
Now, it's going to be an interesting matchup. Of course, right now, Messiah has the edge. He's been spamming the minion waves down, and early game landing has never been Rise's real forte there, so I can't be too surprised with how it's been going out so far. But now Scara has tier, he has a cloth armor, and now a blue buff. He's going to have a much better time in this lane, and he actually might start winning against Messiah.
Troll's going to be picking up that red buff, which means St. Vicious' red buff will be spawning soon. We're going to see whether he keeps his eye on that one, but meanwhile, this mid lane, Messiah is keeping problems. And PDD, well, against Dyrus, we saw him getting that kill, and now the CS is definitely sliding in his favor, but Troll is looking for blood in the mid lane again. They're going to go in, the ultimate was used on Scara, but he did use that flash and got away with it.
All right, so there is the escape. The summoner spell was burned, and Rise does not have many escapes, so if Troll comes back, he doesn't have Cataclysm yet, but he will have the knockup at least. That could be all it takes to kill off Scara here.
See the build water cut this already built up by Messiah, and the tier of the goddess, of course, had to go for some armor as well, Scara, so we'll see whether he goes for maybe Seeker's arm guards early on. It's something we've seen countered against Zed quite a few times, but Dyrus really under the pressure on his tower now.
Trying to catch up in the lanes, but Dyrus are getting jumped on again by PDD.
PDD keeping that flame spitter burning, and well, that passive is not going to be enough to stop all of the damage coming out from him now. He went for the Sorcerer's Shoes early on, so he's just going to be a scary, scary thing in lane right now. Dyrus, well, responsibly sticking on his turret.
And that is a smart thing to do as your Malphite. He has pretty good turret last hitting. He's staying at just minus 10, so you'll be able to sort of stay around it. And he has teleport as well, so if something breaks out, he's got the unstoppable force, he's got the teleport. Dyrus can participate in someone else's fight pretty soon.
Well, CS has definitely been closed a little bit. We can see Double Lift doing a job, and he has just gone back to bite. Got himself that BF sword early on compared to the Bilgewater Cutlass, of course, that Wei Zhao went towards. He's going for that Blade of the Rune King, trying to get it out early on. And and the damage from Doublelift is something he wants, rather than going, say, Phantom Dancer early on.
It makes a lot of sense when you look at the lineups here, right? Dyrus and Saint are going to be health stacking tanks, or they're going to have a lot of health in general, and so you want Blade the Ruin King to really do that percentage health damage, right? And of course it synergizes with Wei Xiao's W, getting more attack speed will get more triggers, and that's going to be really useful. Whereas Doublelift is fighting sort of agility type champions, right? It's this Rumble and this Zed who aren't going to have a lot of health, and so having flat attack damage is just better for you at that point.
That combo damage onto Wei Xiao was definitely stinging there. We saw Doublelift put a big wave down on him, but again, you just see the lifesteal is going to put Chain of Corruption down, and the hook up towards it special there.
They're not going for it right now. Wei Xiao is trying to zone his opponent out, knowing it's a 1v3, but they're going to go in on Wei Xiao.
Oh, but Trolley's still there. He flashes away from the hook, and now he's going to get Let's Bounce go, but Doublelift is in trouble. Trolley's keeping the pressure on towards him. Wei Xiao goes in. Dyrus teleports in. The stop for he gets on towards Wei Xiao. He's taken so low. Just needs one more hit to finish him off. Is it going to be too much of the time? Wei Xiao turns him back around. St. Vicious jumps in. Can he get the launch on Troll? Yes, he does, but he's not enough. Slow down, and here comes Messiah to the top lane.
And Saint is stuck right now with Wei Xiao, and Turret on the other side of him is going to be very difficult. If his E does not come back up in the next 2 seconds, he is going to get caught out. No, can he land it?
Can he launch away from this one in time? Yes, he does! No, Messiah passes through! The passing comes down. He's going to get taken down. It'll be Messiah that picks up the kill. But the person's on that top lane still. Doublelift is not giving up, but it's 5-2 now at kills for the Chinese LPL All-Stars.
That was absolutely beautiful by the LPL team. Messiah had killed Scar in the mid lane during that whole encounter, which Messiah has so many kills right now. Saint did at least force him to burn his flash. He forced Messiah to flash over the wall to kill him out, to kill the Bloblets, but I mean, you said it right there, an absolutely great fight by that Chinese team, despite Dyrus teleport.
Look at all those ward pots being picked up by the Chinese LPL. It is time they got control. Latin America and Reacting Kind, they've got themselves a chunk of wards as well, and there is going to be a dotted river set up here. We are 12 minutes coming up to it.
Global objective, the big team fight objective, is now Dragon instead, or invading the jungle and taking the next blue buff spawn, the next red buff spawn. So it's now vision that matters more so than, well, we'll make a 3-on-1 kill your turret and go from there. It's neutrals instead.
Well, we've seen a change around. PDD now going up towards the top there. Dyrus, I expect, will go up there in a moment because you can already see Doublelift Name Special heading down south. Messiah putting that pink ward in the river, clearing out the vision. And it does look like the Chinese LPL are setting up for a Dragon here. It seems they may well want to go for it. I'm not too sure North America can react either. Skara just took a lot of damage.
This is not really a big window right here for North America. Devil does not have any really big items. Dyrus just now got his ulti back. They have the rest of them assigned from Skara, who's not mandatory. They could try, but of course China's stronger right now.
Well, they are going for the Dragon. They've already stripped it down. Down a quarter health down, half health stripped off here. North America not set to go. PDD goes perfect ultimate and just absolutely shreds him. Now they're going to turn towards St. Vicious. They pick the Dragon up. Can they get on towards it? Dyrus has to use his ultimate to get away. St. Vicious is going to get torched down. PDD with a blowtorch on the end of Rumble right now.
Oh, looks like I was wrong about that one. Yes, PDD likes running in there, using his body to kill people, but Rumble certainly is his kind of champion. That maxed out Flame Spitter just runs at people and punches them to death with fire. And PDD proven again.
This is probably not how the North American team were envisioning this start, but now we're going to see Xiao Zhao going headlong in towards the jungle. In fact, they're going to go straight on towards Wei Xiao. They may have enough to take him down here. Howling Gale comes in with the hook, and there's the Dark Passage. Can they go towards Wei Xiao? The flame comes out. Doublelift just needs one more shot. The barrier back comes down. Wei Xiao turns around. Doublelift does manage to get the kill though, but he's taken down by Xiao Zhao. And now X-Metral's in trouble, and Troll is coming down. He's going to jump across. Is he going to have Cataclysm available? Yes, he does, but he doesn't choose to go for it because wisely St. Vicious and Skara were coming.
All those wards they used for Dragon spotted the lane movements as well. It's just a nice happenstance there for the Chinese team to say, hold on, we're getting counter-ganked, let it go. But absolutely amazing play right there to turn that one, turn it around. It's a 1v1 but getting jumped on, they still did well in that fight, the Chinese team.
Fantastic play here from the Chinese LPL All-Stars. We kind of expected the same. You guys at home, well, it seems you had 59% in favor of North America, but right now, it's looking like game one may well go the way of China, but it is still early days, remember. We are not even 15 minutes gone in this game, so major objectives still yet to fall. And Messiah sitting off the side there, but he's on top of a ward. Scarra's not that stupid.
The one thing to remember is that the North American team wants to play for the late game anyway. They've made some moves and tried to start fights, and they haven't all gone their way. They usually go equal. It's okay for them to give up dragons as long as they can make it to late game and not lose too much of their base. They have lost 2 turrets so far, certainly looking very good for the LPL team, but if they don't keep pressing advantages, North America will outscale them.
And let's not forget, these are all best of 3 matches as well, so still plenty of games to play. Sans Doublelift keeping that farm going and trying his best to catch up. But it looks like LPL going to keep the pressure on the mid lane. PDD heading up back up to the top to protect that turret top, and still North America yet to be able to shove down. We do see Dyrus making moves in the jungle, but it's simply to back off.
Right now, this is a lot of smart moves there by the LPL squad. You saw them pushing into that second middle turret right there. This is that's the type of moves you want to see from them. They can't really rush Baron this early. None of them are great.
Been working out. Of course, as you mentioned, Scarra's not really going to be looking too strong right now because simply put, Ryze wants to build up that melee, build up those items to get strong early on. Whereas you look at Messiah, he's already got the Brutalizer, already got the Blade of the Rune King, so it's no surprise that they are doing a heck of a lot of damage right now. Doublelift as well. He's going to back away. They're trying to bait out Wei Zhao here. Shane Vicious is going to jump in. He's going to get the Let's Bounce going up, and the Dark Passage instantly yanks him away, and that ultimate was burned.
That was absolutely great play there without, I mean, anything major really required. Just a great lantern, a great dodge by Wei Zhao. Perfect opening for them. So I want to go back to what you were talking about earlier with Messiah versus Scarra, because you've got a 2,000 gold lead in the heads-up 1v1 between Messiah and Scarra. He's got 2 kills, 3 assists, as well as those 2 turrets and Dragon for global objectives. And that is a huge heads-up matchup, because they're going to keep fighting each other, and Messiah will keep winning it.
He will keep putting the pressure down, and that's going to be the 3rd outer turret of the game. And China do take it down to 3 for 0 in turrets, and that takes the gold lead to just close to 6,000 gold now. 17 minutes gone in this game.
The number I always tell myself for gold leads is 20%. If it's more than 20%, it's usually a really, really big deal, and that's the mark where it's like, man, this is hard to come back from. But that said, I mean, I don't know what else I can really say about the story here, but the Chinese team, right? This feels like the WE style. They're like, yeah, we'll split up and farm and go for the late game, when that's not really in their wheelhouse right now. They've outplayed individually and taken kills in team fights, but now they're just like, yeah, I'll play the landing phase for a while.
Well, if you think of the European LCS team that they have, obviously you think Soaz replacing Darien, that is maybe supercharging Gambit a little bit. Well, PDD replacing Sao Mei, maybe that is supercharging a little bit. We do see same business getting. The Chinese LPL All-Stars are in a commanding position now.
That was absolutely beautiful by them, and like every time it seems I am wrong once more. They actually went for the aggressive play, that dive on that dead outside turret, and we've talked about how much that can matter sometimes. When outer turrets are gone, you give up map control, and they can roam into the opposing jungle. Scar's trying to run away. I'm not sure he'll make it out.
No, Messiah's trying to cut him off here. St. Vincent is going to jump across and trying to put the damage down on Messiah before they take him down. He's very low. They just need to wait for his cooldown. Scar's trying to get his cooldowns on there. Flashes out, but he's going to get taken down. And now St. Vicious is the target. He wants to move towards Messiah. Dyrus is coming around the side here. Doublelift and Deck Special are back up. Can they put the damage on towards Messiah before he dies? Yes, they can. He's not going to be able to die to a turret. Oh my God! Gets away. Didn't go for the Dark Passage, so Dyrus uses the stumble force to pick up the kill.
He nearly got out of that one. That was so beautiful by Messiah, proving again why he's an all-star. I feel like this entire weekend is going to be full of plays like that because every player here is so good. But at the end of the day, it was a 1-for-1 right there. Dyrus got the pickup gold there, the shutdown gold, which is probably, I would say, not the person you want for it for the North American team. Special got first blood, and you got a cage pick for it, and that's cool. Dyrus got the shutdown gold, but where's that Scar and double gold? That's where the North American team needs kills.
Well, Dyrus has quite happily shoved that lane, gone back to buy. He's 2 for 2 now. Picked up that Sunfire cape, and he's going to keep getting a little bit stronger. Special is hanging off the side. There is a pink ward down. They can't quite see that ward though, so they don't realize the WE can see them. It's just off to the side. It will be nevertheless a blue buff for Scarra, and that is important. Doublelift though, often is owned down that bottom, farming away, and shoving that.
Late, 1v2 probably, I'm out.
Uh-oh, they're going to try and head him off here. PDD, Messiah, and Troll coming down here. Instead, it's the Dragon they want to go for. And they're going to have full control of that.
Dyrus' teleport is up, but it looks like they're not going to try to make a move here. The best hope for NA is that Dyrus can push down the top turret and finally get a global objective. No one is remotely close to the top lane from the Chinese squad, so this could be a turret pickup.
We do see Wei Xiao keeping that CS farm over double lift. No surprise there with the amount of times he's been targeted. You do see some pings out. Dyrus, he should take down that top turret, but he's got to be careful. PDD is heading him off, and already Dyrus starts to back away.
That's actually really, really good Spidey. So even puts the ward down, spots the rumble coming, and PDD's not even going to follow suit with that one. So Dyrus got damage in the turret, but didn't quite kill it off. Next time someone looks at it the wrong way, it will fall over. But again, it was an uncontested dragon. The LPL squad are picking up some really good moves.
Yeah, Zhao and Messiah were also heading off Dyrus, so wisely instead he backs off. Pink ward war has begun between X Special and Zhao. It is going to be LPL. Look at this. St. Vicious may get baited into something here, but he realizes his jungle is not a safe place for him.
The pink ward war is going to be really interesting, actually, because X Special has more passive gold income than his opponent, than Xiao, because he's got that cage's lucky pick, 4 gold per 10 seconds. The problem is all the global objectives are going LPL's way, so he's getting a lot of ambient gold without any items.
May see Dyrus go for this one, you know. The rest of the team are coming around. He has got unstoppable force available. Goes in for Xiao though. That's not really the target they wanted. They will get the kill. St. Vicious lets bounce. He's just getting dropped massacred there. The equalizer comes out. Cataclysm towards X Special. That's going to be a pick-up kill for Messiah now. Then Scar is going to be the target. PDD thought about going into this one. They have got the minion waves coming with them. It's still a 4v3, and they're keeping pressure on the inhibitor turret. They're going to back away though. Scar should have enough to keep the wave clear.
Double has just been split pushing the bottom lane the entire time, which is so risky for them. He's going to go in on Scar.
Oh my word, Messiah just picks up the kill there. Dyrus comes back around. They do take a couple of tower hits. I'm not sure they can quite get this turret down. Yes, they can. Look at PD.
By pulling Double back wouldn't have helped anymore anyway, but the decision to say, yeah, let's go for a 4v5, I'm not sure if that was the right choice for the North Americans.
No, it sometimes works for CLG, but this time it backfired pretty horribly. And losing an inhibitor is never great. Double does want to take away that large rate. Oh, they're going to try and catch up to Wei Xiao. Oh, not quite going to get in there in time. And Double, well, he's going to keep picking up the farm, and he's actually passed Wei Xiao in farm, but it doesn't matter. Wei Xiao has the Blade of the Rune King and an Infinity Edge now, and look at the gold completely different. Because of those global objectives they've had, he's got a 1,200 gold lead. Those 2 dragons, all those turrets they've picked up now, 5-2 in turrets, has given the Chinese LPL a big advantage in the gold sense, and that is 6,500 still.
So now it's really how well can the North American team split push. They finally picked up some global objectives, which is nice for them. They can have someone sit there at the top lane and soak up that super minion farm. All the waves will actually constantly push toward North America because of the inhibitor death. All 3 waves will keep going towards the red side of the map. But the problem is we're now late enough in the game. I say late enough at 23 minutes, but there's so much gold for the Chinese team, they can start Baron.
Dyrus stood on top of a ward there in the tri-bush, and they are setting up for him. They are ready to go towards him. Will they let him get away? You can see, oh, the hook was coming through, and they thought they could maybe land it. Dyrus' sixth sense kind of set him up there. I thought we were going to see the hook coming out straight through the tri-bush and through the Baron pit, but it is going to be the Baron started off here for the Chinese LPL team. And North America, they are in position. The Baron attacked him. The Baron attacked him and unstopped him. He got the spike. He has the spike. Can they get the unstoppable force? Yes, they do. We're going to see Double dive on though. He's already taken control now. Now he's on Wei Xiao, and you can see the slow on Xiao. It's going to be a 2-for-1 at the moment. That's going to make it a 3-for-1. Can they go for 4? Wei Xiao's getting targeted, and the North American team are turning this one around by another Baron fight. How many times have we seen these Baron fights go back and forth? And well, St. Vicious really is the safe of the North American scene right now, because that smite may well have got North America back in this game.
And they actually won the fight afterwards too. I've seen teams pile in and steal Baron and still get ace and be like, whoa, at least we got Baron, but our base is dead. North American team won that fight. Let's get a replay of that, because I want to see how they still managed to win the battle even after the steal. So we're gonna go in, Saint's gonna miss that E, the knockup Baron actually cancels him out. Gets a flash for it, and then guess. He gets that, the fight starts. Look at that unstoppable force. It hits 3 people, and they layer on top of it, and Double is free to roam. Messiah was used on Scar, so Double's like, I'm a fed Bane running around in a playground. This is great. He's stealing candies from babies at this point, and gets a triple kill off of that battle. Messiah does get out just barely, but that's the thing. There's enough threats there that if Messiah and PDD spend it on one threat, and that was Scar there, they don't spend it on Double Lift, he's safe.
Oh, the hook being thrown out from Xiao, not quite landing, but this is definitely giving North America a chance. Sorry, Dyrus' head doesn't have unstoppable force available, remember, and looks like the Chinese LPL team want to fight for this one, but North America are defending strongly.
This is very, very interesting as well because you're seeing the Doublelift build progression. He always builds a defensive item third. Like, I've literally always seen it this way, and he's going for a frozen mallet this time, which would have chased people as well as kite rumble. I don't know if it's enough health to survive against Messiah because he's got a Blade of the Ruin King. Health doesn't help against Zed's itemization.
The super minions going in that top wave, so sooner or later someone from North America is going to have to deal with it. It's Dyrus that's gone up there. Remember, he's got teleport though. We see the Chinese LPL team moving in, and they're going to put a couple of shots down on it. Dyrus will clear out this wave. He'll be able to put some hammer down, but that wave, they have started to put pressure on, but of course the shield coming out from Jano Special. He's trying to keep it defended, but I'm not sure it's quite going to be enough.
I think if Dyrus teleports here, it won't work all that. I think he's going to teleport to a ward on the left-hand side. He's going for it now.
He comes in, but the ward, look at that. It's the ward around the corner again, the one they couldn't see earlier on. It gives the Chinese LPL such a big warning sign, and they were backing off instantly.
I don't know if this is quite going to work because super minions are flooding into the North American base. I mean, yeah, they've got some Baron buff, but North America is still the team that's defending here. They're down in gold, they're down turrets, their minions are flooding in. Their mid turrets taking damage as Doublelift runs over to go defend it. Like, he should be hitting minion. Okay, thank you for defending your turret, Doublelift. But yeah, this is a situation where the North American team still has to play defensive and lose out on Dragon, lose out on the Baron buff. It's just
goal of his rival Wei Zhao. He's going to be strong, but Messiah is still 3,000 gold over Skara right now. That may be a problem. And of course, PDD, we've seen how strong he can be on Rumble. He did get the equalizer in a great position in the Baron pit, but unfortunately for them, everybody came out of the Baron pit and equally didn't.
Yeah, but the thing is for Skara, he's actually hit sort of the right point in his life. He's got the Errata Fate is completed, the Seraph's Embrace is completed, and he's now starting on Frozen Heart. That's his next pickup here. So he's actually going to be able to withstand the damage output from his opposition. He's going to be able to withstand the Zed burst.
And we're also seeing, of course, Xpecial. He's starting to build, as we've seen many times with Janna. He's going to become far more useful, you feel, than Zhao Zhao will, because he's starting to get the damage as well as the gold per second. They're going into it. It's going to be PDD they target towards. They force the Dark Passage there, but St. Vicious, like, get up high rates.
It's going to be interesting because I want to see what Xiao Xiao does. Because you're right that as far as like scaling is concerned, John is going to outpace him, and that's going to be really grand. It's a lot of healing, it's a lot of shields. However, there is no cleanse or CC removal at all from the North American lineup. If he gets a death sentence on Doublelift, it'll be a literal death sentence for him. So it's going to be a risky proposition for Vayne to dodge that skill shot.
They let them have the inner turret. Doublelift was off at the top there, keeping the super minions at bay, and it looks like it's going to be a third inner turret being given up here. North America not in a position to defend it. Doublelift is a long way off of this map, and I feel that Chinese LPL will turn straight towards this one. The question is, will they react? Will they pile in for them?
No, the North American team is certainly looking to defend it, and Xpecial can keep shielding that turret as well, so the siege is not even situation, and as long as Xpecial's on the ball, it's not easy at all for the LPL squad to start a battle. North America can just sit there and farm at their turret for the entire game.
And if there's one thing North America is good at, it's late game team fights.
Yes.
They are very, very good at them. St. Vicious might get caught out here. He's going to get hooked in, but he should be able to walk away from it. He's not really the target they want to focus on, but he's the target they've taken very low regardless. There is a minute up on Baron though, so it's not the end of the world right now. He's just going to back off, and it's going to be Zhao Zhao continuing to clear out those wards. But what I was suggesting, oh no, they've interrupted him. They do go towards Dyrus. That's going to be changed. Towards Dyrus. He's going on towards St. Vicious. He gets his left round going down, but the equalizer hits, and it is shredding North America to pieces. Messiah taking so much number that's going on. It is an 8 right there. That is going to be great up for the Chinese LPL. Discount everything I just said. That is game on to China.
And there's the hardcore initiation you look for. There's the combo that they like to pick so often. Jarvan starts things out. Rumble follows up really quickly. Varus and Fresh. Every single person just follows up right there and said, we'll kill you, we'll kill you, we'll kill you, we'll kill you, and clean up the North American team. You called it. That is game one of the Chinese LPL All-Star team.
Very good play there from Chinese LPL. North America, that is the world champions. But you can hear the crowd. You know who the favorites are. It is going to be the Chinese LPL All-Stars taking game one against North America. PDD, he was the man that caused it because that 2v1 bottom lane against St. Vicious and Dyrus really set the ball rolling.
He really was the big impetus for that team. And it's funny as well because he wasn't even initially supposed to be here, right? I think they had voted in initially.
Cao Mei?
Yeah, Cao Mei in the top lane, but you can only get 3 players from each team. Yeah. And so PDD fills in, and he's like, yeah, it's fine. I'm still going to crush faces super hard. You know, picks up the Rumble. I mean, that's always the thing, too, is his team first picked his champion. Said, look, of all the things we could do in this game, PDD, you're on Rumble, make us proud. And he made them proud.
He says, I can do that. And
yeah.
that equalizer at the end was exquisite. That was straight across the whole team. Sabretooth had already been caught and been hooked, and he was just backing off too close. He wasn't really expecting the aggression from China, and called it himself. He says, they kind of just farm. They didn't really farm. They were farming players rather than champions. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the see hero, kill hero sort of mindset right there that M5 really pioneered. And yeah, I mean they just dogpiled people, right? And that's it's funny too because you think about the history of like WE, and we said, you know, IG's hyper aggressive, WE split pushes and farms for a while, but the first team to like start 3-on-1 tower dives with lane swaps was WE. That was their initial move, was hyper aggression and just killing champions at all times. And it kind of came back to that a little bit. You saw the hardcore engages for a good about half of that game.
And that may well be the Invictus Gaming feel that team
rush for the Jarvan, for example, right? They can, like the one thing is I think they can't just ban out Messiah. He wasn't, the thing is he still out-dueled Scar with Zed, right? They let him get whatever he wanted. Scar rushed for the Rise grab. That was, I think, like the first pick that North America even went for, thinking they were going to take 4 champions from Messiah and ban him out, and it didn't matter. And they've got to realize, okay, look, unless you really want to play Rumble or Jarvan or Thresh, we need to remove these because they're so good at those champions. They play them every game, and they'll pick them every game. Those are the adaptations North America needs to take.
Yeah, and you feel that, you know, Messiah's kind of champion pool is that big, honestly. You can't really ban him out.
No.
Whereas they weren't too worried about Scara, that's for sure.
Yeah, they removed Diana because Diana's one of those heavily respected picks that even the Chinese mid laners will play more than almost anything else. And sure, okay, you can toss one ban there. And again, Shen is the #1 champion in North America. They removed that, okay, fine. But, you know, that champion will stick for game 2. They don't have to change anything. Like, yeah, okay, that worked. Just figure out what we're going to play next.
It worked, and you got to feel really it was the lane phase as well that it's kind of backfired on him. It was so close, so many things could have happened. We're going to, of course, see whether they do change it out, but for now, we want to get over to Jat and Riv, who are ready to break down the game's big plays.
Gentlemen, and a great cast as well, so much more to come, so we are ready and waiting after we show you a few replays. Now, Jat, the beginning of this game, we saw how much pressure the Chinese team was able to put on North America, but it was just too much and too many times. However, the first time North America was able to thwart that attempt was amazing.
Yeah, so if we just get into this clip right away, we'll get to see really an all-star play from X Special. Let's just start rolling this because it looked like X Special was dead from the very start. First off, you thought the Ignite tick was going to kill him. To be able to take this one out. But Riv, as you're saying, it went bad after that.
And with that kind of attack in the top of the lane, where would their focus should have gone after seeing that, you know, they had Jarvan come into the jungle and start messing around with Saint?
Yeah, so there was a later part in the game where Rumble was actually able to just get the double kill from the behind Saint in the bottom lane, and then we saw the crazy lead, the Baron steal, and then actually a fight right at the end here, which we're going to have a clip of as well, that really just sealed the deal for them, and you talked me into that one.
Absolutely. You know, starting this one, it was kind of Dyrus just waiting around to help Saint.
Yeah, and this was the bad move. They wanted to stop Saint from getting caught out, and it just made Dyrus get, you can see the chain of corruption spread to the rest of North America. It ended up hitting nearly everyone. You can see it still hit double lift at the end of that, and he ends up getting rooted. That one Varus ultimate is really what sealed the deal, as well as impeccable coordination from the rest of the Chinese LPL All-Star squad. The game was actually really close and tense at that point because NA had mounted a fierce comeback. That's just the way it goes.
And before the match and the pre-games and everything we talked about, PDD, what is he going to be able to do? And he absolutely showed an all-star performance.
And I know Freak and D-Man have already talked about it, but we're not going to be seeing Rumble in the next game. If we do, North America should not, their coach should be fired. Liquid go home if they let the Rumble get through.
Absolutely. So coming up, it's the second game in the fight between North America, LCS, and the Chinese LPL All-Stars. If China can stomp one more Nexus, they'll move into the semifinals and a showdown with the Garena All-Stars. Don't go away. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend, live from Shanghai, China. Now, our second game between the North American LCS and the Chinese LPL All-Stars is just moments away. But before we get back into the action, I'd like to welcome Kaox to the interview lounge. Kaox, it's very nice to have you here. How have you been?
I've been having a blast in China. It's the past 3 weeks. I've also been in Hong Kong for 4 days, and I just got back. Barbecued fish? No, it's like, I guess it's sort of like barbecued fish in stew, and it's really, really good. If you have the chance, you should have it yourself here.
All right, I'll be sure to try it.
Like, the karaokes here in China are amazing, and late night, for whatever reason, again, going back to food, there's Hong Ma La, which they give you a pot of very, very spicy, like, kebabs. And it's open 24/7.
All right. Nice tips for eating here in China with Kaox. Thank you very much. But of course, everybody knows what happened. It's TSM in the LCS. So where did you go from there? Because that's a huge part of your life that was cut off, essentially.
That was one of the most brutal experiences I've ever had to go through. I guess another way you can put it is interesting experiences I've ever had to go through. And definitely, I didn't know what I wanted immediately off the bat. And I remember that plane ride home from TSM House to New York. I just, like, the amount of thought that was just, because you're essentially trapped to yourself in your mind on the plane. They had no Wi-Fi. And oh my God, that plane ride. But I got back and I thought about it and I was like, well, I speak Chinese and I've always wanted to go back to China for any event. Like, we've had offers from Star Wars, like the original Star Wars League, to go when I was still playing for TSM, to come back to China and play against the Chinese teams. And I wanted to so bad, but everyone was like, jet lag. And it's like, price pool. But I came back here, like Royal Club, IG, VG, like all these gaming houses, and just to learn about their culture, because they embrace esports so much in Asia. And I'm still not done with my trip because I'm going to Taiwan, Singapore, and Korea after this event.
We've seen you putting out a lot of content. It's amazing, yeah, you know, your house tours and everything. Is this what you want to focus on, or do you think I miss being on that stage and playing the game?
I think that's something that I'm battling with myself right now, because giving up the spotlight and pursuing something else it's such a huge feat, because I was sort of forcibly removed from a dream of winning a season, being world champion. But I think right now finding a solid 4 other team members, or just hopping on a team that's really, really good, is very hard, because I don't want to just kick off another 80 player like on a very good team right now. So I'm still waiting for that opportunity to go on a team. I don't see one right now, so I might just sit back and relax a bit more and stream, focus more on streaming, and wait for that perfect opportunity, I suppose.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope to see a lot from you, maybe coming back to the scene in a team. Thank you very much, Kaox.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. Okay, now before we get into the second game between the North American LCS and the Chinese LPL All-Stars, let's take a behind-the-scenes look at the NA team's week-long boot camp at Fort Curse.
We're here seeing our synergy together and seeing how we work as a team.
The one thing you lose when you go from one team and then put people into another team is you don't know how to like work with that person yet.
Each individual one has unique characteristics like of their gameplay that makes them different than my teammates.
I've been on a team with every one of them except Scara, so it's not really like they're my enemy or anything.
Yeah, it's so fun to be able to play with these players that I look up to and respect, and like finally I get to play with them and just see how good they actually are.
Steve is actually doing a great job.
He takes it really seriously, and he's got this like look of like a really serious manager.
For me, winning is as important as it is for them. I have skin in the game, you know.
He's going all out on this.
He flew in an analyst specifically for this weekend, just to be able to help us.
Being involved with the team and having their respect and having respect for them, I think really creates a healthy environment for us to do well and to learn from one another.
I know we're like here to be serious and stuff, but I feel like everybody is like lighthearted.
When you have a new team like this, humor is a great way to just get everybody on the same page.
I can see that they're all very, very great players and why people chose them. Except for Xpecial, I mean, he's on my team.
This is literally 5 North America's best. I'm going to learn so much, and I think they're going to learn a lot too, and it's just going to make the NA scene stronger.
I'm looking for the All-Stars. I love playing against the best players around the world.
Because there's so few international events nowadays. Every region has like completely different play styles, it feels like. And watching how each of the play styles like match up against each other, I think that's what really like does it for me.
We are going up against the favorites, China, and possibly the second favorites, either Korea or Southeast Asia. Then it's Europe, then it's us. That's what people perceive it as.
I think our odds, I mean, they're not great, but, you know, everyone likes the underdog story.
When I left, my team was like, you guys are gonna get stomped. I'm like, really?
My team also said, you guys are gonna get crushed, like, no chance.
Kitty Pie was like, literally, I'll eat my socks if you guys take one game from China. And I'm like, okay.
Since I'm playing with these guys, like, a whole new world of opportunities open up.
This is the first All-Star team, and if we win, we'll go down in, like, esports history, so I wouldn't...
13 All-Star Championships here in Shanghai. Currently the Chinese LPL All-Stars 1-0 up against North American LCS All-Stars, and it was a, I wouldn't say convincing victory, because it was shaky for a moment there. And North America looked like they're in it. Just again, they gave them a mistake. And this is something that many teams have talked about. I remember distinctly having conversations with Alex Hitch, talking about how these top teams, if you just make that one mistake, that is it, game over.
Yeah, and it was interesting because so much of that game was individual play, where you saw that, you know, the 2v2 top lane, the rumble kill at the bottom. It's interesting. But now that we've gotten a champion select, I want to name 3 more champions, which is Elise, Sona, and Hecarim. Those are the secondary champions to Thresh, Rumble, and Jarvan that are the next most popular in those roles in China. And so North America's like, no, we're still going to keep banning out your mid laner, but it's, of course, now LPL's turn to ban those champions out.
Well, they banned out Rumble, and yes, Dyrus does play Rumble, but to what extent would it be a first pick choice for them? Wasn't really China I was expecting to ban that champion out, but they respect it that heavily. They dare not let it through. And again, it's Messiah that's focused on Twisted Fate, Orianna, and Evelynn. Thresh and Rumble, ironically, LPL banned themselves out there, as well as Messiah champion, and Diana sneaks through.
Yeah, that's the one where I was waiting to see what that third ban was going to be, because Scar's got that champion pool. The Diana, you know, even WE banned it out, or I should say even LPL banned it out to get that away from Scar, because it's such a respected pick from him. So he steals that away from China as well, so I want to see, of course.
A couple of months, so, but Jarvan definitely, you know, the fact is a favorite. Would we see St. Vicious jumping on that opportunity, or will this be a Zac in a different way?
It's a possibility, certainly. We've seen it in so many different places. Like, I'm as hesitant and unsure as...
There's one.
Yeah, there we go. Got one. All right. I'm as unsure as the North American team is right now. They can't guarantee themselves a 1v1 top lane matchup or anything like that. So they've got to play around the fact that it could go either way, and we have seen it in both places. We've seen it occasionally mid, but that's unlikely here. So now it's really North America's turn to decide if they also want to steal away. Right, you know, again, they could lock away Jarvan and make sure that it's not like, you know, top Zac, you know, jungle Jarvan, but it's really just a wild open world of possibilities now.
Will they jump back onto Vayne? I feel that that's something Doublelift is obviously confident on it. It worked pretty well, but it does look like the Bear may well be making an appearance here for St. Vicious.
If they do lock in Volibear, this is a different North American LCS lineup, which works factually as literally different champions, but also their intent here in the play style. Because this, especially if Volibear gets in now, this is a much more early mid-game focused team where they're going to start things as soon as anyone hits level 6. I mean, Volibear can do it at level 1 theoretically, but they'll start battles so much more quickly and look to crush down lanes 2-on-1, 3-on-1 turret dives.
There's a lot of conversations still going on. The champion didn't get locked in. It was simply the time ran down. So you only hope North America that was the choice they wanted.
Yeah, when that happens, you click the champion and you're like, okay, we're spend the rest of the time to make sure that this is what we want. Guys, anyone else have any objections? Anyone have any objections? Because why not just take the full time with everything on the line? They've got to win this game to stay alive. I think Varus is still the pick right here. They've got to take away the safe AD carry. Caitlyn's another opportunity, but I think Varus worked well enough for him last time. But basically, they need something long range and safe, because Volibear, Diana, and Malphite are all going to get in his face. If you need something, Wei Zhao specifically needs something that's safe in the back lines, but he's still a bit. I'm wrong!
Wow. Wei Zhao taking it to Doublelift with a Vayne of his own. And will we see a counter? Will we see Doublelift going, all right, I'll take Varus?
No. I think they're going to keep going with the early mid-game composition, because they told me what champion they were going to play in one of these games, and I don't want to spoil it. I want to see if they actually go for it. And so, like, I feel like there's still going to be this early mid-game sort of push here, like something like Tarek or Lulu, maybe even Zyra, that can just participate in fights really, really well, do battle early on, and try to push an early lead, especially against Rise Vayne. They want to get an early lead here.
Darius is currently highlighted on. We'll see whether that is the final choice. Of course, they haven't gone for support yet either. We'll see what X Special comes out with. It is going to be that lane you talked about. It's Urgot along with, is it going to be Tarek or is it going to be Janna?
Janna works with Urgot. She gives him that attack damage buff, which will work with his Acid Hunters, and then he can deal more damage that way. And the way that shields break is whichever shield has less duration left will get broken first. So if he turns on Terror Capacitor for long enough, he can preserve the Janna shield. And it is going to be Janna, so that two-man lane right there is super aggressive, has a lot of damage, and they can all go and participate. That said, team fighting-wise, Janna's a little bit more awkward because she's disengage-based when the North American team really just wants to start fights.
Everybody wants to get in there, but of course those shields will be helping out early on. We've seen Zhao Zhao on your screen there, discussing what would be the final pick. We've already seen Messiah locking in that Rise. Now the question is, will Zach be in the jungle? Or will he be up top lane? If Nasus gets selected, he could be anywhere. We've seen mid lane Nasuses in the Chinese scene.
You know what's funny is recently the Korean top laners, specifically those from the two CJ teams, have been playing top lane Rise. Now, I don't know if that's actually gone over to China yet, but it was actually like super popular in the mid-rise that people would generally expect is probably still going to stick through here, but like we've actually seen other configurations.
So what do we see then? It looks like the final swaps have come through. What are we expecting from this? This is definitely a very different North American team.
It's very, very different. It's very early game focused. It's starting fights because they're all tanky or have shields. I mean, literally 4 of them have shields in the North American squad, and one of them has a Volibear passive that heals for 30% of max health. So they can all turret dive like madmen and just withstand that. So hyper aggression from the North American team, looking for kills constantly. On the other side, it's super late game. It's all about team fighting. It's all about getting to like 40 minutes in and saying, look, Rise and Vayne are too big for you to deal with. You're just going to lose the game to our gold. That said, also, they've got these really cool mid-game advantages because Nasus can solo Dragon at level 6. Zach just sustains forever in lane and can just be at full health the entire time in a battle. It'd be hard to dive that way, especially with his passive.
Well, we will see how this one works out. Remember, it is China 1-0 up. It is a best of 3. Can they go 2-0, or will the North American team fight themselves back? There is the main stage, and how awesome does it look? You can see those big monoliths with the champions locked in. The swirl, there's screens everywhere. You can see there's the screens along the top of the stage with a picture-in-picture of each player, and just how really getting their full-on reaction. Those screens, you know, you can see them on your screen right now. They are probably, I would say, 50-inch monitors up there.
I feel like they're taller than I am.
I feel like they may even be bigger, yeah.
Because they're about the same size as the actual player booths themselves up there. And the booth is like, you sit in it and it's taller than you.
Yeah.
So, like, it's a good, like, 5 feet tall, each of those.
It's an enormous stage, and, well, it's an enormous venue. And, well, it is, of course, an enormous game. So we are about to get underway, ladies and gentlemen, in Shanghai. And, of course, the LPL team are 1-0 up and going for a bit of an early trundle in the jungle.
Well, this makes a lot of sense, honestly. As long as they get in there quick enough, they can get there before wards get put down. They expect the early Wraith ward to come out from the North American squad, and as long as they go as 5, NA can't screw with them. So they get to go deep, as long as they pile together, get the ward all the way in on double golems as well as lizard buff. So there's a lot of vision there. This will actually also tell them right away if that Urgot Janna lane's going bottom and go for the double golems.
And he didn't go for a pink ward there. He went for 3 standard vision wards, and like you said, that one on the golems is definitely going to be a big tell for them. They can see that it's going to be Urgot Janna in the bottom lane once they show themselves, but will they go for those golems early on? It does look like they will.
Yeah, but they're sending PDD over towards the Wolf camp, so it's actually going to be a 2v1 lane swap for the LPL squad. Now, last time around, they actually tried the 2v2 to help shut down Vayne, because they want a 2-on-2 Vayne, and it was a weaker lane, and it showed in the minion scores. LPL this time are trying to hide their Vayne, and the North American team is like, that's fine, we'll just take double golems, we'll deal with it later.
Scouting may have backfired there. Xpecial put the pink ward down just around the back of the red, expecting that to be where the ward was, but there was nothing there, so that's... It's going to give them vision. It's going to give security for Saint's vision. He did get invaded in the first game, if you remember, on his red. Maybe that's just simply securing it, but pink ward, that's a little excessive, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, based on the champions here, there's no way Nasus invades a Volibear. Like, Saint is happy to just go take his jungle camps. All those words really mean, as far as LPL is concerned, is watching where Saint goes, because Polar Bear is such a...
A little bit of pressure on Messiah, and Scar definitely in his comfort zone on this champion. Of course, Diana versus Rise. You'd expect him to maybe try and bully out that lane a little, which is looking like what he's starting to do. Immediately goes around, puts that ward on the Wraiths.
Yeah, he'll be pushing constantly. He warded out there to spot to see where Troll's going to go. It's interesting because he actually started red instead of starting out on blue. Normally he would have been able to kind of spot him going for his other buff and maybe screw with him a little bit, and that's not the case here. So Scar will push Rise to his turret and try to win minion kills that way. We'll see how it pans out. But you can see Saint looking for that early tower dive at the bottom lane.
He's tippy-toeing around, but Troll is there, and he's going to get spotted the moment he comes around there. That may well cancel out that aggression, or will Troll walk towards him? They are still going to go. Regardless, it's going to be the Howling Gale, and Troll is the target. St. Vincent gets in, but he flips him away, and now Special goes in. It's going to be St. Vincent that picks up the kill and gets away with it. That is going to be a great first blood for North America.
Absolutely beautiful turret dodge. They're going to go in anyway.
Oh, Special's going to get taken down. It's PDD that gets flipped. Will it be enough? Double Lift puts one more hit on him. It's going to be Double Lift that's giving it. He's not going to take it. Yes, he is. He's going to get the passive, though. Are they going to have enough minions? I don't think they're going to have quite enough to take him down here. They need a couple of shots, and it's going to be surely Double Lift that will get focused by that turret. And PDD, he's back to life and alive.
He smote one of the Bloblets. They do count as minions, but you called it right. There were not enough minions there for the North American squad to tank up the turret for long enough. But yeah, I want to go back to that fight, though, because the turret aggro juggling was so good. Special tanked it first, said, I don't need to participate in the fight. I'll just take the first 2 shots, then walk out. Then Doublelift did it because he can come out and then back in as a ranged champion. Saint had to fully commit, so he needed to get aggro last, so that he could stay there underneath the turret and deal the rest of the damage. So that was perfectly orchestrated there. Even 3-on-2, they took it.
The first blood, though, he went to St. Vicious. We'll see how that helps him out in the jungle. You can see he's already been back and got the claw, the Razor. Yeah. And it is going to be St. Vicious clearing out. He will be faster in the jungle, so we'll see how much that benefits him. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, it's 33-32, very even between the two mid laners. And of course, the ADs. Wei Xiao has been getting the free reign, as you would expect in this 2v1 lane against Dyrus. He is building up a CS lead over X-Special. Over Double Lift, definitely one over X-Special.
And look at the gold lead itself, though. It's still very, very close. Wei Xiao has a small edge of about 50 gold. The 100 gold assist was there for Double, which will cover about 5 minion last hits worth. And of course, you're seeing Elite being
kept away from a lot of this, but Messiah comes down, puts that ward in the jungle, and it's St. Vicious. He's going to make a return visit, going around towards that tri-bush.
And this is all just the early aggression. They're pushing. PDD, level 5, has as much armor as he can muster with Endurance Shield and Cloth Armor, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And Troll's not even on the right side of the map to protect him. This should be an easy kill for NA.
Keeping the pressure on the top lane, but it's the bottom lane where they're going towards. PDD is going to get focused on. The lock comes off from Double Lift. You see X-Special once again tanks out the turret. It's St. Vicious that picks up the kill, but North America, they lost the top turret.
It's going to be worth it, though, because North America can answer this turret back easily, and they have the numbers advantage on the right-hand side. They could turn to Dragon right after, and that would be really good for them because Nasus can solo Dragon later on. They should take as much as they can right now, North America.
Dyrus gets knocked back there by Wei Xiao, but does clear out that wave and tries to protect this inner turret. They are going to finally get this bottom turret down, so that is going to be an outer for an outer. Things are even, but it's the gold advantage and 2-1 kills on North America currently.
This is actually starting to get rough for NA because they've got this 3-on-1. That's smart. Okay, LPL was smart there. They realized that 2 members from NA recalled back and could have shown up into that fight. Scar was also level 6 and was more or less in fog of war there as well and could have shown up. So the Chinese squad backed out, saying we don't want to get caught out here in this.
For the 2 AP mids, and well, even the top lane is 32-30, so very close across the board. No big advantage this time in the lane phase for China, and that is kind of what swung the game for them. Yeah. North America very much is in this one, and remember, once it came down to that Baron fight, they were there ready to fight. North America, if they can keep up the aggression in the lane phase, and as you mentioned, they have an early game team. If they start putting the pressure on, it may cause problems for China.
It is, and North America doing the right thing here. Normally when your dual lane kills a turret, you swap back, but North America does not want to do that. They want Double Lift Special to fight against me. And actually, wow, LPL initially was actually sending Vayne to the bottom and turned her around and went back to the left. And again, they're trying to hide Vayne against Urgot. This gives North American LCS control over Dragon. They have way more members on the bottom side of the map. It's going to be another global for them when they build up the numbers to do it.
Give problems for Dyrus. He's going to back away a little bit. Doesn't want to go too far up in that lane. Messiah's going to pick up that blue buff. St. Vicious came around to try and see if he could get a look at that and was going towards PDD, and immediately the things go down, catching position. But Scar is starting to do work on this mid lane turret.
He's just going to keep on pushing. Now that Messiah has blue buff and a tier, he should pretty much have the last hit on turret every single time and not really lose anything there. You won't see that mid go in either direction unless Scar starts taking wraiths or something. But Scar's getting a little bit of damage on the
out of this one. Dyrus, meanwhile, has gone back. He's got himself that Giant's belt, so building towards that Sunfire came nice and early here, whereas PDD, he's had to react to how his lane's been working out. And even for that Doran's shield, he had the two Rejuve builds early on as well, so not working out half as well as PDD would like. This time he's taking a visit and he's trotting up that mid lane.
He realizes he can't do anything in this bottom lane at all. He's fully zoned out of XP range. He's like, well, screw it, I'll share with Messiah. They can't kill my Underturret who's already dead. I'll at least put some pressure in mid lane and relieve some of that from Messiah. So he's saying, look, I can't do anything else. I might as well show up here. We've seen this actually in 1v2s where people will take down wolves because they're like, well, I'm zoned, screw it, I'll at least lose half my health for a wolf camp and get half a level. And that's what he's doing here, basically.
Passing straight through the pink ward that X Special had down, so that's going to give full vision for double lift, but he won't know. Yes, he does. He sees Troll there, so he knows he's fairly safe. X Special will come down to join him, and I don't think these two, regardless of their strength and power, can dive towards Janna and Urgot. And you can see double lift. He's happy to keep his lane farm.
Well, he's going to get all the minion waves right here, last hitting on turret. The thing is, they could go for like this heavy push right here or dive and force the North American squad out to miss all those minion waves, but it's Messiah actually holding in the mid lane, taking wraiths instead. And here's the part where it gets scary. Troll's level 6 now. He can solo the dragon. They don't have a pink ward on it right now, but if they want to put control over that, he can take that with his ultimate.
They're going on towards Scar, it seems, and he's already backing away, forces the flash. Wither didn't even get used by Troll there. Very quick defensive use. Now we're seeing St. Vicious going in towards that top lane, actually. PDD comes around to try and steal away that wraith. Skara doesn't want to allow that to be used. Actually, St. Vicious caught a little bit no man.
Urgot will spike pretty hard when he finishes Aurora Mana because his Q and his basic attack will apply the bonus damage there, but at the same time, it's just another global going to LPL. They're going to take this turret fairly soon. They might even take it out for this. Oh, shield.
The shield comes out, unstoppable force on Troll. Howling Gale, the tower still keeps hitting him. He's going to get taken down. His Dyrus picks up the kill. Now they're going aggressive. There goes Scar. He tries to catch in towards him. Volley Bear is there. St. Vicious flips away. Crescendo comes out, but Wei Zhao may have been able to escape this one. Messiah is up there. He's going to put down the Troll, but it's going to be the Howling Gale again. Wei Zhao caught out. They're keeping going. Generous and Monsoon's going to head him there. St. Vicious, can he get the flip? Yes, he can. It's Wei Zhao going down. The exhaust on Messiah. It's going to be North America continue to push through. The flash will be enough. He's going to get away. But now PDD, he's getting chose on by Double Lift, and Double Lift forces him away. And North America come out on top, 3 kills, 2 kills for 0.
Absolutely beautiful move right there. You saw Double Lift is able to duel the top laner now because of how much of a farm and level advantage he got from those earlier tower dives. As far as the fight itself, that's what happens when you get a free kill on the jungler. Their big tank was no longer there. Their top laner wasn't there as well. They have no one tanky to withstand the damage, which lets an assassin roam free, and Scar cleaned up everything there.
We'll see if AmiCutiePie has those socks in his mouth ready to go, because North America are looking strong here. They've built up a 3,000 gold lead, or near enough, and we do see Troll clearing out those raids. Let's have a look across the items. We can see the Abyssal Scepter already picked up by Scar. Scar feeling comfortable, it feels, and that Mana Mune already been built and ready for Double Lift. He's going to be turning that to a Mirror Mana very soon. It looks like the Mage may well be coming out next.
It's an interesting build here from Skara because he knows he's fighting mostly magic damage with the Nasus ultimate, the Nasus Spirit Fire, Zack's damage output, Ryze's damage output. Normally you see a fast zone, especially from players like Reginald, but he says, look, I'll be bursting Wei Zhao too hard to care about armor. I need to worry about the residual damage from everyone else. And now, because the American squad has done such a good job of controlling the map and forcing aggression, you're not seeing that Nasus Solo Dragon. It's the North Americans that get it here. It's another sort of page in their book saying, yep, they're playing this game right.
There is the gold lead continuing to stretch, along with the experience that you gain from taking down that dragon. It's still all is square in terms of turrets, but the gold lead definitely going to choose to say, right, okay, you're all going to go across to that. We're going to go for the turret, and we're going to take your blue buff instead. Dyrus trying to be a pain. Can't get the steal, though. He's just going to have to walk away from this one. Will it be enough? Wei Xiao's keeping the pressure on. There's going to be the Rune Prison. It's not enough, though. Dyrus will walk away, but I feel they're going to lose this bottom turret.
Got a lot of damage after that one. Yeah, that will be the turret as well. Good condemn by Vayne, prevented Dyrus from ground slamming to steal it away. That allows them to take it to the side without much difficulty. So it's going to be a counterattack here from the North American team. They'll see if they can kill the mid turret in time. And because Dyrus has teleport, he should be just recalling back so he can participate in the fight.
Instead, they do back away, and I think wisely so. There was 4 members of China coming out from that bush, really completely out of vision. They had no vision. They had a ward on the Rays, but they wouldn't have spotted them coming out of that river area, so they've just played it safe. They have taken that middle turret down below half health, coming into the 14-minute mark now. Well, it's still 2-1 advantage for China in turrets. Can North America put the pressure on this mid lane, though?
Yeah, everyone just recalled back from the Chinese squad. This is a free turret for the North Americans right there. Vayne's off free farming double golems. Everyone else just has to recoup and pick up items, and that's the price you pay when you have to go back and buy against an early game team, is they will force things down on you. So we're back to 2-2 on turrets. The funny thing is, though, is that the Chinese team have just taken all of them down on the far left-hand side of the map, which they don't really care about much. There's not a lot they get to do with those turrets dead. So, unlike the kills that have been picked up for the North American squad, which gives them control over Dragon, control over mid lane, there's not a lot of map control given to the LPL turret kills.
And really, you got to feel that control that North America has is the Dragon area. They have everything in there. They've already picked up that Dragon. They have the timer down with that bottom and mid turret now gone. They have full vision control. So PDD, he's been hurting a little bit. He's been picked on in that bottom lane by Double Lift. It's a late game here, China. And of course, they want that Nasus. He's going to become stronger. That Vayne is going to become stronger. The Ghost comes out. They're going towards Double Lift. The Wither's on him. He's going to try and turn around and force his fight, but he's, odds are against him here. He's going to have a 3v1 situation. Does the switch on towards Messiah? Oh, the Rune Prism was on him just in time, and it's going to be Wei Xiao that picks up the kill.
Absolutely beautiful play. They used teleport on Rise early on. Said, okay, go. I'll be behind him. And it's now PDD trying to run from Dyrus. He might just be able to.
This is scary, scary stuff. North America committed, and they said, no, keep going. We can push on this one. We can get this middle turret. China were kind of like half-heartedly, should we go for an inhibitor or not? And North America may be reacting very well here. They're surely going to get this middle turret down, but we do see China closing in around them. You can see them coming up the river. Are they going to be able to finish it off? No. They take it low enough, though, and they're going to get a crescendo. Wei Xiao has it available if he can land them just at the right time. He's delaying it. He gets X special. He pops the monsoon, flashes away, and escapes. Fantastic play by X special.
That was absolutely great right there. And Scar even had the presence of mind to turn back, go for a crescent strike onto Xiao Xiao, and was like, Sona, I can get bursted by a China, and actually backed out, forced the flash away from Sona as well.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. PDD, of course, we saw him having a little rub up and belly of Dyrus there as a rock versus a globule. I'm not too sure who would win in that fight right now. It actually looked very close between them, but you got to feel that Dyrus with that extra farm would be in a better position. And in terms of items, they are still pretty close. Both went for the Sun 5K, Mercury Treads, of course, on Dyrus. We do see Troll coming around the mid lane, though. Top lane, sorry. The last one came in. He didn't get the lock on. He can turn on towards Troll here, but Messiah comes in. The rest of North America are coming in. He flashes in. St. Vicious comes in now. Flips him actually towards Double Lift. And Double Lift wants the damage down. And it's St. Vicious that picks up the kill. Incredible turnaround. How would I ever question what Double Lift was doing?
Saint showing up just in time for that one, blowing every cooldown he possibly could. And that's Rise without any defensive items yet. Just the Rod of Ages, no bonus armor, and not a ton of health as Row wasn't completed too long ago. And you can burn through that champion when you're a pretty much solo farming Urgot. He's now got a Black Cleaver on top of it. Devil honestly is farming very well. They haven't kept it down.
And the pressure they're putting all across the map is buying Dyrus time. He's been free farming in that bottom lane again, just quite happily warding out that jungle, continuing the pressure. That's going to be the top turret going down. St. Vicious next special doing work up there. It's now 3-2 in turrets for North America, 5-2 in kills, and the gold advantage is 5,000 now with North America at the 18 minutes mark. That is the same as China had in game 1.
That is brutal, and Dragon comes up in the next 40 seconds as well, which means that there's another objective available for North America to build another gold lead, and it's another opportunity for LPL to I would say mistakenly fight them for it, because I don't see them winning an
He's not going to be quite getting close enough. He goes aggressive, yeah, he's going to spot Troll coming around, and he's wisely not going to go hyper-aggressive on that one and allow the blue buff to go to Messiah.
So right now it's North America saying we know when it's going to come up. Dyrus will have teleport soon, so if he needs to participate, he'll be there in the next 4 seconds. He's going to grab the blue buff. He's warming up for Diane. I don't think he is, actually. I think he's going to take that for himself and get lower cooldowns on Unstoppable Force. There we go. North America's grouped up. Oh, they're waiting for Xiao Xiao.
They're going in towards him. They flip him in towards there. They do dive in. There's going to be the howling gale across Crescendo. Not really catching them in the right position. And they just melt him where he stands.
The flash flip from St. Vicious. I'm not sure if he completely needed it, but it worked out there for sure. The kills picked up the free dragon as well. And they have a little time for power play. They can push on to something else if they get the minions up.
Dyrus free farming once again in the top lane this time, keeping that pressure across all of the lanes. PDD's been running back and forth. We see Wei Xiao heading up to the top dome, this time trying to fight off Dyrus. He's actually delaying himself. Looks like he was thinking about going in towards him. Not too sure I'm quite strong enough yet, and I think the rest of the team may well need me.
And they might indeed. So St. Vicious is starting to play aggressively, and you can always tell how confident a team is by the wards they put down, saying, look, where do we feel safe enough to send our support unguarded? And right now, North America says, look, we can live in your territory and keep making moves. And of course, they still have most of their engagements available. They have the Dyrus ultimate. They can still start fight center turrets.
It's a 5-man North America pushing in towards the top turret of a 5 defensive line of China. Remember, they're not going to have Crescendo available. They just used it, but they are going to keep that gold advantage stretching in North America's favor.
The funny thing here now is that North America does not have an amazing Baron team. You just saw a bunch of pings on Baron right there, and Wei Xiao just warded over the wall. The thing was, they're like, yeah, we have no vision. Baron could be an opportunity, except in Mandarin, and that would have been a scary thing for them to deal with. But the NA squad does not kill Baron all that fast, and so you're seeing them not even really try for it. Yeah, they'll deny vision, yeah, they'll make some feints, but it'll be really hard for them to sneak Baron here, and I don't think it's really going to happen for them. It's not a huge worry in this game. It doesn't need to be a huge worry for the Chinese squad.
We do see St. Vicious coming around. He's going to pick himself up that red buff. Dyrus again off down the bottom this time, and Wei Xiao's lingering off there. Wei Xiao, he's not getting the free farm that he likes. He's not being able to farm up to 300 CS, I think it was, that Jack was mentioning. He's like happy to just go off around the map, start picking up all of those red buffs and taking everything for free. Double it has kept him locked down, and more importantly, St. Vicious 5-0-0 now. Very much in the right place at the right time. 6 of the 5 kills he's been involved in. He's 5 to 6 kills. The other way around.
Yes, he's gotten all the 5, and there's 1 without his health, but that's no big deal. Absolutely just great from him. So, you know, I want to see where the North American squad goes next, because they have a fair bit of time, I think at least 3 minutes until the next Dragon. They've had a little bit of a hard time pushing in on secondary turrets against the Chinese team. The Chinese have been very good at getting themselves to the turret in time and defending it. You saw that top lane standoff. And I feel like it's going to happen a number of times here. And so North America needs to start kind of creating opportunities in the darkness of the minimap.
Man LPL, double lift is already heading away. Messiah may well go for this one. You see PDD launch in there. He's going to get the Rune Prison down, switches across. He hasn't really got the support. St. Vicious is coming in. There's a special. Howling Gale comes across. Dyrus comes in with the teleport. That's going to be 1 kill. It's Messiah that goes down. PDD now the target. Xiao Xiao also in trouble. They're all trying to get away from this one. It's a double kill now. And we're going to see Scarlet turn around on towards Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao gets the kill on Scarlet. The Ignite is running. Is it going to be 1 more tick? It's not quite enough. They haven't got the gap closed, so I don't feel. Can they head him off? No, they can't. But they're going to turn on Baron.
Well, they've got enough numbers advantage here that even if they're not fast at it, they don't think anyone from LPL can steal it away. Nasus does not have flash, and so it falls down anyway. He could try to outsmite Saint. It's his only opportunity here. There's not a lot of lockdown from the NA squad. Nasus could just waltz in.
Well, Troll's going to be the focus. They turn to try and go towards him, and they get that. They get the flip in there. The Troll's going to get taken down. That's the smite taken away. Teleport comes in from Messiah. Is it going to be enough? PDD is still on the side. Here he comes. He launches himself in there, but PDD is going to get taken down. His passive pops. Messiah's going to try and keep his ultimate running, but St. Vicious wants to get on towards him. That's going to be PDD going down. They did defend the Baron, but it's yet more kills for North America.
That's what happens when a slow Baron team says we have the numbers advantage on Baron. He said, look, you have to defend us. We're not going to kill Baron, but you still have to defend it, or it eventually will go down. So they send a person in 1 at a time saying, look, stop. Look, stop. No, seriously, stop. Wei Xiao has enough health to say, okay, I'm fake. You really have to stop now.
Well, it is going to be the LPL team picking up that mid turret. The first time they get involved on that turret, and they needed to. Iron and Intech special with the Oracle, just clearing out those wards. Dragon will be back up in a minute's time. They do see them heading down the bottom. Dyrus may well get focused on here. Messiah's going to get in there, gets the Rune Prison down, just forces Dyrus away. The rest of China are coming in towards it. They may keep getting towards his bottom turret.
Speaking of Dyrus, there's a really big item coming soon with the Frozen Heart that will help shut down Wei Zhao. This is another turret that's going to the LPL squad. They're doing a really amazing job of like, hey guys, it's mid-game. We kill turrets super fast. Look for a mini wave that's grouping up, and we'll simply push it down with Wei Zhao and company. And they did an amazing job tying that up. However, teleport's down, but people are far away, and they can start again on Baron and force an engagement.
4 members of NA there, but they do see Troll heading towards them, and there was that ward was enough to slow them down. They would have caught up there just in the right moment, and of course Dyrus' teleport not available. That means they couldn't really force that fight. 4-4 in turrets, evening things up here, and China trying to squeeze their way back in, but in terms of gold, you can see it there. It's still just close to 8,000 lead now that they have over them, and with that wave going down, it does indeed pass the 8,000 mark. So, you see Wei Zhao picking up that red buff. He's going to get stronger on Vayne. Are North America going to be able to clear the game quick enough before it happens?
They're going to play the vision game once again. This is how they make opens because turrets just aren't easy enough for them. And look, you'll be in the fog. You know, we've seen the Chinese team over and over again have come in to try to stop Baron. They know this is still a threat. Now at 25 minutes, the damage output's growing and growing. North America can kill it reasonably quickly at this point. And especially if like Dyrus' teleport is up, they can have to split push and 4-man it as well. So they will keep the LPL squad on their toes. And you look at the patience.
They want to find a pick, and they realizing it. And you know, China, like, they're not stupid. They realize that Dyrus is nowhere to be seen on the map. He's been split pushing for the last 20 minutes of the game, and suddenly like, well, he's not there. Think they might be looking for a kill.
This is such a good read by the LPL squad because they've been watching the NA team in darkness for the last like 2 minutes straight and have yet to get themselves in a bad situation. And now they're going forward, right? And now there's suddenly no one there. They've never gotten caught out in the last 2 minutes. I'm astounded to see how they've done this.
And actually, most of North America's kills have come when it's China that's initiated. They're the ones that have been diving on towards double lift twice in that top lane. Actually, 3 times. The first time they were successful, the second 3 times, not so much. Same thing is clearing out those wards in and around the Baron area. But North America, they can keep the farm up here. They can go back and buy, but China will get stronger.
They will. This is the ticking clock right there. It's the LPL squad has the late game grouping here. And, you know, unlike the last game where there was that one unfortunate team fight for North America where you saw Jarvan come across the beautiful Rumble Ultimate, Varus ult hit 4 or 5, and it just cleaned up the NA grouping. The LPL squad are not getting themselves caught in these situations. They're not getting initiated on. They're staying far enough back. There's no one really leading their neck out. And so the North American team, all they can do is like sweep out a ward and let Vayne and Ryze grow and then try to bait Baron, but no one shows up. And Vayne and Ryze grow again.
Remember the ward battle that Team WE had with CLG? Yeah. Seems to be happening again in that Baron pit, because this time it's Zhao Zhao though. SCZF, he has nightmares over that one. He just had boots, he sold every item to try and keep up with it. They are though, going to maybe get themselves the first
damage again. They're going to start out on Baron, and now Dyrus trying to run away.
He's going to try and run, he gets slowed down here, but the rest of the North America, they are on that Baron. Dyrus is just simply playing pure fake delay tactics here. Will it be enough? They're going to dive in. It will be Dyrus finally going down, but that Baron is close to dropping. We do see just around the zone. Crescendo comes in, only gets across, and it's a smite! China get it! And now it's going to be Monsuka, now big special, is it going to be enough? They do manage to get the kill on towards Messiah. Troll tries to back away from this one, they will have the damage. The Howling Gale slows him down. It should be St. Vicious and double if they pick up the kill. St. Vicious is got like 7-0-3, but the Baron, once again, has been stolen away, this time by China.
Absolutely amazing. So to recap, it's a 2-on-1 for North America, but Baron did go to that LPL Chinese squad. Overall, it is an advantage to these guys in red. That is going to help them come back into this game. They got the Dragon a little while ago as well. North America was so concerned with shredding up that Baron fight that they're like, we'll give up Baron, or we'll give up Dragon, we'll give up Dyrus in the bottom lane. We just want Baron, and then it backfired.
It backfired horribly, and that's going to be an inner turret in the mid lane going down. So China actually closing that gap. Remember, they pick up that Baron and starting to take down a turret advantage now. 5-4 in terms of turrets, but it's 12-4 in kills. North America need to try and take their advantage because it is slipping away from them now ever so slowly. We saw the same happen. North America almost turned it around on China. Can China do
their cape? And most of the damage sources, aside from just Wei Zhao, are magic from LPL. So Dyrus is killable in a fight. Saint does have a runic bulwark, but he doesn't have 1,000,000 gold right there. They can burn for the tank line, and they just kind of just go down the line, killing members of North America LCS. And you know, unless they get a really good team fight where they get the pick onto Messiah or Wei Zhao, that might just be their fate. We haven't seen North America fight a real team fight in a while.
We haven't seen them do a 5v5 yet, actually.
Probably ever.
Mail and Frozen Heart now, actually, on Dyrus. Remember, Unstoppable Force was used in that last fight. It is back available, and he also has that teleport. It doesn't matter. They're going to keep on piling in there. This time they may well engage. It'd be foolish, though, I feel, against the Baron up team. Dyrus is coming around the side, so maybe they're thinking about it.
I don't know if they want to dive a turret against Crescendo's up in like 3 seconds right now. They had like this tiny window of not Crescendo, which is super nebulous to try, and they're not going to do it here. There's decent damage from the North American squad, but I think there's enough tankiness in LPL that there's no way they can dive a turret and win.
Unless LPL step out, which is exactly what they're doing. If Dyrus was there, looking poised, ready and waiting to go just off the backside of the jungle.
But that ward in the top left is a hero ward. It sees Dyrus and Scarra trying to lurk in the wings. They're not going to step out. They know people are waiting there.
And St. Vicious is in the bush as well. They're just like, no, we know 5 of you are still there. They have no pressure in the top or mid lane. So LPL quite happy to sit and fight this one down.
And this is just such smart warding by Shasha right there. These are mandatory right here. We're going to see if NA can push forward again. They do have shields. They're going to go for the swap and a rise.
It's the swap over. With a triple kill. And that is going to be how dangerous it is. The Chinese LPL team just turned that around so successfully. That ultimate, that unstoppable force, it only caught Messiah.
That was absolutely beautiful play there by the Chinese squad. And the coordination afterwards, they ping the mid lane inhibitor turret and then ping the right-hand side lane saying, PDD, you defend that, keep that from being backdoored by Dyrus. The rest of us, we get the mid lane for free, just take it down. They know exactly what they want immediately after the fight ended.
They knew what they wanted and they're going to take it. And that's such dangerous play. Going up against the Baron, simple patience may well have been enough there, but they're going to lose an inhibitor for this one. And well, it may even be the bottom turret as well because PDD is going to keep on pouring in there. Here comes Dyrus, he's going to try and get away, just get straight condemned back away, keeping the pressure on towards them, but that is an inhibitor going down, and China are back in the game. They're just 1,000 gold behind.
We saw this one last time where the gold lead got brought to only 2,000 and then everything turned around, but I don't know if it's really going to be the same situation here. The Chinese team doing beautifully right now. Another turret going their way. This will make 7, and now only inhibitor and Nexus turrets remain for the North American team.
1,000 gold between the two. Every advantage being picked up by Chinese LPL All-Stars in the last 10 minutes of this game. And again, so many times this has happened in the LCS over the last few weeks. Teams insisting on going for Baron when they already have clear advantages on the map. And again, it's been stolen away from them. Look at Messiah, just waiting in the wings. They have that ward in there. He's not going to go for it, Scarra, though.
It just feels like the North American squad we're not quite sure on Baron. Man, they're really not falling for our baits. Guys, we'll just try to kill it then, okay? We'll sweep the wards out, Dyrus go bottom, we'll try to do that. Oh, Smite steal. And if Dyrus had just bought like 10 more seconds, if Messiah couldn't have shown up for that fight, they could have just turned on Troll and killed Troll and then taken Baron. But Messiah wasn't caught up. He got to teleport back in and made that fight what it was, forced the tempo, let the Smite steal happen. And yeah, North America they didn't know how to close the game out.
You also potentially have the argument of kills, who they should go on. 7-1 for St. Vicious. The jungler getting the kills when, I mean, some of them, there was no doubt he was going to get the kill because sometimes it was a do or die situation for many members like Doublelift, but Doublelift was involved in a few of those. If he'd have got a couple more kills and then would it have been a big position, I don't know.
Well, Doublelift is certainly itemizing a lot of damage where he can. They're all like these hybrid damage durability items. Well, I say all as only 2 of them are, but like Black Cleaver and the Maw of Malmortius, these are, you know, I want to be tanky but also deal damage. He's certainly going to be very effective still on Urgot. It's this damage Urgot build is very, very strong. But yeah, if he had like more items than a Bloodthirster, that'd be great for him.
Well, the Dragon goes down. It's Chinese LPL that do pick it up. And again, it's that top lane now. The pressure's going to be put back into Troll, Wei Zhao, and Zhao Zhao all going down that top lane. We have PDD split pushing in the middle lane. And well, we also see Messiah down that bottom lane, stopping Dyrus in his tracks. And looking at Wei Zhao motoring through those lanes now, starting to become a very, very scary Vayne.
The one thing that does keep the Vayne is Scarra or Doublelift gets caught out, the Vayne will have very low attack speed hitting those 2 champions, the only ones he can even reach. So if that does happen properly for the North American team, it's just on Messiah then. That is actually why they targeted Messiah last fight.
There's a trap here, and I think it's Zhao Zhao ready and waiting to maybe flash on towards them. He was just hanging off, waiting in the wings there with that Oracle. North America may well get caught out here. You can see the ward is actually going to spot them out there. Zhao Zhao ready and waiting to flash crescendo, and North America were clumped up in a 4, sorry, because Dyrus split pushing down that bottom. Baron is up, and it's, well, China going for it because Dyrus is long away. He has got teleport though.
And they've got a really, really fast Baron team. Nestle and Vayne are taking this one down. It's going to go down so incredibly quickly, and now the fight's going to have to start.
They're turning it around. Safish is walking blindly in. Oh my god, that's a 4-man crescendo! They've caught them out! Monsoon, is he going to be enough to keep them at bay? No, because PDD jumps on all 4 members. Teleport comes in, unstoppable force, it doesn't matter. Wei Xiao has already picked up 1 kill. Wei Xiao does go down though. Is it enough though? Scar on towards Zhao Zhao and El Troll. Now Dyrus comes around the side, but look at PDD. He bounces off once again. Now Troll gets the wither down on towards Dyrus. He's trying desperately to get away from this one, but he's just walking into a 3-man defensive unit. There's not a great deal of damage in China right now, but it doesn't matter. They've got enough to take down 1 person, and that will eventually be the ace for China. If Dyrus ever gets taken out here, is he going to flash away? No, he hasn't.
And that's kind of what happens when you're a 5 melee team, basically. I mean, okay, John aren't technically, but really, all the major damage threats are short range, and you had that 4-man crescendo, the Rise splash damage from his ultimate. Zach, you saw how well PDD
just launches himself away from there. St. Vicious will have his flip up in a moment, but look at that. Zhao Zhao's like, no, slow you down. You're not going to chase me.
Absolutely great play by that Invictus Gaming Team China support player right there. 0-2-9, just a Shirelias and a Ruby Sightstone. All of his items just there to help the team, and he's been playing amazingly. Great crescendos, great engages overall. He's been really stellar individually this game.
Fantastic stuff, and well, North America, their pressure they had. And remember, it was 5,000 gold at 18 minutes. Now 1,000 gold behind the Chinese LPL team, and that's a baroned up Chinese LPL team as well.
Exactly. The ability to objective control now from the LPL squad, the Baron pressure they had, you just saw how quickly it died. And unlike when we watched the LPL team, right, 15 minutes ago or so, it was like, okay, Leo, can we bait Baron? Can we bait Baron? Can we pull them into the fog of war? Can we dive them? Over and over again, they could not. Over and over again, the LPL team was so well reserved and smart about their movements that it never happened. This side, they just rushed it down because Nasusult and Evade with Blade of the Ruin King crushed it so quickly. The North American team were late to the party. They face-checked it after it was dead.
Very well disciplined, I believe, is what you were looking for.
Yeah.
And it really is. It really was. And we talked about how they simply need to sit back. This is exactly what North America needed to do in the last match. China are just doing it so well. Sitting back, absorbing the pressure. Guardian Angel now on Wei Xiao as well. He is going to be an unstoppable force, and I don't need Dyrus' ultimate.
No, in fact, there's just so much gold now on this team, and it's been spread around. You mentioned it before, you questioned it. I would say a little bit better. Everyone's been participating, a lot of assists there, but it's a super, super big AD carry, and then big enough front line, whereas you don't have a hyper farm carry on the North American squad, and it's going to be a very, I would say, easily fought inhibitor.
Yeah, Messiah teleporting into this one. It does look like North America may be thinking of trying to defend it. Alan Gao will come across, but PDD locks himself in there. Pops lets bounce and starts jumping around. Double lifts head. St. Vicious goes in. He does manage to get the PX special that can help him out. He got no great deal about it. That is going to be the ace, surely, for China. They just need to get 1 more kill on towards their special. There we go. It's actually a triple kill for PDD there, and that will be the game for the Chinese LPL All-Stars. They will take it 2-0 over North America. Fantastic play for them. Really brilliant resolve to just sit there, absorb the pressure, and come back into the game after a fantastic bounce kill.
They really proved themselves as the 2-0 team. You're hearing the crowd cheer for them. An incredibly well-deserved win by the Chinese LPL squad. And you called it out, right? The comeback in the mid-game compared to the first game where they just controlled it really from second one. One bad team fight, but always sort of showed themselves as a superior team. We can win fast, we can win slow, we can win from ahead, we can win from behind. They kind of showed that they had the whole breadth of skill there.
Absolutely fantastic play. Dyrus, bless him, he looks a little bit struck I was doing everything I could. I was getting the ganks in there. I was doing everything I can. Even a little flash from Nick Allen there. Everybody knows who he is these days.
Yeah.
But that team right there, the All-Star Chinese team, the home favorites, are looking strong.
They are looking strong. They're in, and they've guaranteed themselves that the #1 spot.
A cheer for the North American team there. So, you know, it's great to see the crowds really. It is a huge crowd, as you can see here. And the team's going to meet themselves on the stage. And, well, congratulations from the North American team onto the Chinese LPL All-Stars. They have played themselves brilliantly. This is not it for North America, of course. They go down into effectively the loser bracket. It's not over for them yet, but it does mean that China are now in the semi-final and they have themselves a bye to the group stage, at the 6-3 World Finals.
Yeah, the #1 seeded team from China will get through there. That will be joining the Garena. They'll be playing the Garena squad in the semifinal as well as for a trip to the final. And as you mentioned, the North American team, they will play against the loser of LCS Europe and Korea's OGN champions, and that will determine who's the 5th place team and doesn't receive that bye.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. We are, of course, going to break down everything that happened in that game, and who else to do that will be Jat and Rivington.
Beginning of that matchup, every execution, every Baron dance that they were able to do, and it was the one execution of a turret dive that really doubled them over and wasn't able to give them the win.
Yeah, so in that game, North America had so much control until the Baron steal, but the game wasn't really lost until this dive, if we can get the replay up on the screen here, because the big thing we need to keep in mind is Doublelift got turret aggro. North America needed Malphite to get this turret aggro. Doublelift was their main damage. He got focused and killed by the team in the turret, and after this, since NA's team is such a cluster, when they're sitting inside Zack's AoE, plus Ryze's AoE, and Naz's AoE, plus the turret, it was an obliteration, and the triple kill going down to Wei Zhao was one of the huge turning points in this game that really just set it off and allowed China to come back.
You know, Jat, at this point, we're not the ones that say they were making mistakes, they made a bad call, but there is one thing that is for sure, and nerves were on high for this match, and we saw it in that engagement.
These guys were so close to winning this game, and you know, because of how much North America practiced in this setup, they really, really wanted this, and they kind of choked it away in the end because they were very well on pace to get to the game 3, and now they're going to have to face the loser of the next game, either Korea or Europe tomorrow.
All right, Chad, thanks for taking us through the rundown. Coming up, the European All-Star coach Harry Wiggett joins us in the interview lounge. Plus, it's the beatdown the world's been waiting for when Lee Sin takes on Teemo. Then it's the second matchup of the team tournament when Korean OGN champions battle the European LCS All-Stars. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back. Don't touch that browser. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend, live from Shanghai, China. I'm here with Shox, and right now we're joined by the European LCS All-Star coach, Harry Wiggett. Harry, thank you for joining us. Obviously, you've been able to partake in some of the matches today. How much was your blood and adrenaline going for that last matchup?
For the last match, everyone kind of expected China to dominate NA, but I think NA showed that in the second game they can really play good, but something went wrong, unfortunately. But I think everyone was really hoping they'd bring that second game back, but it didn't happen. Yeah. But they showed that they can really play good and be at the top of that. We're ready. We're ready to bring everything we've got to them, and we're really prepared. We studied everything we can, and the guys are going to be just giving 110%, and I really think they can beat them.
So, being a coach throughout all of the European LCS season, now having new members to the team, right? Yeah. Mostly just having Soaz in the top that you've spoken with. How is it getting along with all the other players, and how close can you get to them?
It's a big change, and it's pretty tough, actually. Being used to the Fnatic lineup for a couple years now is a big change up to the Gambit players and Yellow Pete from EG. It's really important, from my point of view, to really know your players and know their weaknesses and strengths, which I really don't have with these players, which makes it a lot harder. But as long as they're playing and they're focused and they have their mindset, then I think it's fine, and they do.
So you've not really been able to get through them that much. I guess they have their own work ethic as well. So who has been rising up as the leader in that group, or who's been calling the shots?
It's mainly been Alex and Edward doing the shots. It really depends on... Correct, yeah.
Now, you're, of course, also the manager of Fnatic, and I can imagine that you're also here looking at those other teams that you possibly meet later up in the season with your own team. Are there some trends that you can see, differences between the regions that you can really put your finger on by watching these games?
There's some champion picks that in Asia are really popular, but in NA and Europe, they're really not. But that is gonna... I think that's going to be changing in the next half. I think these champions such as Diana and Kennen are going to become a lot more popular in the other regions. So it really just got to wait and see. But the meta is really, it's really whoever comes first with the picks, and then they will slowly get to the other regions. So we'll have to see how that goes.
All right, well, thank you very much, Harry, Fnatic, HXD, Wiggett. Thank you very much for the interview. I hope the mindset is really up and up for the European LCS All-Stars, because Korean OG and champions have been known to be that All-Star stacked team. So good luck to you guys as well. So guys, amazing matches today. We've had skill matchups that have come so far. We've had a lot of replays we've done, but we still have Jat down in Replay Central to dig a
in between games was PDD's Rumble kill right here. Keep in mind, he has an ultimate on Scar, and Scar has... He's trying to close in on PDD. They're actually trying to kill PDD here, but PDD turns it around on him. Let's roll this clip. He puts the ultimate down onto Rise, flashes into point-blank range so he can land his slow, and Scar died before the fight started. That was a 2v1 that PDD turned around for the second time, and watch this. He just continues to chase down St. Vicious and gets another 1v2 double kill. Really, that's why they banned Rumble in the second game, and let's actually get to that second game right here, because even though a big turning point was the turret dive, we saw Baron steals in both games. And at this point, it looked like the game might be in North America's hands. But after Dyrus stalled for as long as possible, the LPL Chinese All-Star team was on the hunt. Let's roll this clip actually right now to just see how this Baron steal was orchestrated. St. Vicious wants to steal with Frenzy and Smite, but Troll jumps in and gets the Smite in front of him. St. Vicious couldn't spike it because he was CC'd by Zhao Zhao's Crescendo. After that, NA did do a bit of cleanup, but the damage was done from the Baron being taken out from them. LPL Chinese All-Stars took it 2-0 away from North America. That was honestly more than anyone could have expected in the first two games between North America and China, and I personally cannot wait for the rest of the All-Star weekend. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
It's about friendship and sportsmanship. It's about bringing together a world of fans who enjoy watching the best esports on Earth. And of course, those who love seeing someone kick the crap out of Teemo.
Teemo.
I think we all love that one. Even you, even the biggest Teemo fan in the world, absolutely. That one. Of course, earlier today we asked you guys to send us questions you have wanted us to answer, and here are the best ones that you guys have had. So, Ralph Maxeo said, what would be the World All-Star team? That's a question right there.
If I have to pick from players here, oh man. Okay, so I'll do one per region.
Okay.
Right? So support. I want to say Mad Life, but I don't want to lose my Korea pick already. So whatever. I'm gonna go with Mad Life.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Diamond.
Okay.
All right. So now we've got a few more regions. Toys.
Toys. Okay.
NA. I'm gonna go. So let's see. Top and AD are left. So then double lift, and then top SOAT. No, I already did Europe. Top. What region am I forgetting?
China.
Oh, now so I have to pick between PDD. That's pretty close, honestly.
The next question, of course, that's from Water Tiger Lord. He says, do you expect any meta breaks in these All-Star matches? Well,
I mean, I think, yeah, so it depends what you consider meta break, right?
Yeah.
Because...
Whose meta are you breaking?
Certainly, we've seen AD carries in every game in, like, a normal jungler, certainly. But, you know, the Chinese almost never actually run Vayne, right? Like, it's super safe AD carry and, like, crap ton of hardcore initiation, and they were the ones playing late game, playing safely. And the NA squad, right, they played completely different both times, right? They played like hardcore start fights all the time. You know, we don't see Urgot very often. They pulled it out. So, I mean, it depends on your definition. To me, that's non-standard at that point.
Well, we've seen a couple of non-standards wins when we've been researching for this. Maybe we'll see that triple AP threat we've seen in a few games we've looked at. But we'll see how it goes, guys. The next question is Male Sinatra. Interesting name right there. He's Frank, obviously. He's calling us from the clouds. Who do you think has the most interesting play style out of all the All-Stars? Which is a tricky one.
It is.
I think we're seeing some interesting play styles in the skill matchups. That's for sure.
Yeah. I liked Saint's Heimer. He actually almost won with it. He was a minion wave away from pushing the turret down. That would have been close. He said if he hit his grenade, he would have won. But I want to point out basically Insec and Diamond, because Insec I'd always considered a carry jungler. Back when he played for the actual CJ Entis team, when there was only one, he was like, I'm just going to play Zed and carry everyone every game, and he was amazing. I'm going to actually carry a team and not play support junglers, but fight everything all the time and win the game by himself.
And you could say it's something that Diamond tries to do as well.
Yeah.
He tries pretty well.
That was Diamond's answer in the interview, and I think both of them have that sort of style, and it's really fun to watch.
It's really fun to watch, and of course, that will be coming up shortly. Remember, of course, to keep those questions coming, we're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag All-Stars. All right, we're just minutes away from the second matchup up of the All-Star team tournament here. It is going to be the Korean OGN champions taking to the Rift to battle it out against the European LCS All-Stars. What are you looking forward to most in this match? I mean, we've just kind of said it there.
Yeah.
Diamond and Insect, guys.
That's really, really big. Soaz and Shy both have huge champion pools in the top lane. And also, who could
Ambition, Alex Itch?
Yeah, Ambition, Alex Itch are really gigantic. Edward versus Mad Life. And just to round it out, of course, you've got really good AD carries as well. But, like, these are, like, people, like, best in role of the world. Not just of region, but, like, best in region of... best in world of their lane. We're going to see like 3 of them who are like considered #1.
Absolutely going to be amazing stuff. So we are, of course, ready to take a short break, but when we return, it's going to be the first game of the Korean OGN champions versus the European LCS All-Stars. Good morning, Europe, if you have just awoken, by the way. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star
Personally, I would have wanted to practice more as a team than we did. We have had some practice and it was successful as well. We played against other LCS teams, but I still would have preferred having more practice. Just from the time aspect, it wasn't too much.
요즘 추세 들어서는 저희 한국 팀이 유럽 팀보다
League of Legends All-Star Weekend. I'm Joe Miller alongside Joshua Jack Leesman. We're just about to get into our second match of the All-Star Team Tournament, the European LCS versus the Korean OGN champions. Let's check out those rosters of these massive two teams, Jack.
And in the blue corner, it's the 2013 European LCS All-Star team. In the top lane, from Fnatic, it's SOAS. The jungle, Gambit Gaming's Diamond Prox. In the mid lane, it's Alex Each. At AD from EG Raid Call, we have Yellow Pete, and at support from Gambit, it's also Edward.
So let's have a look at their opponents for this one. Over on the red side, it is, of course, the 2013 Korean OGN Champions All-Star team, starting with the top lane from CJ Enters Frost, is, of course, Shy. And then in the jungle, we saw him earlier on in the 1v1s from KT Roster B, Insec. In the middle lane, also from CJ Enters, this time around though, of course, from Blaze, is of course Ambition. The AD carry this time around from Najin Sword is Prey, and that man in the bottom lane, the support from CJ Enters from. Well, we'll have to see how he does this time around. Both teams are, of course, getting set up for this game. It is a best of 3, as was the last one. And Jack, how do you see this game coming down? For me, it's a really hard one to call.
Yeah, and even though Korea is kind of the all-star team of star power, they're much more of a wild card. If Europe wants to, they can basically play as Gambit Gaming in English instead of Russian, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and that's something that I actually talked to Alex about earlier on in the interview, and he said that, you know, we've got that core there, and as you rightly pointed out, that Yellow Pete and Genja have this similar style. The difference being that SOAS and Darian are very different players.
And that's the big thing, is whether or not SOAS sticks to what Darian plays, and that's actually what they said they're not going to do, so that'll be the interesting thing. So on the Korean side as well, it's going to be really interesting because which one of the top mid and jungle players are going to be taking the farm? A lot of things that kind of go unnoticed sometimes in League is that because they're an all-star, the team gives them all the free lane farm. There's a bunch of mid-game farm that just falls to all 3 of those players. Now that they're all on the same team together, someone has to adapt. Which one is going to take it all? Are they going to share it? And who's going to make the sacrifices?
And yeah, will that change after games 1 and 2, maybe, depending on how things go? Lots of things to think about this one. And while coming together and learning to play as a cohesive team in such a short amount of time, it's without a doubt very, very difficult. And both the Korean and European
Koreans who you really need to adapt to their play style.
그냥 일단 딱히 그 팀에 대해서 전략을 분석하기보다는 그냥 저희가 좀 더 가까워져야 될 것 같아요. 친해져야 될 것 같아요.
I think that they will push the towers and will try to force the objectives and to play their own game.
Я думаю, чтобы победить корейцев, нам нужно в первую очередь каждому ненавидеть свой лайн.
그냥 저희가 하던 대로 하고 그리고 저희끼리 호흡만 조금 더 맞춰주면은 쉽게 가지 않을까 그렇게 생각하고 있어요.
Got some strategies that are not used in Korea, so if everything will go good, we can try winning.
예전에는 유럽이라는 팀과의 경기에서 이기지도 못했고 그런 상황이 많이 있었는데 요즘 추세에 들어서는 저희 한국 팀이 유럽 팀보다 강하다고 생각되고요.
So some very interesting statements in there from both teams, actually. Alex talking about the fact that they have some strategies that the Koreans don't play, and then kind of the retort from the Koreans was back in the day, we couldn't really beat these guys, but now, different stuff one last time for this one over at lolesports.com. Of course, the fan vote is up there, and right now, 62% of you think that the European LCS All-Stars are going to win this game, and I'll be honest, Jack, that is a number that I wasn't expecting.
It could just have something to do with the frequent traffic that goes to lolesports.com. North American LCS users are very used to going to that website. North America had more votes than China as well, but we couldn't necessarily say that they were the huge favorite coming in. So I applaud the fan vote, but it might be a little bit closer than 62, even though it's pretty close.
It's kind of close, but I'm still not convinced that they're the right numbers if we'd have taken, everyone. Definitely a lot of European fans out there that have been watching the LCS over in Europe from how things go. But we're about to get in Champions Select, so let's break this game down a little bit more and focus on the bans and the picks.
So at least from this standpoint, it's probably going to be a targeted player. North America and China there was really targeted on Messiah, and then surprisingly, a lot of bans targeted on Dyrus. They only banned one champion out from Scara in, I think, both of those games. And from this one, I'm not sure exactly who they'd be deciding to go out for. I don't think Madlife, you know, are you going to ban on a support player? Because it doesn't seem that interesting.
Well, the funny thing is, right, because both teams has received bans. We've called him the Thresh Prince when he first came up with that Thresh, and to be honest, blew our minds with that. But we know when it comes to hooks that Madlife isn't bad either. So you could almost imagine that both teams will be thinking, should we ban the Blitz to Thresh, or should we leave them both in?
Because you have the Thresh Prince on one side, and how many highlight clips have Madlife had just from like duo queuing with Thresh or even in tournament play, catching a Zac before he jumps over a wall just with his death sentence. But Edward was the first one to break it out. I feel like they're probably going to let it slide, especially since the recent Thresh changes. He's seen a decrease in play since his like auto attack stacking passive was moved to his E. So a lot of people think that made him weaker, but I was actually talking with Edward a couple days ago, and he says he thinks Thresh is even stronger now. So if he thinks Madlife would have a similar thought, then they'd ban it. They'd have to, unless they were mad. But it depends how much they think the Koreans have knowledge of.
Yeah, and this is one thing that's really interesting. I mean, we've just talked for a couple of minutes here about the possibilities of banning support players out of the game. Now, it's not often that you'll talk so often about the quality of support players and where they'll be bringing in those kind of bans. Let's switch that around to the top lane here, so that solo lane, because you've got another two players in the form of Shy, in the form of Soaz, who have got such a big champion pool that to ban them out is almost impossible.
And I feel like, especially for Shy, to beat out Mac Noon in the voting, which was extremely close, by the way, I think within 0.1%, as well as Soaz, which was within 0.01%. These are actually Jay Enchus Frost, and they have made it to the finals of every single OGN the Champions Series. It's because he's so versatile. You don't necessarily shut him down with any bans. Maybe we'd see a Nunu ban if they're really worried about a cheese strategy, because Soaz has kind of brought that out recently. But that is actually probably, thinking a bit, this is probably a bold statement, the most versatile lane we see in this matchup.
Well, the easy stats that are available to the Koreans for this one when it comes to picks and bans, you know, over on lolesports.com, which everyone can visit, of course, and check those out from both the spring split and the playoffs and the promotion tournaments. They're all there already from both North America and Europe. The fact is that in that spring split, Soaz on Elise had a 100% win ratio, took it through into the playoffs, 50% win ratio, half as good, but still outstanding numbers. And that's the kind of numbers where you go, that's a ban right there.
And specifically on Elise, actually, Shy's probably had a lot of experience at least watching it. I know that Mac Noon was a huge Elise player when it first got adopted, and it was a very, very large champion over there. But Elise has fallen off a bit. There's been substantial nerfs to her. This is on the 3.6 patch, though, not the current patch that's on the live service, so Elise hasn't lost her armor and magic resistance yet. So it is still a slightly stronger champion. And if they were to ban a top laner from Soaz, because the
finals, which will be on day 3 in the morning, and that's exactly what we're going to get to see here. So, you know, a different environment, that's for sure. I mean, we saw them, we saw Diamond winning his game earlier on playing Caitlyn, which of course he's not going to do this time around. So really interested to see who gets the first blows, so to speak, in that one. Or maybe we could call it the second blows by now.
And since jungling is such a team environment thing and everyone really has to coordinate and be as one big unit, I would actually give the edge in this specific matchup to Diamond, because he's playing with a familiar mid laner and a familiar bot lane leader in Edward. So most of the lanes that he would frequent are agreed to his style of play. Whereas Insec is a farm jungler on KT Rolster B, someone who often takes free lane farm and likes to carry. And just based on kind of prognostication here, I don't think that's the way Insec is going to be playing here. I think he's going to be giving a lot more farm to Shy and Ambition, and Insec's actually going to have to adopt his game a little bit away. I would be super excited if we got to see Insec Zed, or we actually may see his Lee Sin, but specifically the Zed for carrying. But I just don't think this is the environment to let that happen in, because his solo laners are not going to be giving up the farm.
Exactly, and the other thing that we talk about so often with Diamond is, but if we come back to, you know, the more recent history, and you look at the likes of Volibear, early on in the LCS European spring split, and no one expected a Volibear. I was going to say, not one person outside of, you know, maybe his teammates and a few that had been meeting with that Volibear in the solo queue, but that was something, again, very revolutionary, and look how often we see Volibear now.
He was absolutely everywhere. He's actually recently been nerfed, and we're seeing him a little bit less, but I have to say, just to expand on your point, the champions that Diamond seems to pick, just almost revolutionized the jungle game for a lot of people, because everything he even picked up, the only thing he didn't do that with was Hecarim, which he played for a couple games and then kind of dropped it again, even though it was still very large over in China leagues.
Yeah.
If there was a similar jungler to him, not necessarily because he has everyone mimic him, but because he was the first one to do things, it would be Insec over in Korea just because of his jungle Zed play.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that makes this, this entire matchup so interesting, that we've got these stories and, real great comparisons in every single area of the map. One area, of course, that we didn't touch on up until now is that mid lane, Alex Ich versus Ambition. Yeah. It's another incredibly explosive one. I mean, Alex Ich, we've seen how amazing he was back, if we look back 4, 5, 6 months ago even, to the start of the Season 3 patch where we weren't quite full-on assassins, but now that
Gambit Gaming was, I think that was their first tournament playing under Gambit Gaming, beat both of the CJ Entus teams back-to-back. It was Alex Ich's Kazakhs in a lot of those games that was just wrecking people, and it really made, I feel like, CJ Entus angry at them. They came back at IM Hanover and beat them again. So now it's kind of round 3, even though we're in an all-star game environment. Alex Ich, in a way, pioneered some of the mid lane play that Ambition has been playing lately. So that is one of the most exciting matchups I can possibly think of.
Yeah, it's really hard to call definitely which one this one's going to go. Of course, still have time over on lolesports.com to get your votes in for that one. Maybe swing that 62% vote that we had coming up here for Europe, which is still, for me, a tad higher than what I give them as a European as well.
That's as a biased European, bold words for the Korean All-Star team. And I mean, it's so much star power, you're kind of just blown away from it. And the quality of the games previously with North America and China were really surprising to me. Just right off the bat, the First Blood had so many split-second reactions that really caused that First Blood to happen. And I expect no less out of these guys. They're playing on such a low ping environment. Totally hyped up.
With the Garena All-Stars player, Joey.
Thanks very much, Joe. I'm here with Shox, of course, as you mentioned, because I like repeating you, just with an American accent to make sure everyone can understand. But Chowie, I want to talk to you a little bit about kind of a lot of different topics, really. So let's start with this tournament right here. You just watched North America versus China, and you're going to be playing against China in these semifinals. How do you feel coming into this match?
I feel very excited to play against them because we saw how China turned the game over. Yeah, it was like a sure lose game, and it was having the game like it's like a sure win. But I'm not sure how China actually won that. Yeah, they are really great players.
Do you think? Do you like that you would be playing China instead of North America, or do you think, oh, well, I kind of would have liked an easier draw, maybe?
I think both teams are fine. We are actually fine with playing both teams, but obviously we'll want to play against NA. Actually, yeah, but. Because China is really strong and this is their home ground. So, yeah, but China won.
So I want to ask you about then your preparation coming into the match, because you knew you'd play one of two teams, either China or NA. So compare your preparation to what you saw in the games just a few minutes ago. Is there anything different there, or was it kind of as expected, the play styles?
Actually, for us, for our team, we actually just prepare for what we just train for ourselves. We don't really. We haven't really gone and looked in our opponents yet, but we will tonight because we know who we are going to play against. Normally, we'll just play.
It's different from TPA, TPS, and from you guys.
TPA, TPS, they are much more passive. They are very, very stable players. But for SGS, we are much more aggressive. Yeah, that's the difference.
What style's winning out for you guys?
We try and mix between aggressive and passive. So I'll try and be aggressive in lane, like for example, our bottom lane. And Mistake will tell me when I should back off, so I wouldn't die, that kind of stuff.
How would you compare yourself as a bottom lane as to the other bottom lanes that are playing here in this tournament?
I feel that all the other bottom lanes are really strong. They have all the best players in the world. So maybe for me, I like more spell castings, AD carry like Varus, Ezreal. Yeah, because I used to play AP mid, so. After changing to AD, I still used to casting spells.
So talk to me then about, wow, I just blanked, sorry. So talk to me about your expectations then when you came into the skills match. Of course, you guys did get knocked out. How did you expect you were going to do coming into that?
Actually, we didn't really plan much for the 2v2 because we were preparing for the All-Stars because the All-Star team is much more bigger because the one slot. Yeah, we didn't really prepare much for the 2v2. We just planned this morning, what should we do? Should we push? Should we fight? So, And yeah, they got level 2 first, so we got owned pretty badly.
Can you tell me something about how it is to play here and what is at stake here? Because eventually...
For us, it's like the whole world are watching us, so the stress is confirmed there. And yeah, we'll try our best to win this.
So I actually want to talk to you a bit about that extra spot. Now, you guys were the second place team in the GPL in the spring split. And first of all, I actually want to talk to you about your experiences in the GPL. What are the teams like in that region? There's not a lot of exposure there internationally.
Our team, for GPL, we don't really have much top teams. It's just from each region, and our region isn't really that strong. So it's much more of SAJ, SGS, and TPA. So we don't really get much training there, but it's still good enough for us. Yeah. But compared to other regions, I've seen that there are a lot of fights, and you wouldn't know who will be the top, who will be at the top, who will be winning the next match. Yeah, that's the difference.
Taking that comparison to other regions, which regions do you think are on top right now if the World Championships were to happen this day?
I feel that Korea might take this easily. Yeah, because every time I watch their matches, they are like, every team is like really, really strong. They might can send a second or third. They really improve a lot as a team. Yeah.
What do you think you could incorporate into your own team to improve as fast as they do?
I think we have to watch more of how they play, their movement and their calls, because their calls are pretty good. Like we just watched the China 1 and they totally flipped the game with their team play. They didn't really win. Their team play is just they won by team play straight.
Absolutely. It seemed that they are very glued together as a team. Is that the case for your squad? Who's stepping up to like bond the guys and be the leader of the team?
For our all-star team?
Yeah.
Normally, Mystic and Toys. Yeah, but we'll try and bond together every time. Yeah, that's the most important thing we need to do for this all-stars, because most of us come from different teams. Yeah, so I think the bonding is very important.
So I actually have a quick small question for you on how the team is synergizing, because you all come from different regions. What language are you all speaking together?
Oh, we can all speak Mandarin. Yeah, we can all speak Mandarin, so it's pretty easy for us. Just that from Hallelujah and I, we can't really speak the items. We don't really know the items in Chinese and the champion, so we might be a bit slow on that, but we'll work on that.
But in general, you think you guys are in good shape and ready to play your series?
Yeah, I think we are pretty ready to play against China.
All right, well, good luck, of course, to you guys, and thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you.
All right, let's send it back over to you guys at the desk. Jat and Joe, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Freak. We're having a couple of technical difficulties here, so while we try to resolve those problems, let's get a few more of your Twitter questions here. We'll talk a little bit about those.
On what the actual strength in this game has to do with, because we didn't know that much about China's, I want to say, like power level coming into this, because the LPL is such a closed system of tournaments. Clearly they were better than North America because they did win the 2-0 in a very close set, but because that was so close, if China's the favorite in this tournament and they're going to roll through the rest of them, I feel like NA has a very good chance. But if China ends up losing out to the Green All-Stars, then I'd say North America would probably fall to the losers of this game.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we really have to see to be able to answer that question as well is the outcome of Europe versus Korea, because we don't know how good these two teams are going to be coming in. Although they are both massive all-star teams all pinned together for this tournament, you never quite know how it's all going to come down to at the end of the day.
And it's really going to just be a matter of when this game starts, because it's that unfortunate bug that we have to wait and verify.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit about that, actually. So basically, it's a bug with Zed right now that's come up during that last game, which basically Zed seems to be getting assists when he shouldn't be getting his assists.
And if that's the case, then we'll have to see how that impacts things. And that's exactly why we're stopped right now. So it's a very complicated problem to both verify and then figure out what to do about it.
And of course, we'll keep you guys updated on that one. Let's have a look then at the second question then from this one, which is from Garrett Fulls. And sorry if I've butchered names. That's just a general thing that I like to do. Me and Demon are terrible at names. So that one was, which All-Star do you think will be the most valuable to their team? Now, that is another really, really tough question to answer.
Is that like every team? Which All-Star would be the most valuable to them?
No, just one, Jack.
Just one. I'm going to talk about EU, because it's the only one I got a clear answer for. And I'd say for EU, it's Alex Each, because it's 3 parts Gambit, and he's pretty much the leader of Gambit, so therefore he's the most valuable for Europe.
I think that's a very, very solid answer. And it's really hard to just single out a single player on that kind of thing.
It's an all-star team.
It's an all-star team. That's the whole point of things as well. But guys, keep those questions coming. We're at LOL Esports. And of course, you should be using the hashtag All-Star so we can read your questions a little bit. OGN Champions, the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. Return here in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, guys. 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. I'm Joe Miller, and next to me is Joshua Jack Leisman. And it's finally time to get underway with Game 1. The European LCS All-Stars taking on the Korean OGN champions. But before we get into the game, we're having a bit of an update for the reason for that little delay, Jack.
Yeah, in the first game of China versus USA, there was a Zed bug that happened where he was picking up some assists where he shouldn't have been able to. So Zed is now banned from the tournament while we investigate and verify that the source of the bug. We're going to move on with the games, but no Zed.
No Zed for this first game, at least, as we fix all that stuff going on. So, we're finally getting close to champion select for Game 1 between the European LCS All-Stars and the Korean OGN champions. So, we've already talked a little bit about those bans and picks, but since we're actually really getting into them now, let's try and narrow that one down a little bit. So, what can we expect? You mentioned before, targeted bans is probably the way that this thing's going to go down.
And really, it's about who do you decide to target. Maybe they'll go for Alex each, specifically because the Kazakhs was kind of brought out by him. He does love to stick with the 80 casters. No Kazakhs, no Zed as well. So it'll be very interesting to see how this works out.
Yeah, and to talk about Alex Itchin, you know, what bans could possibly go his way in the regular season? 100% with Kazakhs win in the spring split, not including the playoffs, I must add to that. 100% with Kassadin in the spring split when he played him, and then also had 100% with Zed, who unfortunately won't be even available for him this choice around. But there's already two big standouts there if the Koreans have done their research.
Just every game as well. How many Kassadin games did he play?
Yeah, it was a slightly less amount than maybe your normal sample size would be, but it's 100% nonetheless.
It's still really potent.
And it's more than 2 games, which is a great thing anyway. I mean, we know how strong Kassadin is. We've seen how many, specifically in Europe, I mean, the mid laners in Europe have gone to war with Kassadin for the picks and the bans on him.
Specifically, more than other regions.
Yeah.
You don't really see Kassadin outside of that. And when it was there, he was either 4th or 5th picked almost every single time you'd see him. So if they're going to be going for something like that, it's very cautiously doing so when you're against a matchup that can't just murder you. You see it against Karthus sometimes, and I know Ambition's actually been playing a fair bit of Karthus as well recently, or at least over in the OGN it's been pretty big. So that could definitely be something that sneaks in late, but can't be sure.
Yeah, there's a whole host of bans that come out from this one. Talked about the top lane and how Shy and Soaz, both players who have constantly brought out different champions left, right, and center. Even innovative. I mean, you look at Soaz, and he was really the first one to have that Kazakhs in the top lane. The Jace was his big one as well. When we think back to actually what were the qualifiers for LCS, which is why Soaz, ironically, is even here at this point. Even though they lost that tournament, it was the game that they had against Curse EU where he first brought out the Jace in the top lane and pretty much stomped with it there. So, and that's where people really realize, okay, this Soaz guy, he's a bit unpredictable. And then we saw, of course, a Blitzcrank top lane from him as well.
And I know it's going to be going way back as far as Soaz goes, but we talked how Alex was like bringing out the Kazakhs mid. At IPL 5 in December, when we were still in Season 2 patch for the game, he played Kazakhs top lane. He was the first one to break it out in competitive. I can only hope he has something similar for us today in top lane, but he's already done so much. And there's only 112 champions, as big as that sounds.
Only 112. But I'd like to see something new. But you have to wonder if this is really the stage for it as well.
Probably
it is an all-star game, and as such, you'd think, well, they're more like exhibition games. You might want to risk things here and there. But the fact is that one region is going to have an extra spot for the World Championship. Now, that is a huge deal for, it could be at least, for any single one of these players.
And not only can they get the first round bye, so sorry, not only can they get they also get the first round bye.
Spoiler.
I jumped to the conclusion right there. If they don't finish last place in this tournament, so one win and your region's top seeded team just doesn't have to play in the World Finals group stage part.
Which look at Europe. You've got 3 men from Gambit, 2nd overall in the spring split in the playoffs there, and of course Soaz from Fnatic, who's like, well, we could do that #1 again, and that would put us in a very, very nice position come the World Championships. Then you've got EG, who you never know, they might be fighting through, but we are finally into Champions Select.
Yeah.
Let's have a look down the bans.
Diana first ban away from Ambition. That is definitely a smart ban coming up. I somehow slipped my mind because we have 5 All-Stars that all have pretty much ban-worthy champion pools, but that's exactly what EU decided to go with.
Yeah, second ban coming out here. Well, the first ban for OGN was Nasus, actually the second most played champion by Diamond in the spring split, and sorry, his most played champion in the spring split, and his second most champion played in the playoffs. So a big pick Nasus, and they decided to take that out.
And I think one of the other champions that Diamond was huge on was Volibear as well. And
correct.
Volibear's seen a few nerfs. I can definitely see why they'd have the Nasus ban before that. Zac could be either a jungle ban for Diamond or something else, but from those first two bans, it actually looks like Korea's targeting out Diamond as someone they want to shut down.
And on the other side, we can see that Diana and Kha'Zix both banned out here by the European LCS All-Stars. And Ambition's like, oh, come on, guys, I want to have a go at this one. And Thresh is going to be taken out. We touched on this one earlier. Both Madlife and Edward are fantastic Thresh players in Europe, saying, you know what, we've got the Thresh Prince, but let's not lose our crown in this one.
It's a little unfortunate, but like we saw in the other one, since they banned out the Thresh, we get the first pick, Rumble. That was amazing for PDD in the game against North America. He was just 1v2ing pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, at the start we saw that 1v2, which left us, you know, open-mouthed, like, what did he just do with that one? And Rumble, again, another one that SOAS more than familiar with. Over on the other side, we were talking about Jace already. We were talking about him for SOAS, though. Looks like the OGN All-Stars could go for that one. And also, there is the Lee Sin as well for Insect, maybe.
And we have no idea where this Jace would be going, because Shy's Jace has been impeccable in the past few games. He's actually been drawing bans from it. But we see Jace mid lane very frequently, too. So that pick of Jace is giving them a lot of versatility. Of course, the pick for Lee Sin, though, gets everyone a little bit excited. We don't see much Lee Sin jungle anymore over in the LCS, but especially in the OGN Champions, he's everywhere, and Insect is great at it.
Yeah, we're going to move looking like towards the AD carries, which I think is a good progression for the European LCS All-Stars at this point, because obviously no one from the OGN Champions picked that AD carry up. Looks like we will be seeing a Varus, the most hotly contended AD carry right now, and they're hanging around Kennen as well.
And I got to say, throughout most of the world, Varus is the guy that everyone's been picking. I think some of it has to do with the fact that he's the one guy who brings the AoE crowd control on his ult, aside from Ashe. So the one guy. There we go. That was a true statement. But it's another thing is because of the prevalence of the AD casters mid, like Kha'Zix or Zed, Varus is adding that extra bit of crowd control and letting you lose it in other places, because sure, Rumble has the equalizer, but to keep people in it, the Varus can help that from an AD carry position, which is something almost no other AD carry can offer.
So Kennen has been locked in here as well, looking like it'll most probably end up in the hands of Alexich there, that Kennen. Now, Korea and Kennen have become one recently. True. It's been a very, very hotly contested pick over in Korea, which almost makes me think, it surprised me it wasn't picked up in that first round, but at the same time, also unsurprising then that the Europeans wanted to take that away.
I really think it was a counter pick in the truest sense of the word. OGN didn't expect them to take Kennen, as far as if I had to guess, and they were willing to lock up the Jason Lee Sin before the Kennen was available, because let's not forget, Diamond became famous a lot of times on his Lee Sin way back in the day, so they could have wanted to kind of steal that away from him, and in response, that's why we saw the Kennen from.
And now we see the AD carry coming out, and look at this. Edward is hovering over Blitzcrank. We know Edward as a master troll when it comes to Champions League, so we'll not talk about that one just too much yet. But on the other side, Rise, a champion which Alexich was famed for, and he's come out openly and said, that is my favorite pick. And it's going to be Ambition running that this time around, and it will be Evelynn and Blitzcrank locked in. Now, Evelynn, flashback to the playoffs, we saw Diamond with Evelynn in the jungle.
That's probably where he's going, too. That's a jungle Eve. He actually does Lizard Elder, the AD Spirit Stone on Evelynn for really fast clears, and then goes into his AP items. So you have to be able to keep track of that. And just to go over to the OGN lineup here, right now Ambition and Shy are in that order. I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw a swap, because CJ and his Blaze, the sister team to Frost, has played Rise top twice in their best-of-3 game back in the quarterfinals. And we do know that the Jace does go mid, but I guess because Shy is such a big Jace player, he's going to stick it solid, but it does give the mind game thought to Europe where he's actually going to be going.
So Madlife here, Alistair. Madlife was Mr. Alistair back in the day. You know, before we started seeing these ridiculous clips coming out from Blitzcrank and the Thresh, his Alistair is top notch here. So really excited to see that one.
I like how he's going back to the Alistair for the All-Star game, because he's only played it super sparingly in the last little bit of Champions. but that is just his one true champion, it kind of feels like. I remember a specific highlight video back when he was playing actually COG EU, so Yellow Pete's going to remember this, where he was just destroying Froggen's Diana in almost every fight, just keeping him out of it by himself. And for this game, he's probably going to be looking to headbutt the cannon out of team fights before he can get off his Zhonya's and keep his ultimate out of the game.
Yeah, that's going to be a vital part of things here, definitely for the OGN Champions All-Stars. They're to pick this one up then. So, what are we thinking? I mean, Edward picking up that Blitzcrank against Mad Life is a bold statement, and we know Edward is a man who likes to make bold statements in that regard. Really interested to see how this one works out.
And the one thing we didn't really catch there is Blitzcrank pulling in an Alistair is usually a really bad idea.
Yeah.
So of all the counter picks that we actually kind of saw here, we haven't really seen many counter picks, it seems, in the last season. People have kind of defaulted back to just picking their compositions and for themselves. There's a lot of counter picking going down in this All-Star game.
And I think the official word, Jack, for picking up that Alistair at the end there when there's a Blitzcrank is a cow to pick, because, of course, he is a cow. Get that one out the way before we get into the game, I think.
Well done.
So 62% of you, at least earlier on when we were looking over at lolesports.com, of course, were voting for the European All-Stars to pick up the victory here. For this one, don't forget you can still do that, and throughout this best of 3. So going to be a very interesting one. What are we expecting here in terms of early game? I mean, have we got some obvious lane switches in there right now?
Well, I think the biggest thing before even the lanes are decided is the power that both of these teams possess at level 1.
At level 1.
When you see a Blitzcrank on one side, plus an Alistair on the other, and things to combo up with it on top of that, so as people don't realize, the Eon Rumble is 1,000 range, or 950, one of those two numbers. So if they pull someone in, once they flash away, they're still going to get caught by the slow, and they will be dead. Likewise, if you pulverize someone, Shy can follow it up with a Rune Prison. So both of these teams, if they look to make aggressive moves early, we could see kills at a much higher percentage than we would normally see.
Danger, danger here at level 1 between the EU LCS All-Stars and the OGN Champions. Let's see how things kick off. Great to see Lee Sin in action here as well. And, you know, Diamond was a player that always Lee Sin, yeah, ban after ban after ban after ban, and then really stopped playing him. You know, he actually just fell out of favor with a lot of the junglers that were playing him before.
I think it was a combination of him just losing interest in him and also opting for junglers with high amounts of reliability. If you just think of the way Volibear and Nasus work, you don't make mechanical mistakes on them. It's all about your judgment, but Lee Sin is a combination of the two. And it's a risky champion that has high rewards, and that just hasn't been the type of junglers Diamond's been going with recently.
Well, let's have a look here at level 1. Lots of wards down already here, specifically from the red team. Of course, the OGN Champions, they have 4 of them set up right now across the map. Couple already down for the European All-Stars. And there is a pink ward in there as well. Interesting enough for Alex Ich and for Edward here at the start. Jack, does that indicate something special here from Europe?
I don't think it's necessarily something special. It just means they are really worried about Lee Sin and they want to make sure they have ward control. If you can get, sometimes if you can get past the early game with Lee Sin, you're kind of home free, and Eve's early ganks aren't necessarily that powerful. Plus, if they're looking for Eve's ganks to work, they want these pink wards, that's it. They want these pink wards to clear out the enemy's regular wards so that Diamond's ganks are much more threatening.
Yeah, it's going to be an important part of it, having that control. We've just seen there, Diamond Brooks picking up that blue buff on his side of things. His bottom lane, of course, going to be an interesting one to watch. The, I think it's a self-confessed passive AD carry player of Yellow Pete with a self-confessed maniac on Blitzcrank that is, of course, Edward, Mad Life and Prey on the other team. Both highly accomplished players that have got such a great following, and I think Mad Life in particular, as you said, God in Korea.
And even though Mad Life spent so much time with Woom, who was a very defensive AD carry early on, his AD carry he's playing with now, Hermes, is very similar in style to what Prey has. So even though they're not the same combo right now, OGN's bottom lane should have a high amount of aggressive synergy.
We did, of course, see I guess we can say a bit of switching going on there. I mean, Rise did end up going to the top with Jace in the middle. The players who, you know, we touted as the middle and top laner are playing both then. So Shy on that Rise with the Jace on Ambition in middle lane.
It really seems fitting that these guys are deciding to actually just lane against each other. For the first time in a real long time, we saw a little bit of it in North America versus China, but for now, it's almost a dare by OGN saying, we're going to fight you even though you guys have the double golem advantage in bottom lane because we just like the Alistair versus Blitzcrank matchup that much.
So let's have a look here in middle, because Diamond has managed to sneak his way through. Sneaky being, of course, invisible at this stage in towards that middle lane here. Ambition is going to be watching, and is fairly decently placed here for him to get in. We are going to see him coming down. Alex is trying to get in there. The flash going to be used, but the stun comes down. Ambition is in a lot of trouble. Can he get finished off here? Yes, he can. First blood, Alex with the auto attack at the finisher.
Brilliant gank by the European LCS squad there. That's a lot of synergy that they've built through years together on Gambit Gaming. They juggled the turret aggro just right. Even though they burned the flash, they got the stun post-flash, and they really just dove in together, making sure neither of them got crushed by the turret, securing that first blood as well as burning the flash.
Yeah, it makes massive sense here, of course, for Diamond to be involved in this middle lane, as Insect is actually going in here on towards Alex, but he'll simply run his way away from that one. Going fairly low from it, though, but Insect, you know, just trying to mark a bit of territory around this middle lane, say Diamond's not having it for free. And
if there's any time Insect's going to want to pick up farm, it's in the free lanes. He's never going to miss that opportunity. You can actually see he's keeping pace right now with all the other people in the game as far as minion kills go, picking up that free stuff. And I gotta say, the escape that Alex made to that Lee Sin gank was actually pretty good. He waited until after Insect had detonated his Q to come towards him before he eat away, making sure there's really no risk.
No risk involved. Of course, that first blood for Alex Ich as he goes back home will bring out the boots and a Ruby Crystal. Compare that over to Jesu. Doran's blade, not very charming there as well, but look at this, Evelyn is once again waiting.
And they know since there's no flash, if he gets behind him in the slightest, Ambition is going to die. The red buff's still up.
Red buff is still up, and Diamond is just hanging around there. And he went through the acceleration gate. I think Diamond just waiting for that speed boost, just stop there and then get himself back off into that lane. In the end, not worth any risk at this point. Europe are ahead by a 400 gold margin after 5.5 minutes, and now that stealthy Evelyn is coming down bottom.
And I may have been completely wrong when I said that Evelyn's early game wasn't the greatest ganking tool. I haven't seen enough Jungle Eve, and especially not enough of Diamond's Jungle Eve, because he has been absolutely everywhere. And I think that Europe LCS scared off OGN a little bit with all those pink wards early, completely just blacking out the vision, knowing that the regular wards will not save you from the ganks right now, and the map pressure is kind of visibly showing in the way the OGN lanes are playing.
So Diamond in the playoffs, where we saw him pull out that Evelyn, had the top KD8 in the jungle. He had 22 kills. The next closest jungler to him in that one was Cyanide of Fnatic with just 6 kills. So you just saw exactly the power of Diamond there from those statistics coming out. Right now, bottom lane being fairly passive for what we're used to with these two setups.
And I think it's just the fear of pulling in an Alistar. Sometimes you just pull in the initiation. So one of the best ways to mute this lane by Edward is to not go, but Insect lands it.
They're going to run in towards Edward. He's in a lot of trouble as he tries to flash away. He got knocked up at the same time. It's only one more auto attack. Insect going to get that one. He takes a turret hit for his pleasure. Yellow Pete trying to push back, but he got hit there with the trap, and so as here, taking a lot of damage from Shy. Won't be dying to that one, and now Diamond looking to get in for another kill for the Europeans. Well, that won't happen. Shy, though, forced to flash.
Gotta say, that bottom lane gank was really well timed. The Q right into the Blitzcrank headbutt pulverize just gave them enough time to spike damage before Edward could make the escape, and there's still no support helping Yellow Pete.
Oh, Yellow Pete there, flashing at the very last second. Actually, the passive, the headshot was up there for Prey for that final shot as well, so that would have been a kill.
Except you got to remember, Prey actually expended his flash at the very last second of the last fight, so he could not go in to capitalize on that one. I actually don't even think he would have had to burn that flash early, so a very slight opportunity missed in a completely even game.
Well, one thing is going to send Yellow Pete back, although you see Prey going back there as well. Wants to spend that money that he's earned from that 55 CS. We can see that Alex in the middle lane has started to really push things up as well. And to go back to Prey, when he did go home, second Doran's Blade, Berserker Greaves brought in. Let's compare that over to Varus, who right now, as you'd expect with the Varus, going straight in for that Cutlass to work up towards the Blade of the Ruin King.
We've seen so much Blade of the Ruin King out of Varus players, especially today. I'm pretty sure every Varus has built it. But the Berserker Greaves rush by Prey, it's really good on Caitlyn to get more attack speed and proc more headshots, but it's also a good item against Blitzcrank, because the more move speed you have, obviously the harder it is to hook you in.
Exactly, and right now he's stood on top of a ward down there, not being as sneaky as you would like to think. There's a pink ward on the top side as well from OGN, so they want to maintain thorough control of those brushes, and that's what you have to do in that Blitzcrank there. You need to know exactly when he's going to pop up and throw that hook your way. The blue up here just spawning in once again for the OGN champions, and Ambition, of course, is going to be given that.
And we were caught a little bit off guard because there's been so much action bottom lane and so many ganks mid. We haven't touched on, there was a top lane Rise plus a mid lane Jace in this game. They did do the swap that we thought might happen in Champion Select, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that Shy has gotten away so much free farming top lane since the action has just been everywhere else.
Yeah, really not much time spent up there. Of course, we did see one visit from Diamond, which resulted in Shy using his flash to escape to safety from that one. Now in this bottom lane, Edward has finally, with Yellow Pete, pushed that lane through so he can get that control of the brush, but that pink ward still remains, and luckily here for the OGN champions, that is a pink ward because Evelyn was just sniffing around.
That's one extra thing teams have to keep in mind when you're playing against an Eve, is the extra gold cost of those pink wards. So this is an 11.8 to 11.8k game. But if OGN champions have to keep using pink wards over and over again, it's going to put them in a little bit of a hole as long as the game stays close like this.
So, recent pickups here. Kennen just going on there, amplifying zone. Plus, haunting guys coming out already. So, going to be bringing a bit of pain to that Jesu. He's actually got the Tio already in there and is close to having that Brutalizer finish as well. Rise on the top side has got his Catalyst plus that tier as well, and that's because of that, as you said, free farm time that he's had up there.
And that is a great start for Shy. He hasn't even had to buy boots in a long top lane, and he is up by 20 minion kills over Soaz. I cannot say how impressive that is enough. So that could be a huge problem that Europe is going to have to deal with later.
Well, let's find out. We can see there the individual golden. Shy having about 400 of it at this point to give him that lead in there. Middle lane, 100 gold lead for Alex Ich, obviously picking up that first blood earlier on, as we are going to see the ultimate coming out here from Zoas, and Diamond now going to get involved. He is level 8, so he can get in there with the ulti, and this is a dead Shy. Diamond picks up the kill.
And it's great because that was bound to happen. He pushed up with no boots, and it was a perfect gank timing from Diamond. OGN trying to react to it though and make the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, but there is a ward that they're stood right on top of right now, and that may mean that they push in as Alex here is going head-to-head with Ambition, but he's losing out on it. Diamond going to come in there. He goes down to the Knight. It was out of Ambition in the end there. Now Lee Sin coming back around. Can Diamond escape from this one? Gets locked onto by Insect, but it's hard to lock that down anyway once he hits that W.
Really tough kill there that Ambition picked up on Alex Ich. Alex just bit off more than he could chew. He thought he'd win in the brawl since really there was a tier rush on Ambition. He hadn't built any magic resistance, and Alex thought with the Haunting guys, he would just be able to out-trade him. But that was clearly not the case, and they ended up giving up the kill after the Dragon had actually been taken by OGN, so that is a huge moment for OGN in pulling ahead in this game.
Yeah, puts them almost 1,000 gold into the lead with this one. Just a couple of hundred still separating them there from this one. Blasting one now in there for Shy, so he's well on his way to finishing off that Rod of Age, and he's going to have even more time here in this top lane now to have that farming. Got the single sight ward, so the thing is, he's not even putting that much into vision at this point.
No, he's actually maybe succumbing to, if Eve comes to gank me, I'm going to die. The few times I saw Flame play Rise in the top lane, who is for CJ and just Blaze, he died 2 or 3 times while just farming and then became a monster late game. And it actually seems like Shy's playing the same way. It just so happens that Diamond hasn't tried that much to gank him top lane, and he's just happily fighting, because if Soaz wants to actually fight Shy, he's going to lose. The only way that they punish him is if they constantly pull up Diamond to gank, and that's going to open up a whole bunch of other avenues for OGN to take.
So Insect is actually working his way up towards this top lane. I have to say that Soaz not been looking like the Soaz that we know here in this one. I mean, he's got a formidable lane opponent up against him. There's no denying that one. See, he's able to hold this one off. Actually going to get room prisoned up here. Good chunk of damage actually coming down to him. That Lee Sin is still waiting in the brush in the top lane for him.
And they're actually expecting a game from Diamond right now. It's just the fact that Diamond ended up running mid a second ago. Since there was just a successful gank when Soaz overpushed, when Shy overpushed, without boots, they're expecting Europe to be predictable and do it again, and Diamond and Soaz as well are just not taking the bait.
Well, the fact is that blue buff has just come up here as well, and Diamond is going to be picking this one up for himself. And this one is going to tank that will cannon, but obviously for Diamond, a very useful buff to have there as well.
And we could have been wrong about not taking this bait. They may not have predicted the incredibly patient action of Lee Sin, and here it comes.
Here we go. Shy going down to half HP. Look at Insec. He's been stripped to pieces with this one. Is he going to be able to escape? Well, flash, but Diamond finishes off. Can they get two here? Flashing from Soa. Double kill for Diamond.
Look at that damage that just came out from Rumble and Evelyn. I almost want to say that they knew it was there with the way they just pulled their way in after the counter gank came. That Spirit of the Elder Lizard, by the way, is the new hotness on Jungle Eve. Everyone who I've seen doing it has been extremely successful.
Having a very good time of things here. 3-0-1 now as the ball going to come in out towards Madlife. Is that going to cost them? Edward headbutt back in towards the turret range. He's taking a lot of damage here. Ultimate came out of Yellow Pete. He's trying to force them back with that damage. Ace in the hole, blocked by Yellow Pete. But OGN are going to chase him for this one. Prey actually being blocked by minions there a little bit in the end. But there you see the danger of fucking Alistair.
Pulling Madlife, you just pull yourself in a big old problem. Headbutts him back into that turret. But they actually almost got a kill out of it. I think that was more of a detriment for Europe than it was a benefit. And that is just another example of why that Alistair pick was so strong in lane. If you look at the matchup, Prey is actually up about 13 or so in that bottom lane.
Yeah, nice stuff from him at this point. No kills or assists or deaths, I say. More Yellow Pete at this stage. We've got to be fair to him. We're not going to talk about his kills and assists. And no deaths either for that one. Slowly but surely working his way up to that blade of the Ruin King. Evelyn, after that double kill there for Diamond, has now got that Seeker's Armor Guardian. So really starting to spike in power and becoming that little less squishy along the way.
And I really like how he's actually taking a large amount of farm against Insec, who is the one known for being the carry jungler over Korea. And here he comes mid lane.
Ambition.
You are gone.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how fast that was. Ultimate out of Kennen, ultimate out of Evelyn, and explosion. Just dead. There's nothing really more to say about that one. Fantastic play again by the European LCS All-Stars. I almost said Gambit there because it was Gambit. It's Alex and Diamond combining again.
And that gank was really set up because they'd already taken the top turret and Shy was stuck up there farming, so they're going to have to redistribute themselves now that they got the kill and Shy is ending up pushing top.
Strong play. Shy pushing that one straight through. 4 assists for Soaz. Now we said he started to fall behind on the farm. He hadn't looked too confident there, but he's been throwing them ultimates out at the right time for Diamond to come in there and finish off those kills. So it's definitely not nothing that he's been doing up until this point at the top.
Sometimes you just got to get settled in a game like this. This is, I mean, we even heard Yellow Pete talking about them not having a huge amount of practice time. They wish they could have practiced more. They're still getting comfortable with the situation. This is obviously Soaz's first game in this venue, as it is to all the players, but he looks very comfortable now that he's gotten a couple games for Diamond, put really the fear into Shy, knowing he can't just bully him all the way around with Rise, and also punish the immobility of the top lane Rise without teleport a little bit by coming bottom for that game.
So, Secret Arm Guard is picked up here for Alex in middle. We've just seen him dodging Q through the acceleration gate. Forget that because Insec is actually coming here towards Diamond, who is not scared of going in there. Ward put down from Insec to escape, and Diamond will be laughing about that one.
And look at that. He's got 2 levels on Insec. Diamond is the exact same level as Alex each, and he's just making Insec use those Sightstone wards where he doesn't want them. The Dragon is actually up, but they're decided to pull a fight off here, and that could be what we're seeing happening as everyone looks like they're converging towards middle.
Everyone moving in there. We've got Alistair stood on top of a ward there. With him. Madlife not wanting to get involved. And once that Sonya comes in for Kennen, I think that's going to make Alistair a little bit less effective when it comes to this team fight. If Alex can time it right, we are going to see Madlife coming in now. This is into a big fight. And Someone takes a lot of damage, but Madlife being stripped down here. Somehow surviving at the backside there as Alex goes down. They switch around onto Prey. Edward is the focus for OGN. He will be finished off by Shy. Madlife wanting to get back involved in this one. Diamond now the target. Ambition going to go chasing it. But flash in the end. Is he going to be able to have enough damage for this one? Gets the slow. Knocks it with the hammer, but not quite enough. But there's a Q through the acceleration gate. Gets the shut down. Brilliant play out of OGN.
That was a 3-4-0 for them, and it looked bad when that fight initiated because Soaz got an equalizer down to really bisect the OGN team, but they flanked around properly. really just the team fight power of Jason Rise at this point. The game seems to overtake them. What a one-sided fight that turned out to be, even though it looked close at the start.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that Alex said in the interview earlier on. We're fine when it comes to lane phase. We've seen that in action. But when it comes to team fighting, we are a little bit broken. That's something that, you know, can only come with time when it comes to a team. You saw whether the fight was not in central place, it was a little bit unfocused, and that's something that, quite frankly, is going to have to change for the European LCS All-Stars if they want to take down the Koreans.
And it's also a testament to how well the Koreans have came together so quickly. They've only had a week to prepare for this event, and there's 4 different teams being represented here. Playing team fights like that is going to get them far in this tournament.
And we just see another possible lack of communication as 2 wards go down in that middle lane, and we're just scouting up towards the red to see if we can have a cheeky grab of it and steal it away. There is Shy up the top. Right now, the gap is 20 CS, there or thereabouts still. Has that Rod of Ages finished off. The team, of course, from Elliot got a second blasting one coming in there now as well. What else have we got picked up after that last little fight? Before the last Whisper being collected by Jace with that Mana Moon and the Brutalizer.
And that Mana Moon is really close to being a Mer mana. It's at 644 of the 750 mana. When that transforms, that is going to make Ambition a huge issue. Considering he's already got the Brutalizer plus the last Whisper, all the armor is basically melted off of everyone on Europe. So Jace in these team fights will be totally crazy. That might make up for the fact that, you know, neither of these teams have the Aegis kind of aura-type junglers going on. There's a lot of skirmishing happening, and Ambition will be able to solo anyone once he gets that transformation.
So one interesting point to make here as well, that each fight, a couple of shaky performances, one single one I should really say, in that team fight there. They've managed to have a good early game, and with that they've picked up all the outer turrets at this stage.
That is actually super key when you consider that OGN is actually above on gold, despite not having 3 turrets. So this is a moment where he wants to be able to push an advantage, but every turret closer to the base is more and more difficult to take. And since OGN champions seem stronger in team fights, I don't know how Europe's going to be able to do that. And they're actually conceding a little bit of map positioning just based off of that. Once OGN starts taking out these mid turrets, if Europe doesn't contest them, they're actually going to fall a fair bit behind.
I think Edward's going to have to play a part in that one, trying to isolate one man. But there's the problem. We said it already before. Is that going to be Alice who's going to knock you all up? Is that going to be Lee Sin who's just going to dive back out there towards his team? Probably not. So they've got to be very, very careful about who they bring right into the middle and try and really cut down from this.
And just to expand on that, the way that Insect likes to play Lee Sin often is just diving all the way into a team fight, warding behind someone, jumping to that ward and kicking them back. If you aid him with Edward's pull, it's just going to make that even worse, and then the damage follow-up from Shy and Ambition is just going to win the fight for Korea.
Coming down, and look at the zoning power here from OGN. They force Rumble into the jungle.
Diamond might come here.
Up with the top side. It's going to be a great ultimate, but is he going to have the power to carry on through this one? There's the pull. They drag Insect back in there. He should be fine. Mapline maybe not quite so much as he goes through the acceleration gate. Diamond picks up that kill and goes speeding up to Insect. He drops the ward and will get away from that one, and a big fight ends in just a 1-0 for Europe.
Diamond pulled off a great flank coming in from behind the team. That is how you play even team fights. You get in behind them, slow them down, and then just poke in and out, never letting them collapse on you. Korea takes a big hit in that team fight. Even though they just lost their support, they used most of their escapes away from that one. There are actually 2 Sightstone wards used by Insect trying to get away, and Europe is trying to press an advantage here in the small death time of Mad Light.
Push that one in there, a couple of wards going down. Edward taking that typical Blitzcrank spot. If they're not aware that he's going to be pulling them from there by now, then I don't know, something wrong at this point. Bottom lane also pushed out a very real possibility. Jason's there, but the Europeans are collapsing onto that one right now. They wait to get on behind the wall to see if we can get a sneaky grab onto someone.
And we talked earlier, as long as there's no grab that comes down here that's going to interrupt us, about who is going to be getting the farm on both of these respective teams. Right now, it feels like Ambition is the designated farmer for Korea. He is getting so much, and Insect is giving it to him. Likewise on Europe, even though normally for Gambit, Alex East is actually the guy who takes all of the farm, he's not playing like that. Diamond is the one almost playing the Insect role and getting a huge amount of jungle farm on Eve. Could just be because he got a good early start and they're going with it, but it's definitely impactful for this game.
And the fact is, nobody talks about who would maybe get that as Lee Sin is going to go in the onslaught. Yellow Pete gets knocked up. Kenneth going to go into the middle, but Yellow Pete will die. Madline's going to fall down as well. Edward going very, very low, gets a pull up in the end, but they're ripping through the rest of them. Double kill coming out for Jai, and they're not done just yet. They're going to chase down Diamond. There is a 90 caliber net through the wall. The Piltover Peacemaker not quite landing, and Diamond got to speed away. And the ace in hole, not quite enough damage, but that is 4 kills for 1, and that one was the support.
That was amazing team fighting. Madlife being selfless at the end, but really, the ward in kickback by Insec on Lee Sin is so potent, and you could see that Europe just was not ready for it. They comboed it up so well, and now they don't even have to worry about Lee Sin not having an Aegis. They're going to get the initiations as well as the ults.
There was the inner turret taken down, so that turret advantage we were talking about slowly grinded away, and that's an inner turret in the middle lane, probably the biggest one. We're going to have another look back, though, at that last fight, a big one for the OGN champions. And the start of this fight was just so key when Insec comes in behind Yellow Pete, Q's in, wards back, kicks in. That is so hard to execute. Even though Europe tried to combo in and made really everyone sit on the Rumble ultimate, they'd already lost their AD carry, and they burned all their CC really as a counter initiation. So the rest of Korea just chased down Europe. And Chai even survived at the end of that one, even being on such low HP. Real credit to the start there from Insec, but really the execution overall from the Koreans looking very strong. They're now 970 kills up, 3,300 gold is currently the lead that they have, and the Dragon is now available. And I'd expect, actually, OGN to want to just group up and take this one. Europe looks to be the ones forcing it, but they have been losing team fight after team fight, so this may be a bit of a desperation force. They were hoping to be able to sneak that one down, but I think they saw the ward and killed it off. Yeah, taking that one down, and we must have a sniff at something is going to come their way here. OGN Champions All-Stars. Let's see, there's the Oracle on Madlife, which will help clear one out. They're going to look to steal the blue buff as Jace. Going to put down a lot of damage already onto Edward. That blue buff is going to be taken here by Diamond. And this may not be a great start. They're going in for the fight. But Madlife's at the front. He's going to get the knock up onto every one of them. And there is the headbutt. Alex taken away. His ultimate not going to have much effect on this team fight. And that's surely death here for the Europeans. There is Edward going down. We've already seen Alex die. Diamond now going to be the next target as Madlife gets closer. The acceleration gate going to help things out, but the slow out of Varus will stop them in their tracks. Another 2 for 0 for the Korean team here, and after the Blitzcrank hook missed, even though Yellow Pete landed the ultimate, it may not have been the best time to go in because they didn't have a priority target taken out at the start of that fight, and really, it allowed Insec to go pull off his magic again. That kick, it was actually the Lee Sin ultimate that kicked Alex Stitch out of that fight. And Insec MVP so far, even though he's not taking the carry role, it's more Diamond taking the majority of farm out of the jungle. I think last I checked, Diamond had the most gold on Europe, whereas Ambition is just out of this world as far as gold has, getting all the farm, while Insec still hasn't missed a beat. Really, really impressive stuff coming out of the OGN champions. If you look down the items, they're actually pretty much copies of each other on some fronts for the Europeans. 3 Haunting Geyser straight in there. A couple of those secret arm stars in as well, so that's not the easiest thing in the world to work with because, well, quite frankly, over for OGN, they're saying, well, Magic Resist, that's going to be the name of the game here. The Hex Drinker already brought in there. There's a Negatron Cloak for Rise, and you can see that's just going to keep the fate go on. And most importantly, it's the Runic Bulwark on Insec as well. It's just not enough AoE damage up front for Europe right now to be able to win these fights. Korea's doing a really good job also of not grouping up to get hit by all of it. It looks like those Rumble ults are hitting a lot of people, but generally they're just hitting Madlife and maybe one other person. And since Madlife gets off his Alistar combo, he's pretty much done his job in the fight during his one rotation. The rest of the fight is decided after that. So Madlife walking over a ward, and not sure if he actually spotted that one, but either way it's going to give Edward the chance to get back down there. Get a bit of vision back for the Europeans here. Another one, and takes a shock blast to the acceleration gate, which third of his health, not at all bad in terms of damage. Yeah, Ambition getting really, really big. 266 to 178 if you compare just the mid lane farm. But that's also because Ambition's been getting so much of the side lane farm in this game as well. Those shock blasts are absolutely killing, especially Edward, since Edward has put all of his resources really into Oracle, so he can try to get himself into sneaky positions to land these Blitzcrank hooks, which actually just hasn't paid off. You're just trying to push them out here, trying to gather as much farm as they can. I mean, if we look at the levels earlier on, Diamond, I mean, he's level 15 right now. Earlier on, he had a lead over most people, I think even over Ambition at that stage, who is now level 17. Insec is still a little bit behind, but we've seen the power of him. It just needs that one kick to set everything up.
And the game is really just paused for Europe, but not for Korea, because Korea's continue to farm.
Say 7,000 gold lead coming in currently. All the OGN champions, definitely one of the big favorites here to take now at All-Star Weekend. Well, there's still a long way to go. Of course, if you lose the first best and you're not out, they will go down to play the North American LCS All-Stars, whichever team that would be. And then the winner of this game will play the winner of that losers game as well later on, which of course you can find the brackets over on LOLesports.com, so don't get confused with that. But look at this.
For as much effort as Europe has put in with Edward's Oracles, it gives them no Baron control whatsoever. They were too scared of OGN. They've jumped in, at least Insec over the wall, and that's a Baron taken based off of map control and Savage.
And the funny thing is, there is a ward just south there of that Baron pit, which just didn't give them anything to work with when you come in from that top side. Very, very difficult.
I wasn't paying enough attention. I feel like Shy came down from the top lane, Sin jumped over the wall, and Prey was shooting it from behind the back of the pit, or he jumped in, so they thought they had the approach ward done, but they really just got snuck up on, and the Baron was pretty much taken out from under what they thought they had vision.
That will lose the gold here. A huge chunk for the Koreans. It's going to give items as well, which are going to be helping as we go. We've got the the Muramana in their last wisp of Black Cleaver right now for Jace with the Hex Drinker as well. I mean, that is a very scary Jace.
Oh dear, this is not going to be happy fights for Europe if they get in for them. Maybe their salvation here is there's no one with a huge amount of armor on the OGN Champions team yet, so if they decide to turret dive, the turret aggro is actually going to matter a fair bit. But it is not looking that good just with how quickly they've been losing these fights in the past, especially if they get picked off somewhere before a turret dive could happen.
Oh, look at that. Diamond just walked through a ward before his stealth had kicked in here. And there is an Oracle on that Alistair, so he needs to be very careful. Jace is coming down as well. Mindful put another ward in. Insect gonna spot him now. Will again kicking back into play. Diamond gonna pop his W. Can he escape this one though? Insect gonna be slowed there. And he will decide to back away, but they were close to locking off Diamond.
They really wanted to get that, so they had the fear of a Diamond Evelyn flank gone when they try to get in for these turrets. That's why Insect burned so much to try to get that one. Because he survives, he may be able to make it back to this one, but they really have to be able to survive the poke before they can even think about multiple turrets.
30 minutes in, 310 CS right now for Ambition. And you can see how much he's hurting with all those items that CS and the kills have allowed for him right now. 12,500 to just 8,500 over with Alex. That is a humongous lead, and OGN are going to be taking turret number 5.
And they may just try to continue this one into the base. They still have about half of their Baron left on their timer, so they can keep this push going for about another minute and a half. And they're actually just taking hits from this turret, even though they don't have a guy with a whole bunch of armor.
Not really too scared of things by the looks of it. And with that Jace poke added into that as well, you can never underestimate with Jace. He's got such a versatile champion. I mean, it helps when you've got 300 CS as well.
Yeah, you're pretty versatile when you have 50% more gold than everyone else on the team. You can kind of do anything. His poke is obviously the biggest strength, but because of the Muramana and the blue buff specifically, when he gets actually engaged on, the distance gets closed after the poke, he's still incredibly dangerous, which is one of the reasons that Europe is just so trapped in their base right now.
Wow, and again, Ambition just waiting things up. The hook from Edward didn't really land on his target, and there is the turret going down, and they are going to go in for this one. Flash is burned by the Koreans, not getting anything for that, but they will be taking that inhibitor after the hard work was done for the turret. In the meantime, Insect, in perfect timing, has pushed the middle lane out, and they may be able to have this as well.
Europe's not going to let it happen, they're going.
Ultimate's coming down left and right, but it's not much damage coming out. Shine will finally be focused. He gets shut down. Edward will go into the middle. He's running very low and will die to Ambition. There's the ace in the hole. Soaz blocks it, and a double buff there was given over actually onto Jace.
And OGN is just going to continue to push this one. Everyone got so low on Europe. This could be inhibitor number 2.
And it will be inhibitor number 2. Nothing whatsoever. The European LCS All-Stars can do to stop that one. Gonna come back out on the base, but it just shows you the difference in items and power that they're at this stage of the game.
I still really like the effort from Europe to try to initiate on that turret, because you could tell OGN was getting a little bit greedy, trying to get both inhibitors during the Baron buff push, and if Europe didn't try to punish them there, they would have basically just given up the game. But because they ended up 1-for-1ing that fight and still losing the inhibitor, I'd say their percentage went even more drastically down to win this game.
Dragon has been picked up for what it's worth here after 35 minutes, which is going to be more gold for Caitlyn, who picks up the Silver Sash, and for Lee Sin, who's going to pick up the Snow Trade Home Guard style, and also the Hex Drinker coming out for him as well.
Yeah, they're really loving the Hex Drinker type of builds. Obviously, Ambition has finished his Maw of Malmortius as well. We knew they were going to be going for Magic Resist earlier, and they've really just done it across the board. Spirit Visage on Shy, that's not a normal Rise item, but when you think about the way Rise works, he really needs cooldown reduction to cycle, and normally you think it's a Glacial Shroud, and a lot of people get panicked into building that in the Frozen Heart. But because they're against a double AP composition, he's went for a Spirit Visage, and it's genius. I've barely seen Rise do this, but it works so amazingly well.
Yeah, big chunk of Magic Resist that comes off that one. Helping out a ton. We've got 2 Abyssal Scepters come out, actually, on the other side of the Europeans, trying to say, well, we need to get rid of some of that Magic Resist as it comes.
And those builds won't really be completed until they could get a Void Staff, but they're so trapped along items, they didn't get enough gold generated to pull this off, and the mid-game power that OGN actually pushed on them has stopped them from getting to their final form.
There's another, and the final, we should say, inner turret taken down for Koreans. Moving on towards that inhibitor turret as well. Yellow beat 1/3 of his health gone with that 1 single shot blast.
And we have to remember, this was 3 turrets to 0 for Europe. The last 8 turrets have been taken by OGN with no answer. And the poke may continue here, but the things that OGN has on their mind is they know there's 2 inhibitors down, which means Europe has to have a full-time base defender. If they just wait another minute, they could go for this 3rd inhibitor with a Baron buff as well. So I'd see a lot of patience out of OGN here. Maybe not. Insect jumps into the base, but I wouldn't expect an incredibly aggressive move from Korea here unless they're feeling real confident.
Insect got wards, and unless they stud him instantly, he's going to get away from it. There's no way that Insect should be making that kind of mistake, and trying to just bait the Europeans into something there. Again, Edward down to half HP. 30 seconds here until this Baron comes up, but it looks like the Greens want to get in there for the fight before they even go for that one. Diamond is low. Insect is going to knock Alex Itch out there as well. He will finally Zonya's up, but will that be enough here for Europe? Alex finally goes down. They've lost Blitzcrank. They're going to lose Varus as well, and this is a whitewash fight. 2 men left alive, but he's been chased down by Varus and by Jason Caitlyn, finished off by Praise Ace in the hole, and well, Shy is even tanking up the fountain at this point. This is going to be game, and it is going to be the Koreans that take game number 1.
And at the end of that, they were feeling pretty confident because they did not waste any time finishing that one off. They could have waited a minute for the Baron, but they knew they were so far ahead. Again, Insect used the ward initiation, jumped in and kicked. That was a brilliant performance by them.
Yeah, and it was really close at the start. I mean, we say close, but Europe really had a great start of things in the early game. I mean, we talked about how the whole synergy has got to work for Europeans, having 3 members from Gambit in there, and that's what they played to. They said that's going to be our strength here. Let's try and play to it. We saw Diamond visiting that middle lane often, really doing well. But look at how Ambition ended. He gave away first blood in that game, but he was the one that really did the work. Masses of CS, masses of kills, masses of items, and that was the first game.
And we wanted to know how Korea would come in with the team effort, and they really showed it that way. There were people sacrificing for the betterment of the team right there. Insect's Lee Sin was not necessarily farm heavy, but he did enough work, was the first man in, had just enough to make it happen, and completely controlled that game. Sure, Ambition had all the minion kills, but when you're farming that much, sometimes you're not necessarily the one starting the fights. You're the one cleaning up and getting strong. Insect was all over the place.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to be seeing a Lee Sin. Just a hunch that I've got coming into game number 2. We'll find out, of course, a little bit later. But for now, we're going to head over to Rivington and Freak to take us through the highlights from game number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I think the beginning of this matchup really told us that Diamond was EU's best friend. And then it started to go a little wry. We started to see the fights, and we started to see the Insect. Like Jat said, he wasn't farm heavy. He didn't have it all in the bag, but he had enough to make it work every time they fought.
What I really liked was the Sightstone Lee Sin. The second I saw that item get released, I was like, that's going to be so fun on Katarina and Lee Sin. I'll jump towards all day. And you saw how powerful the extra mobility was. Normally it's flash kicks. It was ward kicks. That was awesome.
Yeah, so let's take a look at these replays.
Yeah, so the very first clip that we're going to show from this game is basically a 4-for-1 at the turret down here. As we started out, it's going to be almost your everyday fight, except that Insect gets an amazing initiation on Yellow Pete. Let's roll it. Watch Insect. He's amazing. Jumps actually to a ward, kicks Yellow Pete forward, and then everyone follows up. He calls go, and they get him for free. And then it's a very close fight for EU. They almost get the damage, but watch this. Insect shields Shy so that he doesn't fall to Diamond's Q spam, and they're able to just clean up the fight from there. Insect was super on point that entire game. Played absolutely beautifully.
You know, Freak, we heard Alex Eats say they're very strong in lanes. They like the way they're cooperating, the way that Soaz can play aggressive in the top lane, but it was the fighting phase where they found a falter.
Exactly. The team fights were just way, way better for the Korean team. There was one at Dragon where Mad Life comes in, pops the Alistar ultimate, the Kennen ult comes by, and he just doesn't hit enough people. And the next time you see a Dragon fight, Kennen ult comes by and he gets Lee Sin kicked out and doesn't do anything with the Slicing Maelstrom. And we kind of saw that time and again, that everyone press R and kill everything at once never actually worked for EU.
Absolutely. All right, thank you for the replay. And we've got to take a short break, but when we return, the Korean OGN champions try to lock down this best-of-3 series and a trip to the semifinals. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will be right back. Stick around. Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. I'm here in the interview lounge hanging out with Freak, and we're just a few minutes away from the Game 2 between the European LCS All-Stars and the Korean OGN Champions. But first, I'd like to welcome a wild Snoopy that we found out in the crowd here hanging out at All-Stars.
Hey man,
Snoopy, man, thanks for joining us. I gotta say, how about that insect?
It was really impressive. I didn't think he would play Lee Sin, but pulling out Lee Sin, he's just so confident in his initiation ability with Lee Sin. It's amazing to see. He's like beyond Diamond, and I thought Diamond was a really good Lee Sin, but seeing Insect on it, really impressive.
Wow.
So that game seemed to be sort of a battle of junglers. Kind of both of them made all the moves for the teams. Do you think that's because these teams are such good junglers, or is that kind of the jungler role to make all those initiations and make all those moves?
I would say Diamond had great early game presence, and that is a lot down to Evelyn. Like, she goes unseen through wards and set up a lot of plays early game and set the lanes in motion. But then come to mid game, he really couldn't have as much of an impact as the Lee Sin could. Like, you've seen some initiations on Pete especially. Like, he caught Varus out at bot lane once, I think it was, and he caught him out really good with the Q onto him and then ward behind him, kicked him into the team. Followed straight up by Mad Life. It was really, really impressive to see, and full credit to him. They're really both really strong junglers.
So as Freak and I touched on just before we went to commercial break, Alex, you should mention that the team does great in the laning phase. They feel confident, they pick the safe lanes, but the fighting phase is a pain point for them. Where does that pain point come from? Is it the initiation on someone? Is it the calls from somebody wanting to make it? Where would that be?
I feel like their initiation was actually, they had quite a good initiation this game, but the problem was the Lee Sin kicks and the Alcer headbutts were just so on point from Mad Life and Insect. It was really hard for them to get those initiations, and they struggled to sync them up as well. Like, you've seen the Varus ulti come in, then the Kennen would come in. It just wasn't quite as synced. I was a little bit, I thought the Kennen pick was a bit strange. I feel like they should have had something like a Jace mid instead and not give that to the Chinese team, or the Korean team, sorry. I feel like that would have been better. I was a bit surprised because Soaz was very comfortable playing Rumble into Kennen, so I don't know why they didn't just give them the Kennen instead of trying to take it away from them.
What other adaptations would you see the European team doing to make improvements here?
I wasn't so keen on the Blitz pick. I feel like he could have done a bit more, maybe with like a... I think he's really good with Elise right now. If he can manage to get that Elise, it'd be really, really strong. And I also feel like I don't like the triple AP, like Rumble top, Kennen mid, and then Evelyn jungle. I would like to see Alex maybe playing a bit of Zed if he can get it, or most likely going to be the Jace. I think he would probably try and pick that one up.
When the EU LCS team was training the All-Stars in Europe, were you ever a part of a scrimmage team that they were against, and what kind of stuff that they ran?
I'll be honest, back home, their training schedule back home was a bit sporadic. They didn't have that much time. And then coming here, they've been trying to crank it down. Like the last 2 nights ago, they were practicing really hard, played 6 hours solid, even with jet lag and people arriving late. They really practiced as much as they could. But back home is not the greatest kind of scrimming environment for them.
All right, so final question for you then. Game 2, Korea's up 1-0. Who wins next game?
I want to give it to Europe, even though they're on the purple side and it's not very favorable for them. I really want to give it to them. I want to see a Game 3, and I want to see Europe like pull through in the end. So come on, Europe.
All right, Snoopy, thank you very much. We pulled you away from the crowd of thousands of people, but awesome that you can make it out. Thank you so much for joining us here for the interview.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome. All right, so let's send it over to Joe and Jap, who are still waiting at the desk for the next matchup.
Thanks a lot, Riv. We're about to get into our second game of this best of 3 between the European LCS All-Stars and the Korean OGN Champions. What does Europe have to do differently here, Jap? I mean, it was great at level 1. We're at level 1 in the early game is what I'm really trying to say. But we heard Alex talk about this weak point, and it's if he nailed it on the head. I mean, he's the guy in the middle there who's probably got the biggest voice in this team I'm really expecting. You know, he knows what's wrong, and it seemed to be exactly how he said.
And I think he really hit the nail on the head with the triple AP composition, knowing that Gambit really needs ways to diversify their damage. In those fights, there's a whole bunch of stacked magic resistance on Korea.
Yeah.
They would go in and essentially assassinate Yellow Pete and then just deal with the magic damage dealers. So another thing they'll have to deal with, pertaining to Alex, is getting him more farm. When Gambit's on their game, he's just astronomical CS. They're deferring it all to him, and then he comes around and he's the one who flanks in team fights, not Diamond. So if they can get back to that as the European All-Stars, more back to the way Gambit actually plays, I feel like it'll benefit them a lot.
Well, we saw the Nasus band out there in game number 1, obviously aimed in towards Diamond, who said, just going to pick Evelyn. And it was very, very good for them. But like you said, the whole composition as things went later just didn't quite fit together the way that Europe would have liked. We're going to get into champion selects here once again for game number 2. Of course, the OGN champions, they were on the purple side, on the red side for game number 1. They are now going to have first ban, first pick, and that blue side.
And also to touch on the mid lane choices, Zed is banned in this game while a game bug is being investigated. But I have to say, both Ambition and Alex are very good Zed players, so it's a detriment to both of them to not have it available, but at least it's to both teams.
So here we go. We are going to be seeing, wow, the Lee Sin was left open for this one. Diana not banned out this time around. Let's just have a quick run through of them here for OGN, because Jarvan for Zach and Evelyn, Diamond, Diamond, Diamond.
Really hitting at him. Yeah. But the Nasus is actually available, and it got taken away from them last game. So it could very well be a pretty smart thing to do. It could stop OGN's really heavy dive in, because going through a Nasus and fighting within one is really dangerous just due to how much damage his ultimate does. And it will really benefit, I think, Europe to have a little bit of almost initiation safeguard if they go for that pick. But from the looks of it, they might not be going that direction.
So Kha'Zix, Jace, Twisted Fate with the 3 bans here. Diana in there, as you said. Right now they're hovering over both Elise and Rumble. We talked statistics here with this one. That Soaz has got a very good statistical record with Elise, but we know that everyone can play it there as a support, and has shown Elise that as a support is very, very deadly. But there is a Thresh.
This could be going.
So that changes.
You know, I have this thing where when I see Thresh, I don't mentally register it as a support. And I was about to see, we could still see Elise go absolutely anywhere in this one, but only a couple places now. It could be top lane or the jungle if they decide to go in that direction with it. I like the pick due to the win rate, but it obviously left open that Lee Sin that was so incredibly effective for Insect in the last match.
Yeah, and he had no problems with that one. You can see they're flashing up behind Insect's position, and also
love those monoliths.
The Caitlyn coming in as well. So again, Varus left open this time, and they've decided not to go in that way. It's obviously Praise saying, I want Caitlyn. Caitlyn number 1, that's what I want to go with.
It's mainly to just ensure lane victory, and also they could be shoving a whole bunch with it. Why fix it if it's not broken?
Exactly.
The Diana was banned last game, they're picking that up. They know they had a solid lane phase with Caitlyn against whatever Yellow Pete would go at him, and Yellow Pete's champion pool is really Misfortune or Varus in a lot of these situations. Still gonna have to decide on this one, but OGN is looking really strong.
So right now, Europeans and a possible Udyr, which makes Jack a very, very happy man. We'll focus first though on the Ezreal pick here for Yellow Pete, and since it has now been locked in there, Udyr in the jungle here for Diamond. One of there's just not many of them left anymore, especially in Europe. We've got basically 2 guys. We've got Diamond and we've got Makata, who of course is in MYM, a new LCS team for the summer split. Off you go, Jack, talk about Udyr.
I'm going to just touch on Ezreal first.
Okay, well,
I like the Ezreal pick because it defends a lot against the Lee Sin kickback. If the Arcane shifts afterwards, he can not get kicked backwards, so it's a bit more escapable. As far as the Udyr goes, though, it's a good composition to pick into as long as OGN doesn't get more stacking slows. If they haven't picked their support yet, and even though Mad Life doesn't play a huge amount of Janna, Janna just beats Udyr. That's just one of the worst possible things you can play against. We'll see if they decide to go with something crazy. Lulu's not that great either.
Yeah.
Against Udyr. Lulu's great.
Against Udyr, with the slow, with the glitter lance is what we're talking about. However, Mad Life is going to say, you know what, Udyr, you come running at me, I'm just going to pull you straight in there and destroy you. He is going to be picking up that Blitzcrank, what he's really became famous for, I guess we could say in there. Obviously that really extends past Blitzcrank at this point as well, but that's going to be fantastic. See, Edward, honestly, didn't really shine in that last game with the Blitzcrank. We'll see if Mad Life can do it this time around.
Kind of just throws down the gauntlet. Says, I don't care what you guys are going against. It hooks on hooks because it's 1 Thresh versus 1 Blitzcrank. Actually, Blitzcrank is almost just a higher risk hook champion. If you miss the hook on Thresh, you still have a whole bunch of other utility, but Mad Life is all in with that Blitzcrank pick. And it's actually not that good to pull in an Udyr, so he's going to have to be very choosy with how he goes in against this. He's picking it into multiple counters. Even Ezreal is great against it because you can just dodge out. I feel like even Soaz is good against it because he can just repel up into the air. It's getting the crowd
It's
going,
Edward.
but it's Edward.
Yeah. Oh, it's locked in. Wow.
It's Soaz.
I didn't see that one coming, that's for sure.
Not in the slightest. We've seen a little bit of Tryndamere recently. It was picked by Zion Spartan in the NALCS playoffs. Also, the new thing that people do on Tryndamere is they build a static Shiv as their like 2nd or 3rd item. spinning will build up your procs over and over again. It's kind of replaced Tryndamere a little bit into high-rated competitive, but it's also Alex playing Tryndamere, so they could do lane swaps or something strange. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, what have they got to lose at this point, the Europeans? They're 1-0 down. They're going on to arguably the tougher side coming into this one. We'll have to see. I mean, if it's not going to be now where you risk something coming out, then whenever will it be? And we were almost not going to fall for that one with it, you know, being Edward. Yeah. He's the guy who likes to hover over every last champion in the world before he ends up, you know, going back to his Lulu, Thresh, or Sona, which is pretty much what he plays at this point, apart from Blitzcrank in that last game. That wasn't the best champion, but we're going to see him back on that Thresh. We'll see if he can pull up performances that earned him that Thresh Prince nickname earlier on in the LCS Spring Split. And, well, honestly, Europe really could do with it right now.
And how are they going to start with this one? What are their plans going to be? There's a huge amount of questions, not only about how is Tryndamere going to work, the lane against Diana potentially, or are you going to lane against Ryze and try to just bypass that Rune Prison defense that he normally throws up? Shy's, of course, on the top lane. Ryze again. They did kill him a few times that game, but then the team fights came through and he just crushed. Ambition is on Diana, which is even more comfortable for him than Jace. There's a lot going on in this game.
Yeah, of course, the Udyr as well coming out for Diamond. Really interested to see how he brings that one to the table. We have seen it a couple of times from him. It's not like he's bringing this from the depths of the past. This is no Shyvana at this stage of things.
This actually reminds me of the MLG final, kind of the international exhibition. Insec was on Lee Sin, Diamond was on Udyr, and there was an amazing top lane, like 1v1 that just happened in the middle of that game where Diamond dodged a point-blank Lee Sin Q and was able to win the 1v1, hoping to recreate that moment, but then come out on top because obviously KT Roaster B ended up winning that international exhibition.
So let's see then here at level 1. And we've got a Blitzcrank in there as well, which is something that we always have to be careful about when it comes to level 1 and the scenarios that we could see. But Jack, it's not quite to the level that we saw in game 1 when it comes to level 1 possibilities.
No, these guys are not as strong, even though they're still quite strong, because you look at the OGN champions, they pretty much have as much level 1 threat. It's just not there for Europe. The Pulverize, or sorry, it's backwards as what it was before, because there was the Blitzcrank threat from Europe, whereas there's no Alistar in this game, and it would just be the stun from Soaz. Early on, though, with the roaming around, not too much pink ward control coming in, because that pink ward didn't actually see the green one.
Yeah, that's not the best start for OGN in this one. Sticking that pink ward in there not to get anything really back for it. But it looks like we're going to have a fairly timid start to this. And it also looks like we will see the duo lanes actually going head-to-head once again. So now we've seen, I'd say it's become more common than not to have these 2v1 lanes coming in. This time around, though, looks like it's going to be a duo and a possible invade from the Koreans.
There is a pink ward on their own blue buff here, so Europe knows they have a ward in here, and I wonder if they're going to try to counterattack this or just basically avoid it. And from the way they're posturing around, I feel like Yellowfeet and Edward better just stay clear of this and then go for a blue steal. But it's getting outplayed a bit by OGN because they're getting their blue as well. They're getting a double blue here.
Yep, it's going to be... Oh! Wow, that was the counter that they needed, that's for sure. Yellowfeet, Mystic shot straight into the back. Perfectly timed, we'll pick that one up. And right now, Diamond is going to go in there. The blue was already taken, though, by Ambition. And that, right there, could have gone very wrong very quickly.
Diamond was so close to getting a double steal, almost about an inch away, and it has to be the greed a bit of Insec wanting to get the really quick double buff, not wanting to use his smite on the blue buff. But because of the early pink ward from Europe, they had the vision to well-time their blue steal and really set Insec back just a little bit there.
Alex, the damage coming in here on towards Madlife. Oh, one of them pulls him in there, he's exhausted. The heal comes up and Lee Sin comes in from the side. First blood for Insec once again. Here is a flash from Edward, but can he escape Prey and Insec? They're going to put a lot of damage down, but now Diamond's coming around the side. Prey is still landing the attacks. The Q from Lee Sin doesn't land. They turn around on towards Diamond. There's the hook, another hook from Madlife. And where is the finisher going to come? No, not quite. One last auto attack needed. Insane start.
Diamond taken to sub 20 health by that last auto attack, and Madlife 100% on his hook so far. Both of them almost pulling into kills. It looks like Alex got a little crazy there. For some reason he was in mid lane with the Thresh because of the 2-man pushed by Frey and Mad Life, but what an explosive start to this game.
Well, that's exactly what we want to see. Hooks left, right, and center going out. Edward and Mad Life for this one. And up to now, they're definitely not disappointing us. Meanwhile, the AD carries are gaining farm. With that one, Yellow Pete against Ambition here, and he needs to be a little bit careful, of course. Does have that arcane shift to move away. Both of them got blue buff on as well.
Really strange lane setup here, since Ash is going to try to support Alex each of the mid lane. Ezreal is one of the better solo lane AD carries, but once level 6 hits, he's going to be an extreme danger to Ambition if he doesn't get help by then. But I have to say, early on, especially with the blue buff, Yellow Pete's probably going to have his way with Ambition.
Yeah, and as a 14 CS lead with Frey getting in there, he did pick up the assist though from that first blood, which I feel probably should have been his first blood. Insect threw that Q over just to get that last
he had to secure it. Alex may have been getting away.
We don't like to use the word steal, especially when Edward's in the team. It's always secured. So this middle lane then, it's looking like with the AD carries and support's going to be bashing faces there, which will leave Diana and Tryndamere in this bottom lane.
And I think this is the matchup that Europe really wanted. Nice hook dodge there by, and maybe Edward's getting a little bit aggressive. But in that bottom lane, I feel like Tryndamere will be able to trade a little bit with Diana if he can out-sustain him and get on him once that minion wave is clear from the turret.
Ambition already started a couple of hits there on towards that turret. And again, the top lane has passed by with, as it did in game number 1, no real action. Nothing really to be said up there. They're just going ahead and farming away. And right now, it's almost bang even again.
And I think that's good for Shy. Ryze is not really known as a good top laner, but Shy has made it work. Maybe soon it'll be the common thing where we see Ryze every game, but it's strange. You don't have the necessary escapes of top lane. You start the game very squishy, and you pretty much have to turtle it out very early on, and Shy has been doing an excellent job of doing so.
Edward just stood on a trap there in middle, which kind of surprised me when there's a blitzcrank there as well to pull you into the mix.
A little daring.
Maybe that's part of the plan here from Edward. Get that flay in there and a hook, and all of a sudden things start to turn around. But Prey has started to catch up with the CS of Yellow Pete, who obviously was 1v1 against Diana at the start of it in that bottom lane. Right now it's a 10 CS lead for Ambition over Alex. So that's the direct comparison.
And we really got to see this lane continue. Is he going to be getting support? How is he going to aggress him? 3-6 Diana is not necessarily that crazy, but Ambition is shoving the lane up very well, trying to get a gank on. I wonder if Diamond can close the distance.
Well, no. Go for that one, and not quite. Slow, not lasting quite enough there from Tryndamere. Maybe a little bit too early there coming out from Alex, but nonetheless, he does get away. Now Insect, he's actually inside the jungle of the European team right now, stealing away.
And he's taking advantage of what I think was an over-ambitious move by Diamond there. He's trying to run around and gank on Udyr before he's bought boots. I really feel like in a regular game on Udyr, he's used to taking over a little bit mid-game. He got shut down really hard by that stuff that happened mid-lane early on, and he's getting again and again punished because he tried to gank as Insect steals his entire jungle.
Yeah, and this could be dangerous for both Yellow Pete and Edward in the middle here. If Insect is able to get around from this one, he's not really going to try anything from that. The hook did come out from Edward, but actually clattered against the minion. There is a hook. Oh, just missing from Mad Life.
So we finally see on camera a missed hook that wasn't shifted out of or dodged out by a movement ability. He just missed one finally.
There is Alex, just showing that he definitely can put down good amounts of damage here against Ambition. Gets him down to half, and it looks like Ambition said, well, I've had enough time here. I've hit that 50 CS mark. I'm going to go back home and back.
And Diamond really is in trouble here. That's the second small camp he's had to clear out from Insect's feast that he had over in Diamond's jungle. And since the lanes aren't necessarily going that well for Europe, not having Diamond there to support them is really detrimental.
Yeah, Insect just came down to cover that bottom lane, and I think Ambition was like, I could do just a little bit more gold before I actually do decide to go home, which he has done here from this one. We'll see what he picks up. Double Doran's rings here, straight out the gate, and the boots and wards as well, so solid trip home.
Yeah, he's making sure he's got enough resiliency to kind of fight Alex. So it's a bit surprising he didn't end up going with the cloth armor. That shows he's very confident against Alex Tryndamere, and maybe looking for a little bit of support from Insect, or he's just not fearful at all of Diamond's ganking from him.
Still 7 CS behind, he's at Tryndamere, not been home Well, he has been home because he died at the start, but we're not going to count that one into actually going home.
Couldn't buy anything.
Yeah, didn't have any goal at that point of the game. On the other side, we are seeing Haunting guys coming out actually for Elise, Catalyst, and the tier for Rise, who looking like is going to be getting the blue buff. So Shy, not only ahead in the CS, is going to have that blue buff, something that's not at all available for Soaz at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and they have the two people mid lane. Ambition is so far down at the bottom lane, he's really isolated. And since he went for the double Doran's ring, Ambition can sustain without a blue buff. It's going to make Shy all the more powerful trying to deal with Soaz. Elise has much lower mana cost than Rise, so it's going to really balance that one out and maybe allow Shy to outtrade Soaz if he gets the right engagement.
Soaz actually starting to wander down here a little bit. The ward does get put into position and was pinged straight away by the Europeans, so they know that there is a ward there to spot what was going on, but they looking like they want to get in on towards Prey and Madlife nonetheless. Lee Sin is at the bottom as well.
And they're trying to force something where nothing is really there because they're losing the lanes. They had to clear out a pink ward and then tried to pull off a gank nonetheless, but Shy had called the missing in action Elise, and really that mid lane was so passive by Korea's OGN champions that it was just a huge waste of time for Europe going down there.
Waste of time, which means that Elise in particular has fallen even further behind now on Shy's Rise, who, as we said, had some trouble in the lanes in the last game. That Evelyn's giving him a real hard time, and look at this, Diamond actually going to pop the ghost here, goes into bear form, and well, not a lot after that, to be honest. Soaz obviously does have the option to repel, but here comes, the teleport in from Ambition, and in the end actually gets hit with a brilliant cocoon.
We were wondering what Diamond was waiting for to go in there, and he was afraid of Shy really ambushing him with someone extra. At first I thought they were worried about Lee Sin, but they may have actually been worried about the Diana teleport. That was probably a very good call from someone on Europe's side saying, look out, you guys are going to get counter-ganked by the teleport, and the ghost for the teleport is actually a trade that is better for the ghost since it comes up soon.
Right now, Alex Sinch is pushing this bottom lane completely out. Insect knowing that he can't probably stay and trade with him there. Doran's bladed with that cutlass as well, going out for Alex. Diamond is again headed up towards his top lane. Ambition is there, does have that flash still available, of course, only use the teleport.
So unless they pull off a very well executed gank, I feel like it's Ambition that's up there, so they do have a flash to come back. They did the lane swap already. I feel like he's completely safe.
I can't really see any other ways. We are going to see the hooks landing in. Who's going to be in trouble from this one? It's Madlife going very low. He's going to flash out in the end, but he's going to go down here to Yellow Pete. And now Prey is going to be focused. Can they get the finisher? That's a great play coming out. True shot for Archvicious. In comes Insect from the side. All of a sudden, it's Yellow Pete taken down by Insect. Have they got enough damage here for Edward as well? He's going to try his damn best. The Q not letting it. But here comes Shy from the side and picks up a kill. What a move. What a turnaround from OGN.
You can say turnaround again. That was so well almost baited out by Prey. The fact that he dodged the true shot barrage, or some would argue that Yellow Pete missed it, really allowed them enough time to turn that one around since he had the ace in the hole, which helped Insect enough to be able to execute it with that kick.
Really incredible stuff. Insect again showing that Lee Sin should have been a bad for this one. 2-0-1. Got those boots of mobility in there as well. He actually went for Merc Treads, if my mind is not totally failing me in that last game. So
I think you're right. That was against the triple AP though.
Exactly.
Trying to get the extra.
This time around, he's going to be a lot more involved getting in places where, well, quite frankly, the Europeans will hopefully wouldn't be. That's definitely not going to be how it goes down. Let's have a look at a little bit of CS. Something we've neglected here. That was close. It was the minion that got hooked, not Yellow Pete in the end. But between the 80 carries, let's put it 100 to 90, so a 10 CS lead there. Diana is a good portion ahead. The top lane is a good 15 in the lead as well. And now the Dragon is going to be taken by the Koreans.
And it's really across the board. The lanes from the OGN champions are up get there, but he has provided enough presence in the lanes and had enough successful ganks that it's enabling his lanes to do so well. Play aggressive, shove up, and get those leads.
We saw there that top turret going very, very low. We haven't seen the turret be taken down to this point in the game. 13 minutes in, of course, the Dragon already done 4 kills in, but that could possibly, in a while, be the first turret up in that top lane if Ambition decides to keep pushing through. And they are going to actually go in on towards Ambition. We mentioned earlier, still got the flash available. And for me, that's very, very safe.
And these ganks from Diamond are really falling flat. That one barely got Ambition below 70% health, and it didn't end up burning any summer spells. So the rest of the pressure from OGN is going to continue. If those ganks keep happening like that, I feel like OGN's going to be the ones getting the turrets. But you are right, this is a very late time in a game to not have turrets being down.
There's Lee Sin just checking out if the blue was there, and it was indeed there. Tryndamere actually going around for that one. We're going to see Diamond in there as well as Ambition here. Up on the top is going to go low to Soaz. Actually went in, back in on him as well. There is the shield coming out and a flash from Ambition. He actually manages to stay alive there, and now Elite is going to be tracked down. We've got Blitzcrank heading in here. Will Madlife be able to pick up the kill? He's going to speed around. Has he spotted Soaz? Yes, he has. Now the rest of them start to come in. Thresh is there. Ezreal's moving up, and I think Elise is safe from that one.
Yeah, that would have been a real hard thing for Madlife to be able to close in on, because there's still a whole bunch of chunky health on Soaz there, and he probably would have been able to beat him in a 1v1 if that happened. I feel like Soaz really needed to get that kill, and Europe in general needed that kill, even just to have a sense that they were coming back in this game, since they'd already lost their lead in the first game to lose, and they've started off this game on a bad foot.
And you just saw the confidence from Ambition there as well. Like, I'm going to go back in on you, I'm going to bait you under my tower. You know, I've got the shield, I've got the flash available, and almost looks cocky coming out there of Ambition, which I like to see amongst these players, you know, really bringing as a great player.
There's definitely a little arrogance coming through from these guys, even just in the way they're playing, but here's the fight in mid.
Yeah, Madlife in a lot of trouble from this one. He's going to try and speed away, will pull the Yellow Pete in there, and that is going to mean the death of his Insect is coming in as well, and this is the Q, but Shy did take down Alex H at the same time.
That is a very surprising kill in the bot lane. But I have to say, Europe learned from their earlier miscue. Once they got the one kill in mid lane, they backed up because they sensed that Insect was coming up from half.
Oh, Insect actually getting hooked in for this one, and he's like, nope, not today, I'm afraid. Zips away on towards Prey. That turret taking a lot of damage. Bottom turret not super healthy either. It's up to Shy. The damage that he's able to put down there. They're trying to force Yellow Pete and Edward away. The Q will land onto Yellow Pete. He gets kicked back here. Will use the barrier. He gets pulled in there by the Lantern. He actually doesn't get knocked up there. And Insect is going to keep going for this one. Couldn't quite get the angle to get that Q off though on Yellow Pete.
Getting to go wherever he wants with those sight stones, but the rest of Europe is here.
Yeah, Prey coming in, the Cocoon actually missing there, and Prey's gone straight down the middle. He is going to see them come in as Madlife comes around the side. Can they save Prey from this one? He's not going to be saved. He does go down. Diamond pulled into turret range though. Are they going to be able to hold this one off? He goes back. Ambition going to keep going, and here comes Lee from the side. This is surely going to be 2 kills at least for the Koreans, which should make that 3 as Diana gets a double kill, taking down Elite. Great stuff, and now Alex is in all kinds of trouble. The pull not quite landing though.
And that fight's on so long. Yellow Pete's back for more. Shy, get out of there, man. It's over. The fight's over. It's got to be. Please. No need to take a breath. So, 3 for 1.
Yeah,
in that one
as well.
Sheesh.
Which, by the way, he used earlier on in that fight against Shy, and his Ghost, but still died to the right.
You are absolutely right. That top lane rise from Shy is devastating.
Yeah.
How was it? I need to watch these games over again and just try to focus just on the top lane. How is this happening over and over again? So much power, and his just dueling capabilities seem amazing, but I need to know how he's staying alive outside of the dueling capabilities, because if you can get through a laning phase top lane with Rise, you're going to be winning a lot of games.
And we mentioned it last game, putting down a ton of wards and to keep himself safe there in that top lane, but you know, he's been doing a fantastic job. If you look at the CS area, he's a mile ahead of what Soaz has got to offer right now, a level. And obviously it's 2-0-0, got that run of ages in there. Sorcerer shoes the tier. He's got a blasting one, a second blasting one in there as well. So he's just looking very, very good at this stage. The Koreans as a whole, 3-0 they're up in turrets. I've seen that scoreline somewhere before.
And it did sweep back, but you got to remember, that was about a 28 to 28,000 tie. This one's a 6,000 gold lead as well as the turret score. So it's not like Europe has this huge amount of map pressure that's about to collapse in and just get them the turrets back. They're going to have to make some type of miraculous play, because really after that 3 for 1 really extended fight we had in mid lane a couple minutes ago, they're way far behind.
His Ambition is trying to get in on towards Soaz, but couldn't quite get it. That Cocoon always should stop in your tracks. Dragon coming up in 15 seconds, and I can bet your bottom dollar that the Koreans have got that one down to the second here in terms of timing, and they're going to be pushing this mid lane out just to try and zone the Koreans out of any possible take.
And since Soaz is in the top lane, if they want to get this Dragon, they got it. And it's just a matter of if they're taking anything else from it. You can see all of Europe is just kind of around their turrets. They have no outer turrets defending them. This is the mindset you kind of get into as a team without the 3 outer turrets when you're losing all the team fights. You're trapped. You really have to pick one place to go and just go for it and hope you can win a team fight or get the team in a bad situation. Ambition might just initiate right here.
He is going to go in for that one. Wow, that was a brilliant play coming back there from Edward, but they're going to get him towards Yellow Pete. He's not going to be lucky enough. It's the ace in the hole from Prey that got them that kill. And we see it so often that a team will go for Dragon, the other team will zone them out, but honestly, you can only do that when you've got the power to team fight if they come straight at you, and that's something Europe don't have here.
And even when they're trying to scatter, the potential to start fights from OGN just seems too high. Turret number 4. Kill number 8 in that. I believe that was Dragon number 2 as well. Gold League just getting bigger and bigger for these guys.
And Insect here actually trying to dodge as much as he can from Soaz. Half of his HP gone away, but there is Prey. There's a safety for Insect as they try and turn things around once again. Alex is starting to join in from the side of that one, and he's finally got that Blade of the Ruin King finished off with Tryndamere.
And I don't know if it's going to be enough for him because there's still just the null magic mantle as far as magic resist goes, and when he goes into these fights, a lot of times as a Tryndamere you want to wait till a really good moment to pop your ultimate, but if Shy just waits and just dumps all his spells as soon as Alex jumps in, it's almost an ultimate burned right away, and it doesn't give Alex any staying power into these team fights to let that percentage health kick in, or even let his rage generate and build up, because that's what a lot of Tryndamere is based around. Not a good situation. He's 2 levels down on Ambition.
Yeah, and now we are going to see Alex in a lot of danger. How far will Ambition go? He's quite happy to just force him out of this lane. They know you're not even going to think about catching up with me here in CS. He's currently over 30 behind him. And to be honest, you could probably kill him if you went for that pesky Tryndamere ultimate.
Yeah, it's ruined today sometimes, but not today because it seems like they're killing him in a lot of different ways.
Wow, so I was going to have to actually flash away from that one there, not taking any chances, and that's Shy again. I mean, look at that, exactly 60 CS here in the lead. Got the advantage in kills. That's a whitewash and not something I'm used to saying, I'll be honest, about Soaz.
Because he didn't even get punished in lane this time either, that is Shy. Soaz just not seeming to be on his game. I think the Rise just caught him off guard. For someone like Soaz who plays pretty much anything, I don't think he's played against top lane Rise ever in competitive play.
I certainly can't remember that in Europe this season whatsoever, so I may just be right with that one. It's Mad Life and Insect here, setting up a bit of a annoyance and kill team off the side. Ambition's going to join in the party as well, and it looks like they're going to try and sandwich the Europeans here on towards this inner turret in the bottom lane. The Q not quite landing, but they'll be happy if Edward just leaves that area right now so they can get turret number 5.
I feel like there's a lot of just posturing going on here because there's no Rise. This would be a 4v5 if Europe could initiate.
Well, Insect just walks away from Diamond there, quite frankly. And it seems like the Koreans have realized that they are going to be outnumbered from that one. Shy will constantly continue to push through this top lane up towards that inner turret, which would be the second one of the game if he's able to push it far enough and actually get that. Soaz trying to come around there and stop that from happening.
And the slowest split pusher in League of Legends is trying to make that happen. But nice hook on Edward!
Edward is going to be in so much trouble here. True Shot Barrage actually comes across there, and that may just be enough. The box wall actually just hit Caitlyn as well and stopped it from getting into range for the kill.
And even though Shy is a super slow split pusher, he's in between the turrets because he has so much dueling power on his center for Soaz. This is total control by the OGN Champions All-Star team, going wherever they want, and Shy actually trying to run away from another gank. I think he's going to be successful.
Look at that. He just walks into the Volatile Spiral and says, well, honestly, not. And now he's going to try and chase down Insect. He's going to get hit, but, well, it is, after all, Insect who just goes straight through there. No problem.
Jungle gym for him because of the Ruby Sightstone. He's been able to go wherever he wants. Look at the damage from Shy.
Yeah, big burst coming out there. Tryndamere actually off to the side. Shy is in so much trouble now. There are 4 men, but look how much time it's taking them to take him down. Now the rest of OGN are coming in from the side. Have they got the damage? The full from Mad Life. Not quite landing here. They're in all over the place. The focus not really strong on this one. Alex got his ultimate brain. He's going to die when that ends, or is he, as he comes away with the lantern, will spin towards freedom. But Mad Life is still chasing down. Ambition had to back away as well. Crazy, crazy stuff that ends in a 1-for-1.
And all things considered, that was a really good fight for Europe. They got the kill onto Shy, who had not died all game, so they got the extra shutdown bonus for him. And then they only ended up losing Soas, who wasn't having the best of games either way. Still down a whole bunch, but it could have been a lot worse when they're initiating a fight like that. That's the first fight they actually didn't come away from with a bad result.
There's a turret going down for Europe. That is turret number 1 of our second game here at Yellow Pete. Now, he wasn't there for that fight at the top, but got to make it count on the other side of the map here. Picking up, well, what could prove, you never quite know how these games could end up being, to be a valuable for Europe.
There's a blue build getting slowly built up by Yellow Pete. He's actually went a little different than a lot of people go. He's went for 2 AD items before going for the Iceborne Gauntlets or the Muramana, Bloodthirster and Spirited Lizard Elder. Normally you'll see Ezreal's go for one of the two poking in, and it's been another one of those games for Yellow Pete where he's just been kicked around, pulled around, bashed around. And
which is the complete opposite of where Blue Ezreal really benefits, right?
It's not supposed to happen to him. Now it's Diamond just getting aboard the jump train.
Diamond, wow, actually gets rescued there by Edward in the end, but he was taking a lot of damage from, no, actually Alex going in on towards Ambition, who turns around and says, no, and then quite fancy this one, ace in the hole. You didn't think about that one. He does have his ultimate available, but that's only going to last him so long as Shy will lock him down, and that is a kill for Shy, who goes 3-1-1.
Alex really needs a lot more powering up if he wants to become effective in these fights. He's trying to split push and get his farm, but OGN is just closing on him at every corridor and not letting him see.
Should be turret number 5 here. Will be turret number 5, easily taken down after losing Alex. Don't want to stand and fight with the Koreans. That puts them right now 9,000, okay, 8,800 if we're being precise in the league.
A lot.
A lot, yeah.
It's one of those things we could say here. Too much to want to team fight as well to be that gold lead. Really, we saw 2 Baron steals in the North America versus China matchup, and if Europe wants to get back in this game in any way, I feel like it would have to be on the Baron steal, and even then, they would still have a lot of work to do. This is now a 9,600 gold lead. It just continues to grow.
So let's talk about 10,000, because I don't expect the Koreans to even risk going for a Baron play at this stage of things.
Yeah, they don't necessarily need to. They've been so confident with their dodge. If you think back to the end of last game, there was about 50 seconds left on a Baron timer. They'd already have 2 inhibitors down. Their Baron buff was gone for themselves. And they still just decided to pile in and finish the game because that was the play that they saw would give them victory, and they just went this.
Yeah, having confidence. And I have to say, that's not something you expect from what is essentially a, well, it's an all-star team. It's a mixed team of players from numerous different sides here. That just really, you have to give credit to the Korean team because they've not looked that way. These guys look like they've been playing together for a long time.
And it could be work from Reach, their coach, that got voted in as their manager as well. They had a vote over in the OGN Champions League to see how that went in, but also all these players' just general adaptivity. Many people say the OGN Champions League is the most competitive League of Legends league in the world, and if it breeds teams like this, kind of difficult to argue sometimes.
Yeah. I'll see about that by the end of Sunday, though. And we can certainly figure that one out as Ambition. Yeah, going to get slowed, but surprise, there's a blind monk coming in. And Edward says, come on, Alex, let's get out of here. Pulls him back with the Lancer, but that might not be over because Mad Life getting in there. Will get a ward down by the red. He's got that Oracle Elixir on as well to start clearing things out. It looks like they want to strangle that top side of the jungle and therefore have themselves a Baron, which I think they've already started.
They are doing it, and it's another one of those kind of sneaky Barons because there's 3 people out here and Europe saying like, you know what? We're not going to be able to even think about contesting that. That's the safest possible Baron they could have done.
Incredible play coming out. Champions Ambition here, going to go in on towards Soaz, using his Onions. That might be enough time for the rest of the team to get around. The Lantern gets put down, but Yellow Pete gets caught out from that. Where's the next target? Good box positioning, but will that be enough? Prey going very, very low. Here comes Insect from the side. Won't be able to save the rest of his team, though, here. I feel as so as he's going to get locked up there finally by Shy, and now they're going on towards Edward. Last man left alive for Europe, and he will be finished off by Rise, who's now 5-1-2. An ace for just the Diana, who did great work there. Again, Ambition gets in. Sonya, rest of the team collapse on him.
Plus that powerful Baron buff that's now going to regen up these guys after the fight to continue the push while the death timers are going for Europe. Not only was that a super safe Baron, they piled in slowly for the end of that team fight because they realized what a huge lead they had accumulated, played it safe for the most part. Ambition sacrificing himself because he knew that they were going to get that victory afterwards.
And now another round of buys coming in, but let's go back and have a look at that one because that was possibly one of the last big fights of this game.
It very well could be until the final one here because Ambition is fighting 3 people here. Everyone from OGN Champions All-Stars is actually piling in around the side. Mad Life hooks in Yellow Pete and they get the biggest threat out of the way right from the start. Also, what's not on screen here is Alex is getting beaten up by Rise, killed once again because Shy's become so powerful. Those are the 2 damage dealers that are from Europe. The rest of the fight is just clean.
And look at Frey on the left-hand side. He went super low from that, and I thought he'd actually died. I was looking for his name there, and I saw the Pilt of a Peacemaker come from, kind of through the brush, and picking up some more damage along the way. So really, really solid fighting from the Koreans. 15-5 in the lead. Almost 15,000 gold lead. It seems like 2 minutes ago we were talking about 8.
And just like the OGN champions did in the first game when they were actually a little bit behind, they seemed to just pause Europe's game and just keep playing their own because their goal kept going up. And you couldn't really figure out why Europe wasn't able to get any more for themselves. There's so much control they're exerting on the rest of the map, and I don't expect them to wait very long before they go in for something big here while Ambition split pushes the other lane.
Exactly. I feel like I've seen Mad Life waiting behind that wall before here as well. See if we can get anyone coming in. Almost catching Soaz there with that one. You see there in your bottom left-hand corner that the inhibitor turret is going to be finished off here by Ambition. They tried to get over to cover that one. Thresh kind of half went over there. Tryndamere spawns in and goes there as well. Meanwhile, they are still pushing this top lane out. Ambition has backed away. That was an ace in the hole that just went and did half damage to Yellow Pete's health.
Just the poke to give them more turret and inhibitor pressure. They should be able to get this turret. I mean, Europe is going to have to fight at some point, but there's no way it's going to work out well.
Oh, they pulled Soaz in here. That's going to be an easy kill for Bray. Where's the next target for this one? It looks like they want to get Yellow Pete. Can they lock him up here? Not quite, but Shy will be happy with the rampage as he does take down Udyr as well. And that is an inhibitor going down. And they're going to keep going. Lee Sin again kicks Alex Hitch away. He is forced to use the ultimate from that one. Despite not being quite low enough, and it looks like the Koreans want to end the game right here. The first and the second Nexus turrets go down. Europe surely can't hang on to this one. The Koreans going for more kills. They're not done with this one just yet. We are seeing Caitlyn hammering away at the Nexus, and the OGN champions are going to take down the European LCS All-Stars 2-0. Very, very commanding game 2 here coming out of the Koreans. Fantastic play for the victory.
It got better and better for them the longer they seemed to be sitting in the seats. The rough start to the first game to a strong finish, and then just a start to finish slaughter here in the second game. That was very, very impressive by them. It's pretty close to the same picks both games, taking what was given to them and just executing.
So that, of course, sets us up tomorrow for a game which I honestly think a lot of people wanted to see anyway, maybe in a different circumstance, but it's going to be Europe versus North America. The 2 LCS All-Star teams, they'll be facing off, of course, tomorrow in the loser side of the whole bracket, with still then a chance to come back, and certainly for Europe, a chance then to have revenge over the Koreans, who just look so good here today.
And both of these teams that have lost today are going to be thinking a lot about what could have been, because Europe had a lot of control in that first game, as North America had a lot of control in their second game against the Chinese All-Stars. So while they were both 2-0 results, there were definite steps that both of those teams could have taken to at least take a game and force a game 3, and in game 3 anything could happen.
Well, fantastic one. Now to break down all the big plays from Korea's impressive win, let's head over to Freak and Riff.
Thank you very much, Ching. Unreal and surreal.
It's been everything I've kind of hoped for with an all-star game. The number of individual plays made in every one of these games, right? Back in the first series, Doublelift survives like a 1v3 and they turn it around. Insec, just the entire game. Mad Life and Edward, the entire game. Like, they're so on point, hitting every skill shot, making every play. they're really proving why they're all-stars.
Absolutely. And now we're going to break one down here in mid. We have that play for us as well. Insect always being involved.
It's just like a ludicrously cool team, but let's roll the clip out because it takes kind of a while to play out. So it starts off with a catch on the prey. They do a whole bunch of damage to him. He's got to jump over the wall to survive, but EU LCS is going to still go in there, right? They just have so much dunk power. They do a bunch of damage to him. Prey starts running away, kind of survives, finds the last hit, but then it gets turned around. Behind him gets hooked into the turret, so he's like, all right, well, I'll take a lane turn and get out. But they're still not done. Lee Sin shows up, the double initiation from Ambition, and they are able to chase things down because, right, and then Soa stuck in the middle as well. Just the ability of that Korean team to chase is so incredibly powerful. They get in there, insect in from the side, like, basically they saved Prey for so long, right? Prey took so long to go down that everyone else got to kind of regroup, and it was beautiful.
I really have to give a word of the day to OGN with the play from Insect is just pressure. They created so much pressure over the entire map and were able to take it to them. I think we saw Insect just about in every play that happened.
Exactly. If it was a crazy play, he was probably involved.
He started it.
Yeah, he would probably start or do something ludicrous, jump to or kick someone back into his team. Just that's just what he does, right? He is on Lee Sin and becomes a playmaker. That's how he wins games.
We said it was an all-epic day one. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will be right back. Don't go AFK.
back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. Right now, Shox and I are happy to be joined by the Garena All-Star support Mistake and his translator Apple, who is actually the manager for Singapore Sentinels. Firstly, you know, how great is it for you guys to all be here in the semi-finals now up against China?
应该说我们很期待可以跟中国队，然后做一场很精彩的对决。
He says he's really excited to meet the Chinese team, and he's quite sure it'll be a very exciting match.
Be a very exciting match. You saw the match they played today. Was there anything that particularly impressed you about the team? Did you say, this is going to be a tough one? Or
有没有特别留意到的东西？我觉得会也是有问题的问题。
我们有特别注意到他们的一些习惯啊、动作，所以我们会回去跟队友互相讨论。
He says that he's noticed some special peculiarities and some special moves from certain players, and he'll go back and research on them. He'll leave it at that. So.
Okay, so the Garena All-Star team, you're back paired with Stan Lee in there, you've got Toys in there. How good is it to be playing back alongside TPA?
其实就是整个感觉就是很熟悉啊，就跟当初打 Season 2的感觉是一样的。然后他们的我们的配合啊，跟那些经验，其实都有慢慢找回当初的那种感觉。其实我觉得整个合作的经验是很愉快的。
He says that he's always been very familiar with the way Stanley and Toys plays. It feels like he's back at Season 2 again. It's very easy for him to adjust back into that feeling of playing with them again, and he's pretty sure that they'll do well together.
And of course, in the lane, you're going to be playing together with Chowie. How do you feel that your playstyle as a bot lane compares to Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao, who you're going up against tomorrow?
我觉得微笑是非常稳定的选手。那相反的，乔伟是比较他希望可以抓住机会，在这个游戏中做一个突破口，就是他希望可以成为一个做一个突破口点。这我觉得他们最大的不同差别。那当然我会去配合乔伟，然后尽可能打好下一场比赛。
He feels that Wei Xiao is a very, very stable player, and then the difference between him and Chowie is that Chowie is a very opportunistic player. So he looks for that moment where he can go in and burst and release everything. So his job as his support is to follow up on that when that happens.
And finally, what do you think of the teams here? Obviously, we've just seen Europe and Korea playing. We saw China beating North America earlier on. How do you measure yourselves as a team against these other four teams?
我觉得我们在这些队伍当中，我们实力算是不能说是第一或者顶尖，可是我觉得我们是有实力跟这些顶尖队伍竞争的。然后特别是韩国，我觉得他们为了这次的明星赛准备了很多。那相反的，我觉得我们还是有能力可以跟他们一较高下。像当然中国他们的配合也是非常的好，所以我很期待明天的对决。
He's not sure if we can call ourselves the best or #1 in this whole competition, but he can see that all the teams have played really well. He feels that the players from Korea and the team from Korea really prepared a lot, and he's observed that the China team has really, really good coordination. So he'll take into stock all of these points, and then from there we'll do our best tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much, Mistake.
Thank you.
And all the best tomorrow. And thank you very much, Apple, for the translation. We are, of course, going to send it back over to Joe and Jat at the desk for more exciting news on day one of this All-Star weekend.
Thanks a lot, Demon. It has, in fact, been an incredible day one here in Shanghai. Starting off this morning, it seems like a long time ago now, we've had so much awesome games with those skill competitions.
Yeah, and just to recap, Doublelift and X Special were victorious very quickly in their 2v2 matchup. Prey and Mad Life also won the slow game, and then in the Jungle 1v1s, in second Diamond moved on. So all those guys are going into the finals, which will be on Sunday.
Then, of course, we've just seen them in the team tournament. China and Korea showed that they have what it takes here and showed also why they are the favorites coming into this weekend's tournament.
And I have to say that China versus North American games were incredibly riveting. 2 Baron steals in two games.
Yeah.
Only one of them turned around for a victory, which is why it was a 2-0 for China. And then Korea's win over Europe, which you just saw, was a very close first game, and then a dominating performance by Korea in the second.
So with those games done and dusted for today, let's have a look at the brackets and how that leaves us as we start to move in to tomorrow's games.
And with their win, China moves into the semi-final round where they'll take on the Garena All-Stars. Then North America and Europe face off with the loser being eliminated and the winner moving into the other semi-final round and a battle against Korea.
So coming up on day 2 of the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend, the top and mid laners square off in the semi-finals of their skill competitions. Plus, of course, we'll have the North American and European LCS All-Star teams facing off, a game which everyone's wanted to see. If we're, you know, as Americans and as North Americans,
there might be a bit on the line.
Europeans, there is definitely a lot on the line in terms of, you know, who's got the bragging rights over on Reddit and Twitter and what have you for that one. And then, of course, following that one, it will be the Garena All-Stars taking on the Chinese LPL squad, with the winner earning a spot in the championship match.
It all starts on Friday at 10 p.m. Pacific time and on Saturday at 7 a.m. Central European time, which is what happens when you're broadcasting live from the other side of the world. And remember, in case you missed any of today's All-Star action, you can watch it all via the VODs available at lolesports.com and youtube.com/lolesports.
So guys, that does it for day one here of the League of Legends All-Star Weekend. On behalf of myself, Jack, Freak, Riff, Demon Shocks, and the rest of the Shanghai broadcast crew, thank you so much for tuning in, and we hope to see you bright and early tomorrow.
A great fan reaction for these guys.
Can they get the piercing arrow? Waiting for the exhaust. The first kill comes in. Oh, it's going to be two right away. One last shot. But the equalizer hits and it is shredding North America to pieces. Messiah taking solo. Double lift gets dropped. It is an ace right there.
Yep. I agree.
Now doing work just on the side there. He's picked up one. It's going to be BDD picking up another. X-Special goes down. It's going to be Wei Xiao with a triple kill.
Yeah! On the stage, and well, congratulations from the North American team onto the Chinese LPL All-Stars. They have played themselves brilliantly.
He's going to go in the on towards Yellow Pete. He gets knocked up. Kennen going to go into the middle, but Yellow Pete will die. Mad Life going to fall down as well. Edward going very, very low. Gets a pull off in the end, but they're ripping through the rest of them. Double kill coming out for Shaq.